What's up? Wait, Forrest, I might have to disconnect you and then reconnect you. So I can, oh, bloody hell, mate. Oh, wait, Forrest, wait, hold on. Let me increase the volume. Oh, go ahead.
Hey, shut your goofy!
What's up, Forrest? Hey, dude, look, you're 0 for 1, man. You
Shut
literally...
the hell up, I won that debate!
You got, like, your first win. Wait, hold on, I got something for you.
That wasn't by default, buddy. He was getting destroyed, he ran away. What's this?
Damn.
No! Let's go!
By concession, that's crazy, man.
Shut your goofy!
Oh, boy. Bro, no, I'm making some food right now. Here, this is really the topic that I'm trying to do today. But like, how you been, Forrest? How you
on me like that.
Doing okay? My connection good?
Good, pretty good.
My phone's just being wild.
Mine's ass, but it'll fix it in a second. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. That guy wasn't making any sound arguments. I don't know what he was on. Like there was not a single lick of sense in what he said. What was his best point?
I don't know. Like, shoot, I don't even know what he was saying.
I don't think he knew what he was saying.
Yeah, like, like you said all this stuff about like God being evil, and like I don't even know how he responded to like what you were saying.
I don't either. He didn't say any real words. It was just a confusing pile of dog shit.
Yeah, I'm like completely confused.
I wanted him to make sense because I was like, yo, like, how the fuck are you gonna try to call me out? Sorry for cussing. I was like, how are you gonna try to call me out? And then the moment that I actually was like, I'm like, yo, like, let's go, let's do this. Like, you call me all these names, and then you run away, lie about getting muted, lie about getting suspended, lie about getting bananaed. I'm like, bro, like that's low even for like a theist, you know?
Should we investigate that and see if he was actually like?
No, I know and I have proof that he was lying because he was messaging me, and I said, "Yo, if you got suspended or bananaed, you couldn't be messaging me right now." I was like, so I just took a screenshot of this, and he's like, oh, he's like screenshot D's, you know what's, and I was like, all right, that's cute. I was like, so then I actually reported that, and he actually got suspended and possibly bananaed. So yeah. So that way, I didn't want him to be sitting and lying, so I had to report.
Yeah, hey, I want this scumbag.
Oh my God!
This
not
guy,
this fool.
he keeps kicking me and muting me and running.
Who?
Forrest.
That is accusations. Accusations. I don't like that. Slurms, go ahead and tell Coco about my vast flag and geography and random knowledge. Go ahead and go tell him.
Your vast what? Oh, flag. Yes.
Oh,
what? No. I didn't know what you said. I didn't think it was that word. I had no idea what you were talking about. Like that?
Now I get alluding to that. That would have been even more funny.
The flags, right?
Yeah.
I'm very, very impressed with Forrest. Is a very knowledgeable guy. Coco.
Hey, I won my first formal debate today.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, I didn't think he was that knowledgeable. I just thought he was good at trivia.
Oh, I'm everything you want and more, baby.
Oh boy. Cool down a little bit.
Yeah, I'm also mentally disturbed, so there's that as well.
Dude, you're not the only one.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like everybody on this app is.
Oh, no.
Oh, by the way, Dark Dawkins harassed me in my DMs earlier. I have proof of that as well.
He DM'd you?
Yeah, he DM'd me.
You should feel honored.
I agree, and I did.
He stopped he stopped DMing me. He was real nice and friendly when he first started TikTok and didn't know how to work anything. And I was helping him out in DMs. And then once he got the hang of it, it was like, you know, fuck us little guys.
Fucking douche. An asshat.
Yo.
Hello.
What's up?
What's up, Patrick?
So,
Yes,
this is my friend.
that's okay.
me and my friend here.
Okay,
Nicholas,
these are kids. Get them out.
Nicholas,
Get them out. Get them out. Get them out.
Like,
Get them out.
calm down.
Wait, we ain't even gonna do anything.
Get them out. 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 Go get them out.
We ain't doing anything, bro.
Who's your band?
Get them out. Those are
We ain't doing
checks.
anything.
Get these cheering out of here.
We gotta verify your
And
age. You're older. Sorry.
You know, okay. Well,
No cheering.
Again? Another one?
That's his friend. That's two cheering.
Wait, maybe we kicked the wrong one the first time.
No, that's
Like,
two
we-
cheering. I heard their voices, both of them. They're friends.
I don't believe it.
I don't care what you believe. Don't bear false witness. That's a sin.
I don't believe in that.
Well, I don't care. How about that? I have the Holy Spirit and I have discernment, so stop questioning it.
I've got a hole.
Oh, may I borrow it? Use it just for a short amount?
Several.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
I think it's just two. Oh, Coco's face.
I'm just a hole, sir.
Coco's face is bewildered. Here, let me get you some likes, Coco. You ain't never seen nobody tap the screen like this, motherfucker.
Oh, I forgot. I got that tap machine months ago. I need to use it.
Me too.
Wait, what?
I got a like machine.
Yeah, it like freaking does it for you. No, I'm old school. I do it myself. I'm a real man.
Oh, yeah.
That's right, buddy.
Yeah, what is a real man? What are you, a fucking transphobe?
No.
Wow,
I'm
this guy's a
hating-
transphobe on your panel, Coco. And he keeps muting me and kicking me.
And you deserve it.
Oh, look at me. I'm playing Lego Fortnite or whatever the fuck in the background.
It's Overwatch.
Oh, Overwatch.
Yep.
Hey, literary
I didn't
Christian.
know you were a lesbian.
Oh, Literary Christian's actually kind of funny and cool.
I am. I wanted to know, Coco,
You're
why
a
you were
girl?
not present? Yeah.
Huh?
You're a girl? You're a lady?
Yeah. What did you think I was? This is not
I
me in the
didn't-
picture, by the way. This is
I
Angela
know who
Bassett.
that is. Are you kidding me? Get her off the panel.
Why?
Wait, who is it?
What?
What?
Take a look at no, sorry, ma'am, not you. Coco, look at who that picture is.
What?
You know who that is?
No, I have no idea.
All right, I'm taking your black card.
It's because, Coco, how old are you?
26.
You a Gen Z. Oh, well, yeah,
No, that
I
ain't
think you are
Gen Z.
What age is Gen Z? They're like early
2.5,
right?
I believe.
Oh, but that's Angela Bassett. But that's when she was younger, so that's probably why you don't recognize her.
I feel like that's like half of a black card revocation right there.
I agree, because who don't know Angela Bassett in the black community?
Well, Coco, clearly.
Clearly
I'm an
not.
honorary member. I've been told like 6 times in the past 2 weeks. Even Farrell and like 6 different people in 2 weeks were like, "You're not black," and I'm like, "No, I wish I was, but no."
You could
Yeah,
pass.
I do not know who.
Yeah, I had a friend. Yeah, Nenin, Nenin, like with all periods. He was like, "Yeah," he's like, I got a brother, like real brother that looks exactly like you," and I was like, all right, just go ahead and induct me. Like, how you not know who Angela Bassett is? Bro?
That's crazy.
That was just not part of my childhood.
Fine as hell too.
I mean, she was in Black Panther. If you watched American Horror Story,
Sorry
there
to
was a
interrupt
season
y'all
she was
little
on
Black
there.
Panther party.
Yeah. But Coco, why you went off on Present like that? You gave him a rank session. Why?
Oh, yeah.
That was worth. No. That was
Okay, wait.
necessary,
So really quick. Okay, I would love to answer this question. So, like essentially like the thing is right. Me and present and he is risen. Like we used to be friends. We used to be people who like got along, right? But what I started to realize was they love to invite me to their panels, but they don't love to like come on to my panels, right? Um, me and he is risen. Me and present. We've had like a lot of arguments and beefs, and I have invited them to come onto my panel and to discuss it, or to like come onto someone else's panel, right, and discuss it. And they don't do that. They love to like hide in their Christian spaces. The thing that kind of like ruined the friendship for me is one, I've been kicked and muted on their lives multiple times, and they tend to they love to be snarky and like say like these underhanded comment. It's like under their breath they like to insult you, you know, and be like very snarky and like mean and act like they're better than you when they're both like the dumbest debaters on TikTok. And it's weird because like they'll misdefine terms, they won't understand certain concepts, and they'll literally like make fun of me for being like vegan at one point or trying to be vegan, or like we'll be arguing about something and then yeah they'll like bring up something that has nothing to do with the argument, and argue about that. So they're just stupid, and then not only that they make fun of my friends who are smarter than them trying to help them, right? So you have people like Sir that will join the panel and try to help them in regards to something philosophical or something like about the Bible, and they'll mute Sir and kick him, or they'll mute Cage or Cease to Know and kick those guys. And then behind their backs, they'll say like, I would cook them in a debate. But every time they're challenged to a debate, they don't come out of their platform and go debate people. They want people to come onto their platform so they can mute them and kick them. So like I've confronted him multiple times and like stood up for like my friends sort of, and I told them like I'm not even trying to name drop my friends. I will personally debate you, and they won't do it. They just talk shit but they don't back it up. And so yeah, I've been embarrassing Present on multiple live streams, challenging him to a debate and telling him to like schedule it on my time, because I am scheduling multiple events where more than 30 people are trying to debate on my platform, and I want to be respectful to them. And Present can't comprehend this. He wants me to debate on and Present can't comprehend this. He wants me to debate on his time, and he thinks I'm gonna like have any respect for him after he's insulted my friends, mute and kicked me, and he's friends with people like He Is Risen, who's just a dumb fuck and makes fun of people for being vegan, and just says all these underhanded, like under the breath, like snarky comments, but doesn't have any understanding of anything in regards to like the Bible, the atheist way of thinking, like just nothing about the material in hand. One of the like okay, the last thing I'm going to say is like there's nothing wrong with being stupid or not knowing stuff, right? But being stupid and cocky and disrespectful to people who are trying to help you just makes you look like a dick. And like that's what Present and He Has Risen are. Stupid people who are very cocky and arrogant and not grateful for the people who try to help them. So that's
Basically, what Coco's saying is he's very humble, and those people aren't, and that's what he doesn't like about them.
Oh, not at all. I'm a dick. Like I can have my moments.
You're not. You're not. You're the nicest person on the probably on the panel. Like right now.
Don't talk to some of my friends.
That's me. That's me. That's me. That's me.
Look, I don't know why you're calling Coco humble. I'm the most humble person on this platform. I'm the most humble person on Discord by far, by a long shot. Actually, I think there's no question. If you talk to anybody, they're going to tell you the same thing. Nobody's more humble than me.
Okay.
So no. Excuse me.
People are saying.
Yeah, that's what people are saying. You go around and you ask, you talk to these different people on TikTok, on Discord, on
man
Clubhouse.
walked up to you,
Remember
big and
Clubhouse?
strong, tears in his
No,
eyes.
excuse me.
I'm
Nobody's
sorry.
more humble than me. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So a big Slurms just told me the other day a story about how a big strong man came up to him, tears in his eyes, and said, "Mr. President, Mr. McKenzie, you are the most humble man on TikTok, and the most handsome."
Yeah, like big, strong guys say this. Like big, muscular, big, beautiful guys are constantly telling me.
The fact that he fucking gets this joke.
Well, my bad, guys, but I understand. I think honestly, everybody that do debates on TikTok, Christians and atheists both just need like a little break because, like for me, I genuinely like try to understand your point to where I even brought like a study Bible made for skeptics.
That's
So
amazing.
it's like to also help me with, yeah, to sharpen my arguments and things like
Understanding,
that because
discernment. Yeah.
yeah, and to understand, and I already know it's not going to be a case where you guys are ever going to see, like, okay, why we choose to believe, or when it comes to scripture, you guys are not going to see it. There's nothing we can do about that, but I think healthy discourse about, like, these topics are good.
Yeah,
But
Hey,
I think
yeah.
everybody's gotten to the point of arrogant.
Literary Christian just moved into top 10 Christians on the app. She's moving towards top 5 just in the first 30 seconds of her speaking.
Oh, that's so sweet.
No, I'm being
You
genuine. I'm being genuine. There's only like 5 Christians I like. You're one of them. You got Sultan. You got Doragon. You got there's one other really cool Christian. Oh, Sage. Y'all know Sage.
Barrage. I like
Who?
Barrage.
Barrage 26. I feel like he's different in comments than he is on the panel. He's more hostile in the comments, and then when he comes up, he's super chill.
Yeah, the
I really
comment
like.
section is a fun place. You could troll there, you can be whatever you want there, but when you get on
Oh
the
yeah.
panel, different person.
Well, I
I do
think that
that
everybody up
sometimes.
here is probably pretty consistent. I know Coco is. Slurms is never going to be afraid to be himself. He's goofy as hell. But yeah, literary Christian, you were. I like to. I like to go after people in the comments that I don't know, especially just to like be controversial. But you were like being pretty decently nice, and then I was like, "Hey, how'd I do?" And you're like, "Well, you managed not to piss me off, so W." And I was like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
"I was
so
like,
You
like,
know
okay, you know
what?
what? She's.
so really
I
quick.
didn't think you were a she. I thought you were a he. I was like, he's cool.
I
Yeah,
know
so
because of the
like,
name, right? Yeah.
Yes,
so
definitely.
ultimately, like, with the whole present situation, they're just stubborn, they're just arrogant, they're just stupid. They host lives and they misdefine terms. They don't understand certain concepts. They bite the hands that try to help them and feed them. And like that's kind of like my issue with them. I challenge them to a debate. They want me to go over to their platform and bring my audience there and like bring them a bunch of like likes and views, but they don't want to come over to my platform or any other neutral platform. And like that's my issue with them. And I keep challenging them, but they won't accept my challenge. And also, not only that, they're like insulting me and like getting mad at me. And it's like they're getting mad at me for calling them out on their shit. And so I don't know what to really tell you.
No, no,
Um,
no, I understand. It's because it's like I only just recently started going on, TikTok lives, listening, sometimes occasionally joining. Because I know, like, far before I started tuning in on TikTok, you guys already have your own story. So I just want to see what the beef was about. Because I'm like, man, like, for TikTok lives, like, what happened? But, like, I figured there was something more deeper because nobody just, like, ranks somebody
Automatically
out of,
dislikes. Yeah.
yeah. I figured,
Yeah, we're
but.
just. Yeah, it's just everybody wants to step on the other person's neck and cook and look like they came out on top and
Yeah,
W this person and W that person and you got cooked and like go unalive in a hole like I don't know
No,
like it feels like
I mean, that sounds a lot like cope. That sounds like somebody who got cooked.
yeah I agree
Yeah,
that's exactly
you
what you
sound like you
told
just
me.
got cooked, is what I'm saying.
that is true. Well, I hope that can change because I can only say that I think maybe I can only assume that they're just probably tired of because their intention was I don't know if their intention was ever to debate because I know it's probably like to a point where they're
Just
literally
it's
just
just to
trying
dunk
to
on each other.
evangelize and that's it. Maybe I don't know because I'm not inside of their heart, their intention, but based off of like how long I've been watching them, 'cause I find them to be very incredibly, you know, um, brilliant. But that could probably because I've never really had an interest for science, so they be like really deep into this philosophical talk and combined with
Boom.
science, and I'd be like, what? Because I'm just a literature person. So it's like if you're talking to me about fiction and story narratives, that's my alley. Philosophy a little bit. I can understand, probably say some scenarios, but with them, they're like really fluent. You too, Coco and Forrest. I'm only like really just like learning you. I think you guys are very articulate and with y'all stance and stuff like that. But I'm open to learning from everybody. It's just that I know sometimes with you atheists and agnostic, y'all can kind of get pretty intense where it's like if it's a group of y'all with like one Christian, it's like y'all it's like y'all
Yeah.
thinking the same opposition and y'all just be like,
Group
wait, this,
group
that, that,
think.
that.
Oh,
Group
you gotta
think.
look at my. I have a TikTok about that.
Hey, can
Mm.
somebody send me the TikTok of Deathless choking on his own tongue? I can't find it.
It's
Oh,
some
Robbie,
Robbie
Robbie
Rob's
did it.
thing.
Wait,
Robbie, yeah, Robbie Rob.
Also,
Anyway,
Robbie
literary
Rob's
Christian, I
finally on
appreciate that
Discord
comment
now.
because you're exactly right. Both sides do it.
Both
Gang up,
sides. Hmm.
gang up. They want like like a panel of this style, and then like it'll be you right in your little spot, and then it'll be 8 Christians, and then like as soon as they start to begin a train of thought, somebody else is like boom, like
Yeah.
kicks them from behind.
Hmm.
Let them get up. Let them get up. Let them get up. It's like that. It's like that. It's like that video of like them like jumping that dude. Let him get
Yeah.
up. Let him get up, and then they just start beating the crap out of him again. Yeah. So
Yeah, and
it's
that's
basically
never
that.
good. Yeah.
It's
But
not.
you
It's
guys
not
keep doing what
healthy.
y'all doing. Yeah, it's not healthy. That's why for me personally, I thought I was supposed to be like a debate person, but slowly but surely, I'm like, I don't know about this life. I'm too sweet. I'm too nice. I mostly like to joke, but people in the comments sometimes can take things a bit too personal. It's like, wait, I'm just joking. I'm not being literal here, but
Hard to
I'm
read.
like,
Hard to read
I
sarcasm
can't.
or undertone in text because like I even have met friends like for example my friend Gaming Cat. They were I didn't see their picture. I just saw it was a cat, and they were like saying stuff sarcastically in the comments as I was debating somebody. And I was like, hey, how about you get up here and get out of the comments? I was like, get out of your feelings and say with your chest. And they were like, dude, I was being sarcastic. I was on your side, but I can see why people don't like you. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was like, yeah, I see why people don't like me too. I was like, so thank you for providing that. And now we're really good friends. And oh shit. And they watch me debate all the time. But by the way, that person who called me out, I had zero prep on that. This is the second time that like no degree, like somebody calls me out and I just let them call the shots. I'm like, yeah, okay, you get to pick the topic, everything.
Hmm.
yeah, you did good. But
He
yeah,
didn't have shit.
yeah. So yeah, okay.
What the
But
hell did he even say?
I guess like yeah, President he has risen and beefing with Justin W.
Oh my god, get him out of here.
Oh, are
Yeah,
you guys still
Oh, you
good? Because
got
I
you
think
got
y'all used to have good conversations.
oh Justin
real
W.
life too
Hmm.
as well.
No,
I like literary Christian. We need to prop her up more in these lives.
no, like
I got nothing to give y'all. Like I tell you, my field is literature the most. I mean, I know a little bit of Bible. I haven't been Christian for very long, but I do like my process right now, like everything, all the opposition that I've heard thus far, I've started. So that's why like Isaiah 45, I'm like, wait, who was he
Never heard
talking
that verse
to?
before.
Why?
mm,
I've heard it like a few times pop up, of course, on TikTok lives, and I'm like, okay, what's the context of it? Like, why? Who was God talking to? Why did He say this? But of course, from my stance, I'm gonna view it as okay. God was talking to His people because they were walking in disobedience, and since they're His people, He's saying, hey, if y'all don't do what I'm saying, then I'm gonna give y'all some consequences. Like, I could also be on your good side, but then if you try me, I'm gonna be bad to you. That's how I look at that scripture based off of the context. But you guys are saying, well, God said He's the creator of this, then that's just what it is, nothing added. But for me, I'm just taking like my field with, literature and stuff like that to look at those components instead of just, the internal critique thing. That's probably what I'm not doing. But that's just how I read it. But that's why I'm like, I got nothing to give y'all in debates because y'all gonna throw some philosophy at me, theology, and I'm not too quick witted when I
Yeah,
speak.
but
So
if you're willing to admit that people on this platform will teach you, it's just about like that's what Coco was trying to say. Like if you're humble, you come correct. Like people aren't gonna, especially on our side, we're not gonna come at you wrong. Like if you come with like the genuine intention to seek knowledge, there's no reason to treat you like that. I feel like
yeah. So like
both sides have to do that, but we're not gonna come to a concession until.
yeah. So like the thing is like there's nothing wrong with like not having the answer or like still figuring stuff out or like not knowing the information. Like there's nothing wrong with that. like both communities, both the Christian and the atheist community, are gonna like welcome you in and like try to teach you and help you. But I think like what pisses me off and gets me into those moments where like you see me on panels and I'm calling someone brain dead is because not only do they not know the information, but they're spreading misinformation. They are acting like they're confident. They're talking about these concepts that they don't understand instead of saying I don't know. They're misdefining terms. And then behind people's backs, they're saying like I would cook them in the debate. But whenever they're challenged to a debate, they're just like fucking cowards and they just hide in their lives where they can mute and kick people. And they're just arrogant and dumb and they're not willing to learn. They're not humble. And then they want to say like I'm Christian and like I have all these like morals. I'm Christian and like I don't take part in sin like pride, but like they're all prideful and like fucked in the head, I guess. Like he is risen, present, and then Justin W, which we're beefing because like he went behind my back to talk shit about me, even though like I platformed him and I had him on a debate event and I was nothing but nice to him. And out of the blue, he wants to like talk shit about me and
Oh, man.
just stab me in the back. So that's why I bully him all the time. And a very good friend of mine, told me that he was talking shit about me, and I went on the live and confronted him, and I called him a bitch and challenged him to a debate, and he wouldn't do it because he says that like he's not interested in debating people who don't change their views, even though I went from Catholic to nihilist to atheist to agnostic, which I am right now. So I don't.
Nice for somebody like him too, who won't ever
That's true.
admit that there's a contradiction in the Bible ever.
Oh.
Yeah, so I'm confused about like not changing my views. I've literally changed them multiple times on multiple things.
But you know what? That's why I would say I don't think Christians should debate when it comes to belief, because I truly feel like when it comes to no, thank you. I feel like when it comes to like belief and perspective, you can't debate that because I accepted that an atheist view is gonna be their view. The only thing I can do as a Christian is consider what atheist is talking about, see for myself, get the resources I need, listen to you guys' perspective, while also pretty much like finding my best to more so just explain a Christian viewpoint, but not expect you guys to conform back into Christianity. I don't have that expectation.
Yeah.
That's why for myself, I'm not trying to become an atheist, but I think it's very good thought-provoking conversation. That's why I'm always in, listening to atheists and Christians talk and stuff like that. It's my intention is not to convert anybody. I just like to bring different perspective in a different way.
And yeah, like that's the thing. Like if someone listens to like what anyone says and they choose not to change their perspective, then that's not like a person problem. Like maybe they're being arrogant or something, but like maybe like what you told them is not that convincing or not good.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
Exactly.
like
Yeah.
Justin W is just fucking like confused. And then I don't know. Like yeah, so I have beef with those three people. Me and I Wonder are cool. We just kind of like
He
disagree.
just don't debate. He don't debate because he was like, I'm not going to debate.
Yeah.
I wonder why. Is that who you're referring to?
Yeah. So
Oh, okay.
me and I Wonder Why have this weird relationship where like we'll get into heated arguments and like we'll insult each other, but we don't hate each other. Like it's just that like we disagree and have different viewpoints, and I think some of his points are like nonsensical and like he doesn't know anything about science and like his philosophy knowledge is like fucked. But
Yeah, I wouldn't say F. I would say it's more so he's very like if it's in the Bible, that's all I want to worry about because then when you throw in because there's some Christians that's not open to philosophy. They're just like I would put it like this. Let's just say if you meet a Christian nurse, that Christian nurse, she know about Christianity, but she also know about nursing. So you can talk to her about nursing and Christianity. There's just some things that's not people's cup of tea. With me,
Well,
I'm just a weird Christian, so I'm like down to learn whatever. Like I said, next year I got time to learn about science when I graduate, so I'm gonna go ahead. And I hate science. I hate it. I never liked it.
yeah, but I would say like I just have a love and hate relationship with I Wonder. I do respect him actually. I think
That's good.
he's probably like a better Christian than Justin W. Justin W.
President
calls
Risen,
him
in your opinion?
atheism.
And he's old too, because it does take some time for us Christians to mature and like see where we can be a bit better. I mean, it does say in the Bible too. I can't remember what scripture where it says like where you can think about the story of Jesus when he went to Nazareth and tried to perform miracles and the people weren't acceptive of him, so he just left. He didn't try to say, "Hey, I'm that guy. I'm Jesus. Believe me." He didn't do that. That's why I'm like, you know, converting you back to Christianity or because your viewpoint is not changing or you just aren't convinced, that's not a bad thing. It's not bad at all.
Also, if you ever see me in I Wonders live, then just know that like I'm bored as fuck. Like there's nothing else for me to do. I'm
Oh
seriously
Lord.
bored, and I'm just in there for entertainment and like debate practice and maybe like some new information. I'm trying to get my
Yeah,
mind.
new information. Yeah, same
But
thing
like
here. Yeah.
yeah, like if I'm ever in there, then like I'm seriously bored out of my fucking mind, and like I have nothing else to be doing.
'Cause that's one thing. He's just gonna stick to the word. He's not gonna bring in other stuff. But I get it.
I'm sort of confused in how so you have theologists that debate about, the topics, does God exist? But I mean, surely surely Christians, like you guys understand that there are some people that do accept the Bible as true, but they're still atheists. They just have better explanations for the events that occurred.
Elaborate.
Yeah, there's like plenty of atheists like Michael Humer, um, and others that do accept that all the biblical events occurred, all the magic, or sorry, all the miracles, and all of that. Um, but insofar as it's probability raising, they're not super concerned with it because they have other plausible explanations aside from the type of robust explanation Christianity offers. So I'm not entirely sure how discussing biblical history or continuance or literacy or anything of that nature is going to be relevant to the topic of if a God exists.
Okay, so like there are atheists that like grant that the stuff in the Bible happened, but they have like some kind of different explanation for why it happened rather than what the Bible is proposing, and like that's why they're not Christian.
Um, if what you mean by different explanation is it's not a somehow classical theistic posit, then yeah.
You know. So okay, so like for example, right? One of my friends talked to me about this. They said that Jesus did turn water into wine, but like they explain it as like when they used to make wine way back in the day. There's this process where they would like use water or something. They would turn water like into wine using grapes and like some kind of like fermation process. And so Jesus was doing something that was like explained by naturalism per se, but people at the time didn't understand it, and they were like, "He's turning it into wine," and like, you know,
Yeah, I'm
that's
not
how
I'm
they
not even saying that. I'm actually saying they're supernaturalists about the world, right? So they think that magic, spirits, all that type of things exist. It's just the types of explanations they give are less robust, but explain the data. It's like, okay, well, Michael Humer says that, well, Jesus rose, Lazarus rose, the other guy rose. And the explanation for that is some type of magic or some type of supernatural spirit helped them do that. In order to posit that spirit, you have to say that there is another entity that we can't currently see, interact with our world, and that's sort of the thought experiment. And they're just like sufficiently powerful enough to do that. And then Christianity offers that there is an entity outside of our world that we cannot see that's not just sufficiently powerful, but supernatural, ase, immutable, eternal, a being with a mind, a non local mind, all knowing, all powerful, all good. And it's like, well, offer it if we just account for explanatory power being the same. Other dialectic virtues are going to win out in the first former case than as opposed to the latter case. And that's sort of what I'm talking about there.
makes sense.
So I don't know how biblical like historicity or anything like that is really relevant to that question. Maybe it's relevant when discussing the types of theology that Christianity offers, but I don't know how it's relevant to debates like that. So I don't know if I wonder or I don't know, maybe literally you can explain it to me how it's relevant given what I've said.
Oh, but are you Christian or atheist? You atheist, huh?
Yeah, I don't know if that was obvious.
Kind of. That's kind of how you nonchalantly like explain everything. Like, yeah, whatever, this is it. But it's no problem. I'm not really a debater person, but the good thing you said for me is just that you said that there's atheists, educated, scholarly atheists that prove to exist, that that pretty much explain things a bit better than Christians, and that they it's historical record that Jesus existed and things of that sort. At least for Wonder, he just that's just not his interest. It's just more so tackling the claims of contradictions and things like that in the Bible. That's what his focus would be on. And as far as like, Christians that have platforms in debate, I don't know why they choose the approach that they do. I think they more so just go based off of, Christian and atheists that debate, and they kind of follow that. Because I do see it's pretty similar to Christians and atheists YouTube debates that I see. I don't know, but it is good because I don't think proving God's existence and things of that sort, I just don't think that's a good debate topic at this point. Especially when we're just eliminating that to Christianity. It's like Christians aren't the only people that believe in God. It's a lot of different religions that incorporate God into their belief. Um, if that kind of a little bit well, answer your question, because this is not something that I do. I don't host any debates. I don't really debate people like that. But
Sure.
yeah.
Well, presumably, I wonder brings up the or defends that there are no contradictions, so as to say the script is true. I'm saying that
No.
look, people agree that the script is true, but they don't yield the same conclusion.
So it's the interpretation thing that you're getting at, right?
Well, no, like look at any interpretation from any sect, denomination, translation,
It's
transliteration,
gonna be
anything like
different.
that.
No,
And
it's gonna
grant
be
that
different.
every single one is true, no matter what it says, no matter whatever it is, even if there's like objections by others, you can grant that the entire script is true and still not yield theism, right? Just the belief in a god. And I'm wonder like because when I think of if I'm trying to say that a script is true and the people that are like on the other side of the aisle are trying to object to my, proving the script is true, then they'd bring up like contradictions or inconsistencies or little blunders here and there. And what I'm sort of telling you is some atheists, given what atheism is, just grant that the entirety of the script is true. So they sort of help I wonder in his journey, but they're just not
Mm,
seeing where the last few steps come from.
So like they
mm.
believe in spirits or like other supernatural things, but not a god.
Yeah.
Okay, so just from the bit I'm gathering, what you're saying is more or less where you have atheists that definitely believe that the Bible is accurate. However, like when it comes to them converting into Christianity or having any belief of a God, you don't necessarily have to do that because, yeah, it's true, the Bible is real, but why actually, practice any religion?
Or no, like
Um,
so essentially what they're saying is like they're saying the Bible is true, but they're saying like the Christian God doesn't exist. That like spirits and other things are the reasons for why what happened in the Bible happened.
I would have
yeah.
to go into scripture, but for me, I would say what would be the cause of those spirits? Because like, that's the thing. It always go back to cause. Nothing is just is. Because sure, maybe the argument could be that the spirit was once living, but rather than them transcending, going to heaven or hell, they just, linger. And I think C.S. Lewis said something about numinous, because I'm still in the introduction part, because I'm reading actually about suffering. That's why I like listening to atheists, because C.S. Lewis used to be an atheist, but I'm reading one of his books and he mentioned humanness about, and that was just one of his analogies where it's like pretty much there is supernatural things. It's kind of like where you're in the room and where you're sitting down and you're next to a room, but in that room, it's like your sense of comfortability changes when you find out there's a spirit in the room next to you, something like that. But I digress because I didn't take notes or whatever per se yet, but let me go back to what I was trying to say. It's just for me, it would, and just like any other Christian, it would always go back to cause. Like, what is like where is the source for these spirits to even be? Because then there would have to be a larger spirit over those spirits, which is why Christians would say, yeah, or any belief system would say that there is a God that's responsible for these spirits.
Oh, but the issue is like these people have explanations for that sort of thing. But even still, if you accept them, you're not accepting But even still, if you accept them, you're not accepting some degree of classical theism, right? Because then it wouldn't just be there's one being with a mind that's eternal, all knowing, all powerful, unchanging, independent of creation, and everything like that. Then you just be sort of saying whatever you have is the most powerful spirit that doesn't contain all of those attributes I previously said. I just see that as like the next best thing is God. But that's just sort of to abandon what we like previously committed to, right? Like if I say to you, okay, I'm a Christian, I believe that God exists, I think God is a being with a mind, I think he's the creator of everything, I think he's independent from creation, I think he's eternal, I think he's unchanging in his word and commands, I think he is all good, all knowing, all powerful. Um, and that's my belief. And then, you know, you sort of give an account as I've renditioned thus far, just some type of supernaturalism. And then you tell me, well, look, there is a most powerful spirit out of all of them. And that just happens to be because of some X reason. Um, and I say to you, well, that thing right there is God. But what you meant by God when giving your rendition was just a being with a mind that's sufficiently powerful and nothing else, right? We just don't have the same account here.
And to add that this ultimate spirit, which is of course Christian God, is the creator of all things, because then my next thing would be with those spirits, what would be what's their purpose? And I would question, is these spirits the reason for, for all things existing? It's like what's the purpose of those spirits?
Yeah. In Humor's view, the reason spirits exist is just to interact with the world and give sort of spiritual guidance to those ancestors they previously had. They don't take any type of creation account, and they don't take any type of robust interaction account where you can actually like measure that type of thing. So when you
Well,
say
there,
like whatever created it, that type of language is just not going to work for them, right?
Well,
Well,
there's
there's
no denying that because we
evocation.
know. Sorry, because in the
Oh, you good? My
Bible
bad.
we know that there's sorcery and things like that in mediums, so there's no denying that. It's like if someone choose to practice, let's just say like Ifa or something like that, yeah, absolutely for sure. And in Christianity it's witchcraft, but yeah, for sure we don't deny that in the Bible. It's just the fact that, and so I had to probably go into like why is it seen as witchcraft and bad? Because for one, there is nothing that uh it's deeper than that actually. Because technically those spirits are demons. They're not even really the soul of the people.
Mm.
Um, but more or less because I know Geoverse wanted to say something. I'm just gonna cut it short. And pretty much in Christianity, we do not deny spirits because we, live in two worlds. With us, it's physical world and spiritual realm. Um, so for sure, there's spirits. It's just that we don't see that those spirits, which were once creation, because usually ancestors, people believe are, individuals that lived at a certain point. Um, so it still wouldn't be a case where it wouldn't explain creation. It wouldn't explain the reasons for why things are in depth, such as like why people do bad things rather than it's just dumb or whatever the case may be. But the Bible goes into great detail of why things are the way they are and why it will continue to be the way it will be versus just, yeah, we have spirits and they don't necessarily have a cause, more so like just guiding people, but it still doesn't explain the entirety for us for just the being of all things, the creation of all things, and the why and stuff. Yeah, more or less. Hopefully, I explained it the best way I can. If
Hello.
that made sense, I said a lot of
Everybody.
words.
Oh, now you good? I definitely caught what you were throwing. Very well said. Um, but I didn't mean to interrupt you earlier. I was just gonna add like there is like in ancient Mesopotamia and Babylon, they did practice like invocation, evocation, like when you know, take in, entities versus, call forth. I mean, there's definitely a lot of, things like a seance. I think when I was younger, I remember this challenge online, like the whole Zozo challenge. So there are a lot of ways that one can identify what I would call the demonic realm. But something last night that I watched that was pretty interesting to me. There's a Christian story called Dante's Inferno. And by no means am I claiming it to be canon whatsoever, but it gave a vivid picture as to what like hell could be, right? Controversial. Have you ever heard of Dante's Inferno?
No, but
Yeah,
I'm noting
that's
it to read it.
yeah, it's the same
so
thing that inspired some of the imagery surrounding hell in the Catholic Church.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's definitely just a Christian, Christian type story, but I can't find any kind of concordance to where it would be canon or canonized with the Bible, but it definitely does make sense because I personally have had situations where, in the same way that I sought out negative energies, was the same way that I had my Christophany, and by Christophany I mean my moment of clarity when I chose to no longer live separate from God, right? And of course, like with word of mouth and personal experiences, it can vary because I mean like in a lot of cases of NDE, I don't want to say the D word, but near D experiences. Many people, speak of seeing, children in the room or witnessing, spirits around them, etc. But can we take them, you know what I'm saying, on their account, or is there a way that we can actually demonstrate? I mean, I feel like once we master quantum computing, like I said on a previous live, it's gonna pretty much tell us what religion is right and which ones are wrong. But I definitely believe, even if I'm wrong, I rather at the very least pick one, right? So I'm not saying that people are inadequate or lesser than me because they follow a different belief system, but it's just baffling the idea of non-belief, based
Yeah,
on
I
preferences,
agree.
That's it.
yes, so like
Non-belief.
I do sort of like if you were to ask me like why do people have like experiences with like ghosts and spirits and stuff, that is like something that kind of like I can't really argue against per se. Like I don't really know what to say. Like people having like these weird like near unalivement experiences and like encounters with ghosts or spirits and
Mhm.
stuff.
Yeah.
I'd probably say that like maybe there's something that we've yet to discover in regards to like naturalism. But I don't know. I mean, it could be something spiritual. I just don't
I
really
mean,
have an
yeah.
explanation
I
for
mean,
it.
but look at in the younger cases of like psychosis, schizophrenia, you know, there are a lot of cases of out of body experiences or entities that compel someone to do X act or behave in X way. Like I personally had psychosis, and when I tell you, I believe that I could summon, Lucifer himself into my home. I definitely was in a point in my life where I definitely wanted to open every single door. So one can say it was my adrenaline or the euphoria of my determination that made me believe in these
Yeah.
experiences, or imagine if I actually did open doors or did allow something in. Because what happened after that was complete turmoil. But
Okay, and really quick, let me say this. Thank you guys for the gifts. Holy cow.
Nate's going fucking crazy on it, dude. Oh my
I mean, it's a rose. Calm down.
Yeah,
I'm
but
kidding.
Hey, shut your goof at.
it's like a lot of roses. But thank you guys for the gifts. I do reinvest them into like my project and like networking and growing my audience and like yeah, like I do use it for
Like it's nothing, Nick. We can
do
go
you
band
know
for band, brother. We can go
doing
band.
research and hosting more of these lives. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the Nate. You are legitimately like awesome. Thank you so much. I
Does
appreciate
Nate
it.
want to go band for band right now? Okay, that's fine.
I don't
No, it's okay.
deserve it.
No, man.
I
You're great. So me and
Those
him are now
gifts.
gonna go band for band. 1 second.
Go for it. Go for it. Who else are you gonna gift?
Wait, you guys don't have to like spend all your money.
Let's go,
Like,
let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's hear for our humble King Coco.
No, but you see, it's within my Christian nature to to give, so I definitely have to represent Christianity.
Damn, I'm not gonna lie.
in
Sorry for
its
interrupting
most,
you. Nate is going crazy though.
Okay, I appreciate you guys. That's a lot of that's
That's cool, man.
I think that's like $2 or
Like
$3.
it's like super easy, man. Like
Well, I'm
super.
curious to see what, like you said, Gio, that you think
What's
it's
up,
better
brother?
to believe in a God, and um, like, I'm sorry, do you take it that belief is somehow a choice you have?
No, 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 no. See, because I arrived at faith, at logic, before faith, in regards to my Christianity, because like I pretty much measured time and distance, right? And the variables were choices, behaviors, and inhibitions, right? One can live separate from God, right? Pro sin, no accountability, living in the flesh, drinking, partying, and rinse, repeat, right? Or one can live with a connection to God, in cohesion with His commandments and the way that He chooses us to live. And let's just say
Let's fucking go,
I'm
Nate.
ready to buy a house next year because I've realized that the world is full of temporary satisfactions that are only for immediate gratification. But when in my opinion, not a fact, but if you live within Christ's teachings, you think about family, your children, your future, your health, all these things come into play naturally versus my life sucks. I can't wait to get the bottle. You know what I'm saying? I can't wait to roll up. Like all this nonsense that we think is going to help us, but are merely, bandaging a really deep wound. You know what I'm saying? So it's all about a choice to me and what held highest utility, if you will. But again, we're all different. You know what I'm saying? So however you come to Christ or Zeus, it's up to you. But Christ is king.
Christ
Yeah,
is
I
not Zeus.
understand that.
Is this an open panel or is this 1v1?
I definitely said Christ is king. I said if you want to believe in Buddha, Zeus, Kali,
That's what I'm
Oh, I
Tehran.
thought you
contending,
were
though.
making a reference to
Oh,
the
nah,
two.
brother, nah, brother.
Oh yeah, but it's an
I'm
open panel.
contending with
Anyone can talk.
I'm
Okay.
contending with the idea
What
that
happened to our
beliefs
debate, bro? Watermelon.
Here we go.
Me versus you?
Hey,
I
yo,
don't know
hey,
if it was you versus
controver.
me or me versus
Hey,
somebody else, but
hey, 1 second,
Why don't you just throw that money up? Put your money where your mouth
mod
is.
check. Here we go. He want to send you roses, right?
Mm.
He want to send you roses, right? But let me see. I can't find it. Oh, I
You
can't
gotta
find it. Hang on, brother. I can't find it. Give me a second. I'm about to make it rain out here, yo.
Wait,
1 second.
oh my gosh. You
I'm
guys
about
are
to go
awesome.
down.
I
Tap
do
that
appreciate
screen. It's
it.
going down.
Coco,
Tap
I'm
that
gonna use
screen.
my
It's going
company
down.
credit card to buy you a fucking
Tap
house.
that screen. It's going down.
Dang.
Yo,
Oh no, it's
Wow.
crazy.
Bro.
Geoverse, I
Yo, you
appreciate
looking
you.
dizzy. So you gotta have the dizzy bird up in here.
God
Yo, I ain't never seen no dizzy bird, have you? Nope.
I genuinely appreciate you, Geoverse, and I know in my past lives people have like interrupted you and given you some trouble. I do apologize for that.
Look, my friend. I appreciate the room that you create and a platform that like minds can agree, and even at
What
at
the
our
fuck?
very worst, right? At our very worst. Yeah, bro, get baited. You're welcome, bro. We're just baiting people. Oh no, I sent a bigger gift. No, but it's all business, man. I mean, I definitely join here to be proven wrong, but I definitely want people to push me from Christianity if indeed they can compel me to do so. But I definitely remain unconvinced. But as an agnostic, I respect that approach 100% because I too was also agnostic. So I get it,
well,
bro.
we aren't called to respect like falsehood though. So how do you justify that?
Gnosticism is not falsehood. It's pretty much
Oh no,
the,
Robbie Rob's
the
gone.
faith that requires conditions.
So
So the conditions
ignorance,
is really
even if it's willful or unintended, can still be transgression of the law.
Oh, I'm not saying that the host is gonna make it to heaven. Not by no means. I'm saying that I identified that I had to be 33 years old to come to Christ, so I
Right.
can't
I'm
be.
calling into your possibility of not making it to heaven for your
Oh,
actions.
of course. Paul said, "I die daily. Therefore, every day I repent. Every day I'm in my closet. I am always going to be a sinner.
Every day you're in the
Well,
closet.
no. We're not. We're called to come out of sin. So I'm saying like we're called to oppose darkness. We're called to oppose falsehoods. We're called to oppose, like evil. We're called to oppose these
Okay,
things,
so
not
if
to
you get a
respect
feeling,
them.
so if you get a thought or a feeling or a past inhibition, the thought enters your mind, but you oppose it. But the thought still entered your mind. Therefore, you can commit adultery even when you oppose it. You can sin even when you fight it. Therefore, I'm not a hypocrite because I'm telling you the things that I oppose and the self-control that I muster is contrary to an action
Is
that I
this
deny.
related to you being in the
No.
closet?
But that's a simple
Again,
one
that's
to
not
say,
funny.
like, to
I'm
not say
everything
you
is positive in
respect.
the Bible.
That's a simple one to say, like, you don't respect, falsehoods, though. That's
No,
not too.
I'm here
That's
saying
an
that
easy
I'm not
fight.
here to yell at the host about his Gnosticism. I'm not here to frame my approach of
Well, we
salvation
we
in a
don't
way
have to
that
yell, but we
we
still
want to.
should like let him know the severity. Like I don't respect you, host. Nor does God. That'd be a more accurate thing to say.
Hmm. So,
No, it wouldn't
messenger.
at all.
So, if your
Wait, what?
uncle or best friend, you saw him inhaling the CIG sticks, right?
Hmm.
Nicotine, all that. Are you screaming at every friend you have that smokes and like, yo, man, don't do that. What's wrong with you?
Scream
Are
is
you
an
breaking every
exaggeration,
single?
but
Hang on, no. Are you breaking every cigarette that they pull out? No, you're not.
so
So please
scream
don't be
is
a
an
hypocrite.
exaggeration. But do I tell them like, hey, don't smoke? God doesn't like that. Yes, I do.
So if I tell
Practically
someone
every
they
time.
have the
Like
free
I've even
will, hold
almost
on.
gotten into fights because people want to be aggressive after I tell them something
I
that's
mean,
true.
that's not very Christian. Like if you allow your anger to manifest, you know.
No, not me allowing my anger to
Don't get
manifest, but
angry.
other
You're like
people
a Jedi or
getting mad that I tell them something that's loving, which is, hey, don't do that.
Yeah, but messenger. All I told him, which is where I think you thought you got a gotcha, is that I'm merely saying, if I can elaborate, host has a free will.
And
I can
Christians
talk to
never
him
get
about Christ. I
angry
can talk to
because
him
you
about my
sound pretty
belief,
No,
angry.
he's
but
not.
he
No, he's not
has the
saying
free
that.
will to make his own
Hey,
choices,
he's
right?
chill. Don't patronize him. So he's not.
You know what
Yeah,
I'm
let him
saying?
finish. Let him finish the sentence.
Yeah. So like, there's a difference in me telling the host, "Hey, man, you're going to hell. If you keep on your ways." No, I can tell him, the good news, right? But I have to respect that he has a free will. I cannot force him, coerce him, or compel. Only God can do that. All I
The
can do is
only
plant that seed.
the only thing I was saying is like we are not called to respect, like falsehood. That's all I
Okay,
was saying.
for example, messenger, a big debate last week between Andrew Wilson and Apostate Prophet, and the debate was about should Christians support Zionism, right?
Mm.
Should Christians support Zionism, right?
Like
How would you approach that?
Smizrael, the nation of Smizrael, Zionism.
Yes, and their
Yeah,
right to exist. Yes.
you can say Israel.
Well, the
Anyway.
right to exist isn't inherently Zionism. That's not. Those are two.
Right. Well, of course, like the right to, the land, the spiritual nature of the land as prophesied through the Bible. Pretty much, I'm asking, should Christians, in your opinion, you included, support Zionism, even though they're literally right now, you can Google this, they're designing the Antichrist as we speak.
What does that mean?
So
That
here's the thing
they're
about
pushing,
Smizrael.
they're
Let
pushing the end of
let him
days.
let
They're
him
literally.
elaborate on that wild claim. They're designing.
Okay,
the Antichrist.
sure. Look it up. It's
No,
within their
no.
temple.
No. I don't do the work. You do the work. You made the Google
30
claim. Now fix
again.
it.
Well, let me answer my question. Okay.
Yeah,
Well, he doesn't have to.
You said for me to go do the work. You
Okay.
provided the claim.
Well, you should
provided the
also
evidence.
individually.
So there's a temple in Israel in which they're designing to bring about and announce the Antichrist to fulfill the prophecy, so that their temple can be built and supported.
Oh, I
by
know
the-
which one you're talking about. It says
Yeah.
the abomination of desolation.
Exactly. So a lot of Christians do support them, and they want the Antichrist to be designed,
What do
affronted
you mean
and
by some
exposed.
Christians do support
But
Jews?
but my opinion is,
I'm
as a
just real
Christian,
curious.
if
What do you mean by some Christians support Jews?
yeah, because in the Bible it speaks that the children of Israel are favored by God, regardless.
Coco, I don't
Of,
think the best ideas are winning.
brother, like you just want to talk about male appendages and closets, like
What?
just stop talking about it. Like,
That
that's
was
all
a
he's
Freudian
asked.
slip.
about.
Whoa! Who just did
There's
this?
What?
He asked me about my
multi-Zionism, and then
closet.
there's radical
Like now
replacement
he's just,
theology.
I don't know. But
Yo,
yeah, to answer your question,
Male
yes.
appendages?
There's radical
Who's
replacement.
talking about that? Slurms?
I didn't
No,
say
wait.
anything
Of course it
about
would be
male
him.
appendages. What are you
Zionism.
talking about?
Okay.
All right, so
Of
Again,
course it would be Slurms.
so
Slurms is crazy,
I
bro. He's a
presented a
weirdo.
question to Messenger. I mean, if y'all can allow that to happen, that'd be great.
You've been monologuing for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, you
I
have
paid
been
for
like
somebody
taking
else
over
paid
the whole
for
word.
that.
I'm
I was
invested.
giving you space.
I'm
but
invested.
you
I'm
are-
a shareholder.
Yeah.
You're kind of giving like a soliloquy right now.
Tell them controversial.
I mean, yeah, he did send a lot of gifts. So
Where's the stock at? Stock price is at $10. If you ain't there, don't talk to me. So all I was saying is that
Yeah, if you ain't pumping that
I
money,
understand.
Slurm, shut your
Oh,
mouth.
are we got
saying,
another
Messenger.
gift bully again?
So
Is
I
that what's
understand what you're
happening?
saying, Messenger.
Gift
wait,
bully.
you're
Yeah,
saying
of
that-
course you would think so.
wait, guys, be
Hey,
Wait,
I'm
is
just
that what's
antagonizing.
happening?
I ain't gonna
Oh,
lie.
Money
shit.
buys freedom.
Stop trying to pivot the debate because you're not getting attention.
Is that
Yeah,
what's
yeah,
happening?
hold
So
on,
the reason
hold
I
on,
brought
hold on.
this up, right?
Is that what's
because-
happening, host?
Oh my
wait,
goodness.
hold on, guys. Everyone,
Uh-oh, we
calm
gotta
down.
mute Slurms.
No. Slurms is like one of my best friends. Let's get
Oh
it
man,
together.
you got poor choice of friends, bro.
Wait, stop.
Nice. Slurms, please add to the conversation.
Wait,
Bro,
guys.
he ain't puppeteering you through your money.
I was actually gonna ask
What
you.
is
Hey,
what
hey,
is
hey.
this? What
Hey,
is
I'm
this
just saying, bro.
invention-
I'm
What is
speaking.
this
Host is
invention
speaking.
he's
Everybody
talking
mute up.
about?
Host is speaking.
There we
Everybody.
go.
Stop. I'm speaking.
What is he talking about with the
Host is
investment?
speaking, bro. Damn, Slurm, shut up.
Better than this.
Wait, hold
Everybody
on.
mute
Hey,
up.
can you shut the fuck up, Messiah?
No, you shut up, bro. Host is speaking, dude. What the hell?
All right.
Yeah.
You
yeah,
just
be
randomly
quiet.
told someone to shut the F up. Like, seriously, bro. Where's the love?
Yeah, can you please shut up too?
Okay,
go
son.
ahead, Marco.
Okay, yeah. So let's just be respectful and the conversation is going and one person's talking at a time. It's getting a little bit out of control. Yeah, Slurms is my best friend. The messenger. Calm it down. Back up a little bit.
Yeah,
don't
some
insult
best
Slurms.
friend.
Yeah. Chill out.
Sorry about it. But no, Coco, what is he talking
There's
about
no
with the
saying,
investment
my
thing?
friend. They're just saying that I live
Quiet,
by.
Geoverse.
That saying
What is he
is,
talking
tell
about?
me who you chill with,
Oh,
and I'll tell you who you are. Right?
Yeah,
That's
basically,
all I'm saying.
you got a
I'm
bad crowd,
Sorry, I
bro.
just asked
That's your
Host
best
a
friend.
question.
Yeah.
Geoverse.
Wait, yeah. I'm
You
trying to
must
get
Nobody
be
cares
confused.
about you,
You
Slurms.
must be
I
confused.
mentioned, I said the
Nobody
word
cares about you,
closet,
Slurms.
and then
All right,
Slurms
let's
was
say-
like, "What do you mean,
Can
your
I
closet?"
get an answer?
So like he actually tried to insinuate that I was
Geoverse,
gay
hey
because I mentioned the
Geoverse,
word closet.
please.
So I mean,
Geoverse, I'm gonna need you to be quiet so I can talk to
I
him
give
for a
no
second.
consent to his
What is
homophobic
he-
statement.
Wait,
What
okay, so Slurms is asking me a question. Let me answer it. When he says he made an investment, he was going band for bands with somebody and sending gifts. That's it.
Oh,
They sent
so it's
1,000
that.
coins.
So and this guy also thinks that giving gifts gives him some kind of like power here too. Just
I
like
mean,
the neo-Nazi guy.
I mean, if he's funding him all month, it'd probably give me
Like,
some
bro,
sway
like,
if I'm.
literally like the chat literally announced my arrival because I come here and I
I
fight.
was still talking to host.
now he's
Geoverse.
just
I don't know why the
performing
fuck you're under the
autofellatio.
impression
Can
that
you
when I
wait.
ask the
Come on.
host a question, it's your
No,
time
I
to
mean
start
you don't
chirping.
know me.
So why don't you
and you're the
shut
only
your
one that
fucking
doesn't
mouth
know me.
so I can hear Coco's answer?
You're the only one that doesn't know me.
Yeah. So yeah, everyone. Let me have a 1v1 with Slurms real quick. But no, I mean the rules still apply. Like just because you send gifts doesn't mean like you can stretch out your feet and like rub muddy shoes on my table. The rules still apply. But
Yeah, but name one time
Well,
I
you
did
should
that.
probably let
hold on,
them know
hold on.
that because somebody's
I didn't
getting
do
a little
that. I didn't
cocky
do
down there.
nothing of
Both
the
of you are
sort.
talking
This
over
is
the host.
Slurms got
Stop.
butthurt.
Seriously,
Wait,
both
wait.
of you, shut up.
Okay, so like the rules still apply. But do I allow a little bit more like talking because they sent gifts? Yeah, I might let you talk for a little bit longer. If you sent like literally like 1,000 or 2,000 coins. So I mean that's really it. But like you're not allowed to like start doing homophobia or like
Yes, Slurms.
my friends or
What? Homophobia?
no homophobia. Like you're not
I
like
don't
I'm
think
not
you
gonna
even
allow
know
like
what you're talking about, Gio.
I'm just curious. Has that happened here? Like someone comes out and like.
Slurms is homophobic?
Yeah, that's
no
impossible.
no
I
no.
mentioned a Bible reference of the closet, and you wanted to make a joke about it.
I
You assume
did
Gio,
make a
you're
joke
making
about it.
references you don't understand, and Coco, please, like, I hate to agree with Wit, but please just pick two mods and have them actually.
what? So you can go on a power trip and drop people and
It's
feel
a power
important?
trip. Like,
Gio,
I'm
if you'd
the
shut
best-
up,
What is
you'd
your
realize
problem,
that I'm
bro?
on your side.
This tiny dick energy. Let's talk about male appendages again. Tiny dick energy, everybody.
Just
Again,
make it me
you
and
had
Wit
to-
for
you
like
had to bring it up again.
10 minutes, please.
Yeah, I had to
Believe
talk
all
about
but
your
powerful.
your
Okay.
tiny
Coco,
meat
I'm
energy
the
that
best
you're
mod
exhibiting.
you've ever had.
I'm not
Yeah,
gonna.
okay.
I don't care about
I
the
mean, you could
mod
be a
thing.
mod.
Just-
You could
I
be
mean,
a mod.
again, like a debate was going on, and they just pivoted because they wanted attention. So I can leave and
No.
let you have it.
Here's the thing.
leave.
I could have asked Coco that question and he could have answered immediately. The reason it took this long is because you kept fucking interrupting.
You see how you
Wait,
can't- you
wait.
have no
Do
self-control.
not
You
abuse your mod
have to curse
powers.
Go on, I
somebody.
won't. I'll be nice.
Okay.
Geoverse, you're so fucking confused.
You lack so much self-control, man.
So
I have
here's the thing.
I have so many
I could
questions.
have I could have asked Coco that question, but every time I would ask him a question, you'd start fucking talking, and that's why this is taking over 5 minutes now. Because you don't have self-control. So fucking get it together,
Oh
Mr.
my
Investor.
gosh.
Okay, bro. Sorry. Didn't mean
Okay,
to.
bro, sorry. I'm just saying. That's exactly
Okay.
what happened. So just
Okay, how do we move
stop
on? How do we
fucking
move on?
coping.
Are you from Toronto?
How do we move on? How do we move
Sorry,
forward,
bro.
guys?
Sorry, man.
Okay.
I don't know.
No, let's
I mean,
move
this
forward.
is
Just
par for the
reset.
course
Reset.
that
Both
you
of
have
you
these
reset. Both of
disrespectful
you
little
reset.
Nah, like he's just
fuckheads
upset that like,
on the
like
panel.
we're literally
Hey, I'm
mid-debate and like he just wants to interject.
You
It's
me.
wild. Like that's not how things go. Like
Okay,
if you want to,
okay,
if you want
Keep,
to.
keep crying
reset.
about it, little man.
She can't.
Hey,
Okay, guys.
Keep crying about it.
already fucking said to move on, you
Okay,
pieces
move
of
on.
shit.
Yeah, let's go. Let's start moving
All
forward.
right, Slurms. We're not a full stop.
I
Make an
was
argument.
done talking, Geoverse.
So
Why did you
make an
just say my
argument.
name again?
This came
Make
on
an
because
argument.
the host had why should I return to Christianity?
What are we talking about?
Geoverse is fucking crying like a bitch down
So
there.
address the
Why should I
topic or say something
Fucking
that
God.
isn't about me.
I didn't come up here to talk to you.
Shut it.
Move on.
I've got
Oh,
an
look,
idea.
it's Jason.
Let's talk
Hello?
about
Weird.
why
Like
should
we're
I
having a debate and he just wants to make
return
sound.
to Christ. Let's talk about
God is
returning.
real.
Everybody give me a follow.
God exists.
That's how we'll move
Nobody
on.
follow Mark. Like, don't do it.
Everybody follow me.
Nobody
Okay,
follow
It's
Mark.
delusional.
That's why atheism
Wait,
is just
who dropped Forrest? Did someone drop
at a
Forrest?
chronic level, you know?
Drop force.
Um,
I'm not a mod.
Theist, attention. See, same thing.
okay, so,
Wait,
so
I'm not a mod.
Okay, hold on. So how do we?
I'm theist. Let's hang out.
Hold on. Wait, guys, stop. Let's figure out how to move forward. Did someone have a question for me? Someone was talking about the topic on the screen.
Chewy,
Yeah,
I think
why
the
should-
new person was Chewy.
Yeah, I had a question, but y'all pivoted it. I asked.
Oh, he's still crying. Still crying.
Why are you
Okay, so
Okay.
It was a legitimate question. Like, I don't
To be
know.
fair, Coco, what he was talking about was like how they're designing the Antichrist and whatnot. Like, I didn't interrupt any productive conversation, to be fair.
Okay, so if I could pull up evidence to back up my claim,
I don't
versus
care.
your-
I'm not here to debate you. I'm here to be on this panel, not to fucking talk to
So,
you.
so,
This
so
crybaby
evidence or like
psycho
your
down there.
feelings?
No.
Evidence versus your feelings. What weighs more?
I don't. Okay, Ben Shapiro, I'm not here to talk to you.
Feelings.
Talk about your feelings.
Oh my god, this is so embarrassing.
I want to know how you feel inside.
What are we doing?
I
don't
don't
know.
Listening
I don't
to
know.
the
This isn't
psycho
pretty
No,
guy.
I literally tried
Coco,
to make an
I'm the one
argument
who
that
said pick a mod
Christians
and you
shouldn't
picked
support
way
Zion-
over.
Zionism,
Okay.
and I made a claim or truth claim, and he's like, "Oh, he's making it up."
Okay. So wait, hold up. Get it under control.
What he said gave me the ick. You know what I'm saying?
Stop.
God, enough.
Geoverse, you're gonna ask your question, and then Chewy, you're gonna go next, and we're gonna move forward. Please do not complain about what just happened. Let's just move forward. Does anybody have anything to say? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
I think the mod pick for Wit was good, but you need to pick a atheist mod as well.
Okay, you can be a mod for us.
Yeah.
I've got another thing to say before he starts talking.
Sure, go ahead.
He's embarrassing.
Oh my god.
Lerms, I'm gonna drop you and bring you right back. I'm gonna baptize you.
Wait, why? Wait. Actually, don't do
Don't
that.
do it. Don't do it.
He's off limits.
I called
Don't
it,
do
man.
Have you been baptized
Jesus
yet,
Christ.
Slurms?
Hey,
Slurms
Slurms,
is
guess
off
what?
limits. Don't do it unless you're gonna lose
Yeah,
your mod
so-
powers.
What's up, Kason?
Might be
Let
worth
me
it.
actually gather the exact temple that it's being done in, so I don't have to seem like I'm making up stuff. One second.
Okay, so Geoverse is gonna go, and then Chewy's gonna go. Then it's anybody's game from there.
There's a spoon in front of me.
Ice cream.
Is that Special Agent Oso?
Kason, if I ask you if there's ice cream in the bowl and you say I don't know what flavor, that's a dodge.
Yeah, so it's just going to be the case that cookies and cream, ice cream in particular, is evidence for God. I'm willing to give an argument.
I want to hear this out.
Yeah, go
Rocky
ahead.
Road is far superior. Go ahead.
Proceed.
Proceed to what?
Your argument. Render your argument for why cookies and cream is
Yeah,
evidence.
so what I did state is that I had an argument. What I didn't state is that I was actually going to give the argument on this panel. And so what we're going to do is we're going to get a set of premises that inescapably leads to the conclusion that you actually heard that I said that I was going to give an argument on this panel.
I don't even know what the hell he said, but all right, cool.
Is Kaysen off limits? Yes or no?
So
He's off limits.
if you
He
look
is off
at
limits.
of Zion website, they are designing the fulfillment of the prophecy by naming the Antichrist to bring about the end of days. And my question is, should Christians support Zionism, even including that variable? Because before Messenger got dropped, he said, as Christians, we don't really have to respect other beliefs. And I don't agree with that. But if a belief makes you deny Christ, then yes, I don't support it. So my answer to my own question is, Christians should not support Zionism.
That sounds more like a statement than anything at all.
Yeah, and it wasn't a question.
Which
either.
part?
The whole thing, the whole product of it. The conclusion is it's a statement from you, your
Okay,
belief.
maybe if a Christian responds, it might make more sense.
I'm Christian, actually.
Look at his.
So, do you support Zionism? Simple question, yes or no?
I'm going to ask you one question before I answer that. What is Zionism in your eyes?
Zionism is a spiritual connection and secular in nature, because anyone can be turned into a Jew, because you can convert if you're any race, any ethnicity. So therefore, it is the promise and prophecy of the state of Israel to exist, also a block of land that is only to be inhabited and controlled by Israel, because they must build the third temple.
Okay. So let me ask you this real quick. Do you believe in order for prophecy to fulfill that there needs to be a third temple built?
It is the Zionistic belief, i.e. the website Fist of Judah, but any approach.
No, you're not avoiding the question. The question
at the moment
is,
they deny Christ,
you believe there's a prophetic prophecy about the Jews creating a third temple. That's the question.
Yes, but creating a third temple does not mean designing, grooming, and naming the Antichrist.
So let me ask you this then. So you do believe that it's prophetic?
Your third question. I thought you were asking one
I
question.
mean, he has yet to answer my question. Do you see how they obfuscate? Go ahead,
No.
brother. I'm here for you.
Okay, go back to your question again, please. Answer it.
As a Christian, do you believe that you should support Zionism?
Well, I don't agree with your definition of Zionism, for one.
Of course not.
Why?
Right,
Because it's not a biblical understanding of Zionism. For instance, do you know Jerusalem was called the city of Zion, but it was also at one different time called, the place that had the children of, the synagogue of Satan. That Christ called them that, like certain Jews. So it depends on the spiritual nature of the people at the time.
Again, let me ask you a question. Are Christians allowed to live in Israel? Yes or no?
Your definition of Zionism is wrong, though.
Okay.
Zionism always refers to God in the Bible. The scriptures always.
I'll grant you that.
So wait, really quick. Pause on the dialectic. How about Chewy? You define Zionism and then tell us if you're okay with that.
Okay, I would say according to the biblical text, right? There's a modern day view on what Zionism is, and then there's a biblical
definition, bro.
Okay. Do you agree with that?
I don't agree with his definition of what the true nature of Zionism.
Your definition from the Bible. Like, do you agree with that Zionism?
Yes, Zion always refers to something that belongs to God, his city, his kingdom, his people, right? Whenever you see Zion used, it's almost always in representation of God being.
I think the way that Geoverse is using it is just talking.
It's a modern view. It's
hold
modern.
on, hold on. Jesus Christ!
Wait, don't interrupt her.
Out. Good God. So when he's talking about Zionism, right? He's talking about like the Jewish ethno-state of Israel in the 19th century and its existence in Palestine. That's all he's talking about. So do you at this point, would you say that would it be apt for Christians to support such a thing? That's all he's asking.
Yeah.
Right, and I was just trying to differentiate between the two differences that
we now differentiate. Like we understand the biblical Zion and all that stuff. We're specifically talking about this. That's what he's asking.
Okay. Well, I believe that everybody needs Christ from my viewpoint, right? Like what I believe to be true. And so I believe both the Jews and the Muslims, both in that region, need to find Christ. I don't think either one of them's right or wrong necessarily. But I also don't think we should look down on people as like less than us in equality as far as value.
Okay, so I'll grant your argument, okay? But my thing is, in Zionism, as you understand it in the Bible, right, in regards to what Paul, mentioned about,
Not
God
just Paul.
favoring them people.
All the way to Old
Do you believe
Testament.
hang on. Let me present my next question. Do you believe in the magic nature of the blood of God's people being more, or the people themselves being above Christians?
You made a mistake. Like you could have asked me that question without inferring that.
Okay, now I have no idea what he's saying.
Yes or no?
So
Yeah, I'm confused.
The problem I have with the question is that you inferred magic. So when you infer magic,
is there magic blood that
Hold
makes
up.
them preferred over Christians?
Let him finish. Let him finish. Geoverse. Go ahead,
So
Chewy.
when you say magic, you have a view in your own mind. I'm asking from a biblical sense when we're going through the scripture, as far as what the context says. What is magic according to the Bible? Because I can give you a whole bunch of stuff with both magic and
Oh my
sorcery.
God. Okay. Do you believe? Okay. Who does God favor more, Christians or the children of Israel? Because I believe the children of Israel is all of us. We are all favored by God. There is no set people, like someone even argue, like the 13 tribes of Israel, right? That they believe that they are favored above other Christians. So I would have to ask you blatantly, is there a higher level of blood that gods have more favor on, even though they deny Christ as the Messiah?
The only favor that God finds is in obedience to His Spirit.
So if you deny Christ, what will the Father do?
I mean, there's natural, there's natural circumstances which could result. For instance, like in the natural world, and there's spiritual realm to it too. But in the natural world, let's say where He gives you strict instruction on how to behave in life, it could definitely have after effects. Right? For instance, being a man of one wife. Like you can see the problem with multiple women in your lives. Or
Again, I didn't bring up anything in my argument about that. All I'm asking is, are there a specific set of people that are more favored by God?
Not necessarily favored in the sense of equality, but there was definitely a time in which the Israeli people were favored in the sense that God was going after them. Yes.
Okay, I just need a yes or no answer. I don't understand what you have
A yes or no question. The question you're asking is, does God find favor with certain individuals versus others? It has nothing to do with ethnicity. It had to do with Abraham and the promise given to him, right? That's what the Bible teaches. There was a promise given between Abraham and
Are we all of Abraham or just the children of Israel?
Yeah. Well, God said that He could raise up even these stones or the sand of the sea to become children of God. So yes, you're in Christ, then you become a child of God. You're given power at that point.
Okay. So let me shift my question. Since I got your grounding foundation, you would support Israel because you inference them to be God's chosen people. So you do
No, I don't.
give them favor, I guess you can say.
No, I'm not in favor of either. Let me be very clear about my viewpoint. My viewpoint is this, that I believe that Christ is the truth. I've looked at a ton of ancient literature. I've gone through all the texts, not just biblical texts. I've got a Quran downstairs. Like I've looked at everything. And my final view is that God has written all over the earth from beginning to the end that Christ was the Messiah promised, the one who was to come, the Son of God, both God and flesh. Like that is my view. I believe the Jews and the Muslims both are without Christ at this point. There are Messianic Jews, there's Muslims that come to Christ, but without Christ, they are lost. That's my view on it. There's nobody
Muslim to Christ would
wrong.
be an apostate, and apostates are punished under Islam. Therefore, it's not without cost. But my question is, if somebody talks against Christ, right, or denies His existence, based on Paul's teachings, right, we are to shoot down talks against Christ. Why do you think these debates are so popular? Right, because some have that conviction.
Can I ask you why you keep mentioning Paul?
Wait, let him finish. Go ahead, Geoverse.
Because Paul's a great debater, and isn't that what we're doing now?
I mean, Paul was one who stood up amongst crowds. There's no doubt.
Of course. So I'm standing up in a crowd and I'm saying, Zionists deny Christ as being the Son of God and the Messiah. and they're also trying to bring about revelation. So I feel that their epistemology is unfounded.
I mean, there's Christians that are on that, like, I always say there's like a far right and a far left spectrum of Christianity, right? So there's definitely people that are going to say, you know, oh, the poor Jews. Like, I'm not that person. I believe the Jews and the Muslims, like I said, the people, their neighbors, the Arabs and the Persians, who are generally Muslim, not all of them, some are Christian. They generally have very opposed to not biblical views, but scriptural views from their own text. And they're in opposition, like complete opposition of one another. We know how, I mean, do you know enough about the Quran to know how it ends?
I do. Yeah.
Okay. So, and I don't need to get into that because that could get us all banned. But I mean, there's a view from both sides.
Let's just say it ends. It starts and ends by a sword.
Okay, wait, hold on, really quick. Yaya made a good point in the comments. Let's pause this really quick. Does anyone else on the panel have something to contribute?
I think I'm the best mod on Coco's Live.
Oh wow!
I mean, Wit might have you up for grabs on that one. But anyone else have something?
No, I have nothing to add to this conversation.
In session with. Thank you very much.
Grant that Wit.
Play Fortnite.
Oh yeah, I like Lego Star Wars Fortnite.
I play
my
Xbox. I play Xbox. If anybody wants to play me at any game ever.
Play that. I don't actually play that.
Are we seriously talking about this? When we're trying to address Zionism?
I don't care.
Zionism are really weird.
Zionism L. I don't care.
Zionism is a good topic, but it's not from this angle. This is just kind of dumb. But I'll respect the panel.
Okay, I guess everyone's contributed what they're going to contribute. Chewy, Geoverse, continue.
I mean, I don't know. Geoverse, where you at,
all
man?
that I was going to add, because I asked you earlier, Chewy, I said, are Christians allowed to, exist and worship in Israel? And the answer is no. Because if any Christian were to be identified praying to Christ anywhere near a holy area, they will be arrested immediately and possibly,
Yeah, you're not allowed to process
confirm any kind of, assault, but if I'm not allowed to have my faith in your country, but yet, and I'll even elevate this question, should American taxpayer dollars even go to Israel? So on both fronts, I don't believe that we should fund Israel, nor should we support Zionism, because as a Christian, I can't even, worship there unless I convert into Judaism. So I hold that congruency with Islam and Judaism, that they are for themselves, but expect the world to lend a hand because they identify as the leaders of the world in their own facet. So again,
so let me ask you,
Christ
how familiar
is the only
are
way.
you with Saudi Arabia and their Islamic law that's there or was there for years?
I mean, again,
Just tell me
I
what
hold
region
all
you-
congruency. It doesn't matter if you're Shiite, if you're Sunni. I hold all congruency. Justice for Aisha. No apologies.
Is she a fucking t-shirt to you? Like,
All right.
No, I actually I would love to own a
Justice
t-shirt that says that.
for Aisha, man. I'm with you, man. Justice for her. Let's get to the bottom of
yeah. Let's,
I feel
how
like
are you
as
gonna,
Christians,
what do
we
you
are
want to see in
kind,
the
but
world to
we're
fix
getting lax.
Aisha? That's a really interesting point you've made. Justice for Aisha. What does that mean?
That means that no one should follow someone who pretty much appropriated and rationalized the marriage of a child.
To be honest, respect. I respect it. We should make T-shirts. Like
That's fine and all, but I don't know how justice for Aisha, as most Muslims don't even accept that happened.
Do you know what? Never mind. I'm not even going to get into it. Let's just say that the Quran says that one can lie to bring honor to Islam.
Yeah.
Okay.
Google it and learn for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just curious.
Talking
Look,
to
man,
the smartest
I'm interested
person on
in
the
your
planet,
claims,
yeah,
right? Like, I would agree if
way
what
too
you meant,
selfish.
if what you meant by justice for Aisha is that we should all reconcile and introspect on the text and the various religious dangers that are proposed, that's fine. But then I said and asked you what you'd like to be seen done about it, and it just sounds like you're giving some religious objection
I don't have.
to
I mean, it's
Islam.
self-referencing, so the damage is already.
Okay, but you
in
know
and of
the
itself.
same people say the same shit about Christianity, and you have defenses for that.
Yeah, and I'm not a Catholic.
Okay,
So
that's
go ahead
fine.
and
I'm
make
not
your
talking
info.
about specific sects of apostolic faiths. I'm just saying Christianity in general.
Sure, and I
He said
don't
I'm not
believe
a
that
Catholic.
Christianity is a monolith.
Okay,
and
so
no
then
Christian
why does it
can
matter?
represent the entire religion.
Right? If you have apologetic theodicies for your abhorrent atrocities in your religious texts, wouldn't they have the same? And they're not going around saying justice for Christ.
Oh, I'm not. Well, I mean, it wasn't
All right, well, hold up.
Christians that.
No,
that
no, no.
Yeah, calm down, brother. Like you're about to go a little bit anti-Semitic.
Yeah, let's just move over
Relax,
that.
relax.
Wait, how am I going
Chill, brother.
anti-Semitic?
Because it wasn't it
Objection
was
here is
a
insane.
certain group of people that
Oh, God.
pretty much turned in Jesus Christ. It wasn't Christians that turned in Jesus Christ. I
It
don't know
was
if you knew that or
it was
not.
the J Dogs.
Oh, let me explain what I mean by that. When I say justice for Christ, what I'm saying here is everybody that takes the Christianic worldview to contain moral atrocities would say that even the Christians that preceded these people were doing wrong insofar as their religious endeavors. That's what I mean by that.
Okay, but I can say the same thing about secular Ted Bundy.
Wait,
What's your point?
Wait,
Like
this is a
so
really
many
good
secular
point.
people have committed egregious atrocities
Yeah, I
that
agree.
argument knows
Did they
has
commit
no
them in
foundation.
the name of atheism, though?
Oh no! Usually, in
Great.
1988,
I agree with
48
you.
children were lost, and they did it over
Okay,
Satanism.
I
But
agree
then
with you
on
that
TikTok, they'll
let
debate
me
that the
just be
pillars of
clear
Satanism
here.
have nothing to do with
Let's
that.
just get clear. I agree with you that atheists have terrible members that do terrible things.
No, I didn't say
However,
atheism. I said
I want to
secular in
say,
nature.
yeah, that's just what I take secular to mean. But when we're talking
No,
about
it means
specific people,
non-theistic.
you can understand that my objection isn't just that these members of a certain religious faith did X action. It's that these members of a certain religious faith did X action because of that religious faith. That's not true of atheists. I don't know if you like track the nuance there.
Are you saying that I should, if I'm a true Christian, I should be sacrificing a goat on
No,
Sunday?
I'm saying I'm saying that what you just said, Justice for Aisha, people say
hmm
the same type of shit about the moral
Okay.
atrocities in your view, but
Right, but
you
here's the
have
difference.
theodicies for them.
Right, but here's the difference.
hold up.
In January of this year, the Islamic school, the School of Islam, actually proposed lowering the age of consent for marriage and
Yeah, I'm
focusing
familiar.
marriage to only be religious and not to be seen
Yeah,
under the
I'm
eyes
super
of the
familiar
Islamic
with that.
government. Therefore,
Super familiar
modern
with it.
day, they're trying to marry children. Modern day,
Yep.
Christians hold no punishment for apostasy. Christians
Well,
don't
that's not
force
true.
anyone through coercion. So
That's
again,
not true either.
okay, give me one example of coercion
Yeah,
in
when the
a
type of
countrywide
mental
scale.
coercion and manipulation is done by when we give up, especially when atheists give objections to some type of like sins of the father should not be passed on to the son. The common theodical response is we're all born in sin and are just deserving of a swift death. I don't see
What are
how
you
that's
talking
like
about, brother?
morally distinct. I don't.
How's that in
Let
any
me just
way?
land. Let
Any
me just
like
land the
any
plane
Christian
real
ethos?
quick.
Hold on.
You
One at a
stop
time.
interrupting, you'll have a better time understanding his point.
Yeah, my point
let's
is
go
just that
back and
look.
forth one at a time.
My point is just that look. From the atheist view, it's like the pot calling the kettle black when you look at these Muslims and say, you guys did atrocious moral acts, and then we look at you and say you did atrocious moral acts, but somehow you're distinct. Somehow you're like on your high horse over there.
Go ahead. Geovers.
I mean, I'd like to respond to this actually for a minute. I mean,
Yeah, stop.
Yeah.
He probably had bad
you still
connection.
trolling or what?
Yeah, just like my opponent earlier in that debate had a bad connection. They literally just unplugged his router.
Hold on. He's coming back. He's coming back.
I gotta go. Oh. Man, I'll respond to it.
Oh, good.
I'm Christian.
Yeah. Let's hear that shit. That was a terrible
That guy
argument.
was very self-assured for somebody who's so ignorant, and the projection to call Cage anti
Do you believe?
is crazy.
Ignorance is a
Do
virtue.
you guys?
Oh well,
Do you guys believe
he's
that?
got it in leaps and
Hold on.
bounds. I've never heard a person that's more self-assured that is that ignorant.
Wait, hold on. We shouldn't talk bad about him behind his back, but like, I'm gonna
Fuck, I'll wait till they come.
I just got here, but
I didn't think there was anything wrong with
that
his
guy,
intellect. I thought he
I just
was
got here
doing
with
just
that guy
fine.
Gio that's not here anymore. That guy was a fucking idiot.
Yeah, that guy
Yeah,
is not
I'm
here.
fine with that.
What a
If Chewy,
dumbass.
if you want to adopt his position and continue in the dialectic, that's fine.
You guys made me lose my train of thought. Now, where were we at? Where did he leave off?
That's
I-
crazy.
Yeah, I
I
thought you
said
said he
that-
was doing just fine.
I said that
He
for-
was doing just fine, back and forth. Like he was being real for the most part. I mean, as far as
I'll remind you of where we're at.
oh, yeah,
my
I got
point-
it. I got it actually.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
He's got it.
we were at the point of
Yeah.
why you were calling him hypocritical because of the way he was treating the
What
Islam
happened?
versus
What's up? What happened? I missed that. Why
Hey,
y'all gonna talk about me when I say this, Gio?
Gio, there's
That was a
no
test.
way, there's no
Awesome.
way,
I'm
Gio,
hurt.
that you didn't, Gio, there's no way you didn't know that you'd be interrupting when you started talking there. No way.
Oh no, I just know that maybe I was the
Mute up, then.
discussion,
Mute up.
so I
Mute up. Mute
want to
up. Go
offer
ahead.
you an
Mute up. Go
actual
ahead. Mute up.
physical
Then.
ear.
Mute up. Go ahead. Mute up.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so what are we doing here? So how do we?
we're going to
Oh, they were
debate
talking shit
whether
about
or
me.
not
You came off mute. You came off mute, Gio. Go ahead. And mute up.
Wait. So really quick.
I can help you guys get this thing risen up real quick. We can make all kinds of.
Wait, hold on. So really quick.
Rest of this
Really
matter.
quick.
Where's up?
Wait, guys, hold on. So I
Really?
did say we shouldn't say anything behind Gio's back, and then he just came up to like address everything that was being said behind his back. But Gio, you can't interrupt people. You can't
Wait,
just,
that's
like-
actually, Coco, that's a performative contradiction because he couldn't address things that were behind his back if he knew that they were being said. So we weren't actually talking behind his back. We were talking while he was in the comments. Maybe he was unable to defend himself, sure. But I won't stand here and be slandered.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's
fair
fine.
enough.
I
Good
mean,
point.
Chewie might lose his train of thought, so I want him to sort of get the point out.
We remembered where we're at, and Gio's gonna mute up.
Yeah, I do remember where we're at.
Coke-
And
the
I
Coke was
kept
hard.
it in my brain this time.
Okay. So
It was about whether or not it was hypocritical for him to say one thing about, let's say Christianity versus Islam, and I think it's only one can be true. They're both opposite in nature of who the Christ is and who the Antichrist is. They both have a very different ending. One is the good guy, and
Maybe you didn't. Okay, that wasn't my point. I'm not trying to posit
What I'm saying is
Christianity
truth
versus
matters.
Islam. I'm not even trying to say who's better. I'm saying for someone of a religious faith, specifically if they affirm particular propositional commitments that entail sort of the same types of things I'm talking about here, for them to stand on a mountain, look at the other religious faith that they're not a part of, that built off of their previous faith with additional commitments, and saying, this type of thing is morally abhorrent, and therefore we should discredit it or dispel the idea or ideology, justice for Aisha, while having three fingers pointed back at them with equitable atrocities that should be concerned and addressed. But those are fine because we have theodicies. What I'm trying to say is the Islamic people also have theodicies, so just have that debate.
Okay, yeah.
I
So
mean, I've had
Again, so you're
4
telling me,
years
so you're tone policing is what you're doing, exactly.
Gio,
What am I
you're supposed
doing?
to be muted.
So I'm
We're gonna
not
respond
wrong,
a little
but you're
differently.
tone policing?
wait, hold on.
tone
Hold on.
You're
policing?
supposed to be muted.
Wait,
Gio, just mute up, okay?
hold on. Actually,
I mean, but
Gio,
you're addressing my... So
wait, hold on.
you're about to have a meta convo about me?
I'm sorry. Are
while
you
I
over
listen?
talking the host,
Yeah, you're
Gio?
over talking the host,
You
dumb
big
fuck. Go ahead,
baby.
mute up. Good
Wait,
boy.
okay, so, okay, yeah.
You literally look like Wookiee, all right? Calm down, Slums.
Bro, mute up. Hey, good boy.
Does he keep running away, or is he getting?
No, he's getting dropped. Forest keeps dropping him. But Gio first. No.
I'm not fighting over the mute button with this kid.
He's a Wookiee here, man. What's wrong with being a Wookiee?
Yeah,
Coco, say what you
yeah,
gotta
yeah,
say,
so
and then we can come up.
okay,
I mean, I'm not that hairy of a guy. I do have curly hair.
So, I'm gonna let Gio verse up, and then like I want him to address what Cage said because they were originally having the conversation, and then like later on I'll let Chewy like jump back in. But like yeah, Geoverse will come up. He'll address what Cage said, and then they'll go on from there. And then later,
I do want to point out that you said that Gio was going to talk, and since then Chewy has been on mute the whole time. Okay, so he knows what's going on. Okay, he knows that he's got to wait. Gio did not know they had to wait, or he knew they had to wait and didn't care, which is worse. And now I'm going to go on mute because I know. If there's one thing I know, it's when to go on mute. I can tell when people are...
yeah, but also Geoverse. I hope you heard that, Geoverse. Just keep that in mind. Be polite of like not interrupting people or being muted whenever someone else is talking. But continue. Go ahead, Geoverse. Respond to Cage.
So firstly, again, appreciate you letting me up. Always a pleasure. And all I'm gonna say is first thing, just for clarification, I bow to no man. But secondly, in regards to the conversation, I understand that I can frame it better. Like in sales, framing is everything. So let me reframe it so it's more digestible. Any faith that rejects Christ as my Lord and Savior, right? Not calling it oh, he could be the Messiah or he could be the Son of God. Anything that talks against Christ, I am instructed to shoot it down. Now, I can, of course, do it with theology, epistemology, or my feelings about it. But no matter my approach, I'm objectively right within my Christian ethos. So I don't appreciate somebody telling me how to speak my truth.
Yeah.
With
Are
it being
you
the truth.
okay? Yeah. So you don't actually give a single fuck about that particular belief in Islam. All you care about is that they reject Jesus as God. So you were just like virtuously posturing there when you brought
No,
up
I mean,
Aisha.
I believe their take on apostasy by the sword is atrocious.
Yeah,
Because if
that's
someone
fine. I'm
were to
not, maybe
leave,
you're not clear on what I'm trying to say here. What you just said is you'd like to restructure your prior claim, which was justice for Aisha, into, and I quote, any faith that rejects Christ as Lord and Savior, I am instructed to shoot it down and am objectively justified epistemologically or theologically, which is just
yeah.
to say that you brought up Aisha before to emotionally appeal to the
Okay,
rest of us
but
that
am
give
I
a
wrong
fuck
in my
about it.
ethos? Okay, but be honest, right, and be good faith. Within my Christian ethos,
I don't even
am
know
I?
what that means prior to you
You don't
saying
know what
that.
that
I don't
means?
know what a
Okay, in my
Christian ethics
foundation of
is.
Christianity, am I wrong in accordance with
What
my
is that
faith?
found? Look, the reason why I'm confused is because when I hear Christian ethos, am I
Hmm.
talking to a natural law theorist? Am I talking to a divine command theorist, a relativist? I don't know what that
No,
means.
you're talking to a Christian that,
Fuck,
like,
thanks.
for
I
example,
appreciate that.
my morality is governed by my Christian worldview. Does that make sense?
You're not
So if you don't
telling me,
have
you're
that
just
worldview,
restating the claim
we
5
won't.
different times. My
Okay,
Christian
so
ethos. I'm a Christian. I'm instructed
yeah,
by my
so
Christian
I
ethics.
believe. Of course, I don't deny the laws of logic, but I definitely have a bias that is called
What
a
are you talking
Christian
about?
worldview.
Look,
I don't
the
understand what you're
reason why I'm
confused about.
confused, Gio, is because there are relative realists that are Christian. There are
Again, so now you want to have a meta
anti
conversation about
realists.
definitions instead of addressing
No,
an argument?
look, with what you just mean is my Christian ethos, and you just brought
Okay,
up an
did
emotional
I
appeal
did
to
I bring
attend
up
to the rest
anything
of
that was
us, and
non-factual?
that's
Did I bring
fine.
up
You're
anything
just using it
non-factual
as a
about Islam?
strapping horse
Did
to
I
get your
bring
point
up
across, which is
anything
okay.
non-factual?
Wait, one at a time. We're getting rowdy here.
Yeah,
But
my only point, Coco, is that he could have just said his actual point that he actually cares about, as he stated thus far in the dialectic, instead of bringing up a tertiary point that he doesn't really care about insofar as disproving Islam.
How do
The
you know
only
I
thing he
don't care
cares
about it?
about,
I'm a
yeah,
gender
because you're,
critical. I mean, I'm against all type of grooming, all across the board. I mean, I definitely like. What exactly do you think I'm only
yeah, I
against?
can tell you what you care about. You care about any faith that
Yeah,
rejects
yeah,
Christ
I
as
know what a
Lord and
woman is.
Savior. You're
I know
instructed
what
to
a
shoot
woman
it
is.
down.
Does that offend you in any
I
way?
didn't
wait,
bring up
wait,
women.
wait. Let him
What are
No,
you
but I
finish.
can
talking about?
escalate that.
Wait,
Like what
Geovers.
you're saying is that the fact that I mentioned Aisha as my first approach to Islam, being anti-Islam, right? You're just trying
Yeah.
to, I guess, say that I'm a bad person because I'm judging Islam, but I don't judge myself
No, no,
first.
no,
So
no,
you're
no.
saying
I'm
that I'm
saying
not
you're
self-critical.
virtuously posturing because that's not the actual tenet you care about.
Oh, so you know objectively what I care about. So that's an
Yeah,
association
you already
fallacy right
told
there.
me. I actually have it written down in
So
front of
tell
me.
me
You
what
already
I
told me.
care about.
You only care about any
Yeah,
faith that
so
rejects
does
Christ as Lord and
Islam talk
Savior,
against
and you're
Christ?
Oh,
Yes.
sorry, I didn't
Does
know your
Zionism
sentence begun
talk
in the middle of
against
mine.
Christ?
Wait, guys. We have to clean it up.
Yes.
We can't be interrupting each other. So, Geovers, let him finish and answer your question.
Again, like you're trying to steal man my argument.
Well,
But
yeah,
you're
yeah.
failing.
So let him finish answering your question.
No, but he's trying to steal man, but it's just guessing.
Okay, yeah, but you can tell them that after he finishes his sentence.
Okay.
That was a very futile attempt.
Yeah, I objectively know whatever that
No, go ahead,
means,
brother.
what his point is, because he just told us less than a minute ago. He told us explicitly that any faith that rejects Christ as Lord and Savior, he is instructed to shoot it down. He doesn't actually care that they take Aisha or the types of prophets of Muhammad or whatever difference in ethical theory or whatever different metaphysical commitments. The only thing he cares about is that they don't affirm Jesus as God. If they affirm Jesus as God, then the rest of it would be permissible, and surely he'd have theodicies to defend them. I mean, we have inductive
Wow,
motivations of him
what a
doing the
straw
same
man.
type of thing with Christianity. Like,
So
there's
your
obviously
argument is
moral.
nothing I
I don't
said.
know why your sentence
Wait, let
thinks
him
that you're begin the
finish.
But you're
mind.
adding words to my mouth.
Wait, you
You're
have
being
to
bad
let him
faith.
finish. Like, you can give your critiques after he finishes his sentence.
Yeah, thank you, Forrest. Anyways, my point is that he doesn't actually care, or you, Gio, the person watching me right now, you don't actually care about Aisha specifically. Your point for Christianity isn't that I'm instructed to reject any moral atrocities that occur. Your point is that you're just rejected to, or you're objected to reject any faith that rejects Christ as Lord and Savior. it could be the case that Muslims were perfectly moral, good people, saints in your view, but they still reject Jesus, and that's all you'd care about. You're just posturing.
Are you done? Okay. Never, never did I once speak on the nature of Muslim people. I spoke of the school of Islam and Aisha, right? So again, when I mentioned two different faiths that were Zionism and Islam, the congruency between those two faiths is they don't see Jesus the way I do. But that holds no candle to the idea that you're assuming that Christian morality doesn't exist, and I don't judge also all variables within that metric, because all you're doing is assuming that you think that you may know what I actually care about but have not yet mentioned. So if anything, like, you've created like three fallacies back to back. So good try on this steel, man. But again, you can be secular. You can be an atheist, and if I tell you a 5-year-old girl got married to an old man, you don't have to be a Christian or a Buddhist or anything like that, for that matter, theistic, to identify that as a net negative if a society was to cast a vote on it. So my argument stands strong, be it with a Christian worldview or a secular worldview, unless you're pro maps. But again, I don't assume, I just ask directly. So what are your thoughts on underage marriage in general?
I try and steal in what you're saying to see if I'm following for Cage.
Again, you're not going to answer my question. No, you've only still manned my entire position.
That's not me,
All you've done.
dumbass.
It's not him. I'm a different guy. Now,
Oh,
are
that's
you
even
are you
worse.
saying
No,
that
I'm good.
marrying children is bad? That's what you're saying, right?
In modern day,
Yeah, do you think I disagree with
don't
that?
view cultural law to trump.
I just need you to say that
Modern day.
marrying children is bad. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, in 2025, I would never support
In
a child marriage.
2025?
All right, wait. All right, cool.
In Islam,
Okay, well,
you can
I mean,
contractually
if I can
purchase
continue with
small
my
child.
point, I just want to respond to it because, I mean, obviously he thinks that, and maybe this is my miscommunication.
Again, I definitely asked the
Obviously,
question.
I don't know why
I'm
you're
just gonna
speaking in the
obfuscate.
middle of my sentence, right? Let's have some self-control here, Gio. This is the Christian ethos. Anyways, look, I'm not disagreeing that marrying children is wrong. I'm not disagreeing that the Aisha story as told by the Hadith Sadu al-Bukhari are bad. I don't even think that they're like, I'm not even trying to think that they're even reconcilable. All I'm saying here is that his original statement was justice for Aisha, right? Cool. I agree if what you mean is we should reconcile and introspect. Like I stated at the beginning of this dialectic, what I disagree with is a Christian or Jew using that to postulate virtuously to the atheist or emotionally appeal to any other faith that finds this, like I do, morally abhorrent, insofar as to say their faith is true and the other faith is false. And that was sort of explicitly written down when he said, let me restructure what I previously said, the previous statement being justice for Aisha, to any faith that rejects Christ as Lord and Savior, I am instructed to shoot it down and objectively justified in doing so. Notice how he doesn't notice any moral specificities in other faiths or metaphysical specificities. The only thing that he is compelled to reject is just the belief that God is, or Jesus is not God. Meaning he's compelled to reject Unitarian Christians, but he doesn't do that. He brought up Islam. Why is that?
Yeah, Buddhists are also wrong. Mormons are wrong.
But you wouldn't
Protestants
say
are wrong.
justice for them, right?
I mean, a lot of atrocities and indoctrinations happen in Protestant churches, to include the LGBTQ inclusion. But did you ask me any of those questions? Did you do any kind of effective discovery as to how I feel about that? No. You're just operating on a script where you assume all Christians fulfill ... so you can group them all together. But yet, you don't even know my denomination. So to claim you know anything outside of the words that I actually said is just a braggadocious approach at all. I mean, you've yet to answer any of my questions. Like you say, it's not that no. Like, why do you always have to insert a maybe or it could or I'm not saying that? No, just answer outright. If
I
you're
did.
okay, so you're not pro child marriage, right?
No, I think I explicitly stated that the
Right.
7
So
times I brought it
regardless
up.
of any faith or non-faith that would approach you with that situation, you'd be against it, correct?
Yeah, including yours, by the way.
Okay, so you don't have to be a Christian to identify or even claim to have morality,
Never,
right?
yeah. If that's what you think I've been saying, you're very confused. Now, let me be clear with you because this is really important. Was your first statement, is it true that you said justice for Aisha. Is that true?
Along with a whole conversation about
Yep, I'm not talking about the rest of it quite
Zionism.
yet. Is it also true that you then repudiated that statement and
Again, okay.
reaffirmed a new statement being
Attack that
any
argument.
faith that
So
rejects
why is
Christ as
saying
Lord and
justice for
Savior,
Aisha a
I am
bad thing?
instructed to shoot it down. Is that true?
Okay, I'm granting your argument, but can you comment
Okay, so
on the
both of
net
those
negative
things are
of justice
true?
for Aisha? Why did justice for Aisha trigger you so? What
Oh,
about that
because I
statement?
think as a Christian, when you have
Mhm.
three pointers, finger like, look, I mean, it's not the first time I've spoken
Again,
to you, Gio. You've
you're
tried to
saying
justify the
three
most
fingers
crazy.
pointed.
Again, I don't know why you think that your sentence begins in the middle of mine. Anyways, when you're trying to defend theological, when you're trying to defend theodicy, using theodicies for the Bible to any type of objection, whether it be secular or faith-based, like the LPOE, like the LPT, like divine hiddenness, any insofar as these objections are concerned, you use theodicies, which are religious defenses using scriptural evidence to try to postulate a narrative in such a way that is palatable to your interlocutor. Islam does the same thing, but you're judging them for doing the same thing in debate that you're doing constantly every single day. And then when I try to see what your actual motivations are, it's not the case that you actually care about those dialectic virtues or the type of moral virtues we're discussing here in this conversation. It's just the case that you care that they reject Jesus as God. That's the only thing you care about. And how do I know this? I didn't assume it. You explicitly stated that to me. I have it written in front of me.
No, I actually quoted Paul in Corinthians that teaches us. I said Paul teaches us to shoot down talks against Christ. So again, you're assuming incorrectly. See,
That's not true. I have it written here.
When you use scripture, it's grounding foundation, meaning not just how I feel.
I have it in front of me. I have exactly
I
what
never
you said. You said, let me
Islam
reaffirm. I'm going to quote you. You said, let me readjust what I previously or priorly said. Then you went on to say, any faith that rejects Christ as Lord and Savior, I am instructed to shoot it down, and I am objectively justified to do
Okay,
so
so when I said
theologically
shoot it
and
down,
epistemologically.
you define what I meant by that? When I say
Yeah,
shoot it
provide
down.
arguments that it's false in virtue that they don't accept Christ as Lord and Savior.
Hold up. Did you say
is
can
that,
can I intervene
wait,
for a minute?
but isn't
Just
that
one
what all
question.
Christian apologists do? Wait, hang on. You're saying that no other Christian apologist does this? Or is this yet again another blanket statement to identify Christianity as a group of similar goals, similar approaches, but different t-shirts on?
I don't think I can say I've ever seen a Christian apologist try to say that Islam is false in virtue of Aisha. They might say their meta-ethical
So no one
commitments are
has
false,
ever argued.
but not Islam.
Wow.
Because people are
You're
too
so
afraid
bad
to
faith.
insult the truth.
Maybe you
You're
could
either really bad
provide.
faith or like
Maybe you
a
could
Muslim
provide a
that got
Christian
offended.
apologist that I don't know tries to display the falsehood of
Jay Dyer?
Islam.
Jay Dyer?
Yeah, he
Jay
talks
Dyer?
about his meta ethics.
Jay
right?
Dyer just canceled Muslim Lantern. He just exposed Muhammad Hijab. So what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Many
Do you know?
many
Wait, did you
speakers
even watch
on
the
YouTube right
videos?
now from Preacher's Corner.
Did you even watch the video? Do you know what they were talking about?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you tell me what the proposition of debate was
Okay,
between the two
do
of
you
them?
know what the Islam dilemma is?
Yeah, I do.
That
Can you
Jesus
answer
prayed to
my
his
question
Father.
that I asked you
But
first?
hang on. Again,
No, I want
you're
you to
only
answer a question. You
asking
charged
questions
me
and
with not
guessing.
answering questions.
You're
You don't answer
only
anything.
asking questions and guessing things. Aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm taking. Oh my God.
Answers
So dumb.
question.
Forced to answer his question, but he can't answer mine.
I've answered 4 of his, Coco. He's just
What was
being
my last
dumb.
question? Go ahead. Lie.
Your last
On a
question
lie,
was you
lie.
just you
Repeat my
said
last
what
question.
is it? Yeah, your question was what is it that you assume of all Christians that they object to Muslims using this type of rhetoric you're using?
That was the first question I asked like 10 minutes ago. I directly just said.
I'm glad I can track for the last 10 minutes. That's crazy.
No, but which means that you ignored the last 10 minutes of what I said.
Well, that's not true, right? You couldn't.
So when I said that Jay
you,
Dyer and God Logic and all these guys approached the Islam dilemma with, if Jesus prayed to the Father, how can Allah be God if Allah
That's
has
the
never
LPT, you moron.
proclaimed
That's not what we're discussing.
to be a father? If Allah cannot be a father,
That's exactly
he
why I
cannot have a
said you
son.
don't know the topic of debate.
If
You're
Allah
lost in
cannot
the
be a
sauce.
father, no,
Oh
listen,
my
you're
God,
not
you're so
listening.
dumb.
Again, he's about to get triggered. If Allah can Allah be a father according to Islam?
Let's get clear here. Do you
Again,
think
he's not
that
going to answer because he doesn't know.
if I grant the LPT, which by the way is what you're discussing here, do you think I'm talking about moral commitments?
Am I bringing up moral commitments?
That's why I'm confused because the debate
So
between those
if the
3
moral commitment is to
interlocutors,
not lie,
the
then yes.
debate between those 3 interlocutors was on the LPT, you idiot, not
Okay,
moral
so
theory.
if the moral variable
So you're
here
just
is to
dumb.
not
You brought
lie,
up
then yes.
examples that you don't even
If
read.
it's
You didn't even
about not
fucking
lying,
read. You didn't even read the
I'll grant
fucking
your I'll
thumbnail.
grant your question if you
It's
calm
in the
down.
thumbnail. You're an
Bro, you're
idiot.
swerving out. Bro, relax. If
It's
it's in
crazy like
regards
this
to the
dumb.
morality of
Getting
telling the truth,
rhetorically
then
backshotted, face
yes.
down, ass up type shit.
Then yes,
Let him
there
go.
is
Let
a
him go.
moral
Let him go.
dilemma.
Let him go,
Yes.
coach.
So if one is allowed to lie to bring honor to their faith, then yes, that is a moral dilemma. That is a net negative that I do not want to live in a society in which I'm compelled or coerced to lie. Therefore, why I'm against many things that you've had to ask for. All you're doing is coming up with braggadocious estimations based on either Christians you spoke with before or the fact that you identify as being, I guess, a better Christian. Because I can recall that you said you were Orthodox, or was that somebody else?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm just gonna respond to this. This guy's trying to like obfuscate from the point. The point was that he said justice for Aisha as a type of moral objection to Islam being false. I asked him a bunch of questions that he eventually
I'm never
recanted that
claiming that was
statement.
why they were
Can we
false. I
muzzle this
just
dog while I finish this?
wow. Go
Okay,
ahead. You can job me, mute me.
one at a
Yeah,
time.
thank you. Anyways, he recanted that statement. Crazy, right? Who would recant justice for Aisha to then change it to something completely irrelevant to the prior claim, which is
I never
any
recanted
faith
it.
that rejects. Can we muzzle him? Any faith that rejects Christ as Lord and Savior, I'm instructed to shoot it down and objectively justified in doing so, epistemologically and theologically. Okay, great. That has no relevance to the moral objection that he was previously positing that he recanted on. Okay, great. That's awesome. Then he talks about how any Christian doesn't do this in virtue of proving Islam false because they're arguing all the time. Jay Dyer debates with God Logic and Muhammad Hijab. Awesome. Did he even listen to the debate for more than 5 minutes? The debate was on the Trinity being true and logical, not on moral theory. It's actually the case that Jay Dyer agrees with Muhammad Hijab for moral realism. That's crazy. So either he didn't listen to the debates, he was confused throughout the entirety of the watch of the debate, and he's confused on what my actual objection to his original claim was that he recanted. That's insane. I mean, maybe just so we're being good faith here, maybe he can reproduce what it is that I'm objecting to with his original statement and his secondary affirmation that he recanted his prior original statement to do so with. So why don't we go ahead and do that?
Wow, like the self-proclamation is crazy. But yeah, GG you won, bro. But all I'm gonna say is that I have not yet to recant any feelings I have toward the normalization of many cases like Aisha. Secondly, I never referenced LTP or whatever you tried to mention 8 times. I'm really saying that many times, as a debate topic, it has been brought up many times that Muslims could not explain how Allah cannot be the Father, but yet Jesus Christ prayed to his Father in the garden. That right there is what God Logic calls the Islamic dilemma. I never brought up Muhammad Hijab and Jay Dyer debating at a certain date, certain conversation. So again, you're trying to steelman something I never
He literally
said.
did.
So
He's just
I'm not
lying now.
recanting the fact that there are complete contradictions, and if you operate on the law of logic, you can't really have contradictions, can you? So again,
He's just
you're
lying.
assuming that I'm not, at the very least,
Wait, Cage, let him finish.
again, thank you. So again, because I believe that to lie is a moral issue in many variables, yes, even with identity, okay? So yes, you can call me a gender critical as well, okay? So I'm not just a one-tune, TikTok debater like you, right? But what I believe is that for you to say that Jay Dyer believes Muhammad Hijab, when you brought up the Trinity 4 words earlier, are you also saying that Jay Dyer is now a non-Trinitarian by that metric? So when you say they disagree, what exactly do they disagree with? If the debate is about is the Trinity real, it's either A or B. So does Muhammad
Are you
now?
done yet?
I mean, did he convince Jay Dyer on the Trinity? The answer is no, but go ahead and try and say yes.
Yeah, that's crazy. This guy has like clear tracking issues. I don't know if he's like
Again, I asked the question
psychologically
and you won't
Can we
answer it.
muzzle him?
Well, I'm about to.
I don't know if he's like psychologically disabled or something.
got
That'd be fine. I have plenty of resources for you. But what's relevant here is I said Muhammad Hijab and Jay Dyer agree on their meta-ethical commitments of moral realism. Somehow this slow fuck interpreted me as saying that they share the same Trinitarian commitments when there's literally a debate that he referenced, right? He brought up on YouTube right now between the two of them discussing that very issue. Now, if you're confused on what a
I didn't bring up
Trinitarian
that
or
issue.
logical
Cage, let him
problem of the
finish.
Trinity objection is compared to meta-ethical objections, yeah, when this God Logic, who by the way is like a dumbass spur, by the way, is like completely irrelevant to the topic of whether they share meta-ethical commitments because God Logic's objection, quote unquote, is just a very primitive, infantile logical problem of the Trinity, wherein the persons of the Trinity are not all identical, but they're all somehow God. That's the kind of point that Jay Dyer attempts to defend against. But for some reason, you interpret that as me bringing up moral theories, which I'm not even sure how like your slow fuck brain is connecting the two, and I'm not even sure how you're connecting that to what I priorly said that you failed to reproduce.
Nah, again, like this is definitely the last time I'm gonna be here because you have to mute and drop me to make your point. I guess tap
Why?
Oh, yeah,
Because you won't
wait,
shut
tap
the
yourself on the
fuck
back.
up when he's
No, it's okay.
talking.
Tap
That's
yourself on
the
the back
issue.
because that's how.
The
wait,
issue is
hold
that
on.
I've had to drop you like 10 times because you won't shut up, and you're saying we're bad faith and I'm abusing my power, but the person who's abusing their power is
First,
you
that means
speaking
6
over the other person. So I'm gonna keep muzzling you
That
like
means
a
6 seconds.
dog
But
because you're acting like one. If you act like
Yeah,
an animal, I'll treat you like one. If you act like a human being, a grown man, I'll treat you like one. Stop over talking Cage. He's not over talking you. I'm being fair about it. I'm dropping you because you don't have the ability to control yourself. Exercise that and show us that you can be an adult that's mature and
I'm not gonna show
rational.
you anything
Thank you. I don't give a shit about what you have to say.
hold on.
Act like an adult and I'll treat you like one.
Wait.
Act like a child and I'll treat you like one as well. That's it.
Okay. So really quick. Well, let me just be clear. For this live, I have placed Forrest and Wit as mod. Because I trust them, because they're my closest friends.
Great.
And
But look at the gold count, though. But look at the gold count. So again, go ahead and make a bad mark.
Wait. I'm in the middle of talking.
He's over talking Coco. It's
Yeah,
done.
like I'm the host. I'm talking, so I'm gonna get this out really quick. For this live, I've made Wit and Forrest a mod because I feel like they're responsible and they can manage the live. If you disrespect them, you're disrespecting me. Do not disrespect them. The reason that we keep dropping you from the panel, Geoverse, is because we keep telling you to stop interrupting Cage, and you keep interrupting Cage. And so we have to mute you, and then you keep unmuting to interrupt Cage, and so we have to drop you. But to be fair, Cage has also been interrupting Geoverse. It has been going back and forth, interruptions from both parties, like, to be honest. So we need everyone to like speak one at a time because the audience is also trying to track the conversation. And both of you talking at the same time, like it turns a conversation that's like this to this. And like nobody can understand what's happening when two people are really talking at the same time.
What is going on? Okay.
Okay, so like let's have one flow of conversation, please.
Can we get a new conversation going? I have a debate I've been trying to get on with Cage for a while.
Okay. So like let's
know what his view is, but it's false.
Real quick. I like how he said that he also wasn't going to request back if I dropped him. And what's going on? I see you.
about that.
Oh no, it's still Friday. It's still
Forget about
Friday.
that. Let's continue forward, please.
No, just moving forward. I probably won't return. I mean, it's a waste of time.
Okay, bye.
Wait, don't drop him. Let's just move forward. What's the next conversation?
That's crazy rhetoric. If you boot me,
right.
I'm not coming back.
No, I mean it's a repeated offense. I mean of bad
Anime
faith
type
nature.
shit.
I didn't
Well,
curse
you-
once. I didn't scream at
Yeah,
somebody. I
I'm
didn't
just
use no
I'm
powers,
just
nothing.
kind of concerned about your debate skills.
No, you
Like,
guys
wait,
just operate
I'm
on
curious-
coomerism. So go ahead and
I
Google
wanted to ask
coomerism,
Whit
and I
something.
wish you luck with that. P,
When
you're,
I
you're
was,
Muslim and you got triggered. It's fine.
I don't know
get
what-
it.
Entire
certainly
panel,
not
Christian
Muslim.
and atheist, is annoyed with me.
Muhammad is
They
a
all
Christ,
must
get
be
it.
the
That
problem.
upsets
When
me.
you got Wit and I agreeing on something, you've done something impermissibly wrong.
Did I just not talk about like not interrupting each other and speaking one at a time?
They
Can we
just
get
interrupted
that
me, both of
together?
them.
Gio,
I agree.
just have some self control a little bit. All right.
Self
Cage,
control. You said okay, bye.
just responded
4
to
seconds
the
ago. What are you
meta.
talking
We didn't
about?
Oh
Again,
God! Do you
I
have
was
to
gonna
bring up
invest in you,
every
bro.
offense?
It was a good panel where I had a lot of
chill
options.
out. You're being
Son,
very
so
female
I'm gonna take my
minded.
business health right now.
You're being very
All good.
female minded. I need you
Oh
to
no,
be
I'm not. I'm good.
Like, I just wanted to ask Whit.
I mean, I get it.
When I brought up Muhammad Hijab and Jay Dyer agreeing
I
on the
didn't watch that
ethical
debate. That's all I'm
commitments,
saying.
did you take it that I
Gio.
was saying that they?
Go
I don't know.
ahead.
He just can't control himself. It's crazy. Did you take it that I was saying they share similar Trinitarian commitments?
No, I didn't
No, I'm
take
telling you
it
flat
like
out. I never saw that
Okay.
debate. The last debate I saw was the Zionism debate, which is why I
that.
brought.
Literally asking me.
Didn't
the
he bring it up
Who
though?
dropped him?
He was
Me?
answering a question that wasn't even for him.
Yes.
Oh wait, was Cage asking Wit?
Yes.
Yes, I wasn't asking him.
Hello?
We were asking
Hi,
him.
sir.
He was obviously confused that I was like, no shit,
No,
Jay
I
Dyer, the
didn't
Trinitarian.
Yeah, no, I didn't take that you were saying they shared the same Trinitarian understanding.
Keisha, when you point to God,
Hey, how about you shut the fuck up?
and you point to Jesus, are you denoting the same object in the
I'm
world?
denoting your mom.
How was it not for you when he literally said, "Hey, wit," and not Geoverse?
I don't know this faggot by name.
Whoa!
Fuck all you guys and dick, titty, everything. Goodbye, pussy, butthole pleasures. You guys.
Bro just started saying all the words he could. Bro,
Don't talk about don't talk about Bart like that.
Don't talk about slurs like that.
Hey, watch it, Wit.
That's crazy. Anyways, yeah,
Geoverse,
Kaysen's
we're
position
not
is
gonna do
false.
that.
Yeah, so Cage said that he could defend that the resurrection happened. I'm ready to hear it.
Yeah, obviously can grant that the resurrection happened. Look, the obvious
If he
copious
could grant it,
amounts.
asked if he could provide an argument.
Look,
Look, my argument is going to conclude necessarily in the premises wherein the conclusion is the resurrection obviously
Look, what's
happened.
true of the humans that if true of the animals would make it permissible to Holocaust?
Yeah, so what Star's going to do is he's
Yeah,
actually
it's
going to
not
go
what
on mute,
leads
and Cage is going to provide the
necessarily,
premise.
it's what leads inescapably to the conclusion, sir.
Why are hippos good at hiding in trees? Go ahead.
Get the fucking trap.
They're very good at it.
My argument for the resurrection occurred.
Hang on. Michael Smith says he just farted in chat. Everybody, give a stinky face to Michael Smith in chat, please.
No thanks.
Okay, I'm not going to do it either. Hey, thanks for the roses, Brendan. Thank you, Brendan.
Just the case that if it's just going to be a simple hypothetical syllogism, which if Kaysen is obviously uninformed on the logical structure and format of the argument, it's just going to be if P then Q, Q there, or if P then Q, Q there, if P then Q, if Q then R, if R
Yeah,
then
so that's going to be stumbling error number one.
Yeah,
and so I'm going to want to know what those
yeah,
variables
yeah.
actually represent. What's
Yeah,
the
hey,
proper
S5
content of
Axiom,
those
you
variables?
fucking fumbled that so bad. You must be so embarrassed.
Oh my God, I am embarrassed. But look
Look at
I
this.
mean, let's just
Look
get
at
the
this slow boy. Look at
conclusion.
this slow boy just stuttering.
Stuttering.
Yeah, name
look,
9
I'll just
inference rules
giving
right
his
now.
premises.
Go ahead.
I'll just put my argument in chat, okay? Because
Excuse
clearly
me.
these guys
Name 9
can't
inference.
inform.
Excuse me. Name 9 inference rules right now. Go ahead.
9 fuck, I don't know if I can name 9.
9?
Fuck.
Yeah, that's going
let's
to be
see.
blunder number 1.
Yeah, that's gonna be
Look,
dodge
the
number
structure,
2.
the structure of the argument is going to be exactly as I put it in chat. So clearly, the first proposition is going to be that if we have a large phenomenological account of the resurrection, then the resurrection likely occurred. If the resurrection likely occurred, then we have reason to believe in it occurring. The conclusion is we have reason.
I disagree with
to believe that the
P1.
resurrection occurred. How do you disagree with the simple material implication?
Emmett Till example.
Oh my God. Okay, I'll motivate P1 through supplementary argumentation. So, if it's the case that Jesus resurrected, then we'd expect a large phenomenological account. Jesus Christ resurrected, therefore we have a phenomenological account.
Sure, but presumably you wouldn't say that the
That's not a valid. That's not valid. That's not valid.
Presumably you wouldn't say the proposition's more likely than not just given one piece of data. We'd have to consider more evidence.
I am considering the more evidence, which is the culture and circumstances of the time that, when factored into the
Yeah,
Bayesian
so that
analysis,
actually
we're going
wasn't
to lead
stated
to
in
conclusions
P1,
true.
so this is going to be a complete just fucking shift. This is a quantum shift, bro.
I accept the premises, but reject the conclusion.
What a blunder on
I'm
this
gonna need
guy's
you to
end.
lock the fuck in.
Of course he's black. Anyways, what I was saying before is that the conclusion must yield in a material implication. So what I'm going to do here is show that if the resurrection occurred, then we would have phenomenological accounts of them occurring. However, if the resurrection occurred, then we'd have good phenomenological accounts of them occurring, and that's going to be P1.
I don't grant that data.
What? Well, then you're just an idiot. We have empirical
Doesn't
facts
exist.
to motivate this. What do you mean? We have good tertiary evidence that good tertiary empirical evidence that the current surrounding cultural facts and data of the time would concur in there likely not being an empty tomb. There is an empty tomb, which means it's more likely the case that some some divine occurrence happened there.
Yeah, I don't grant that there's an empty tomb. See Sir.1.0 for that.
What an idiot. This guy doesn't even know basic history. This guy looks like sacred cruelty in the dialectic thus far.
Let's not act like Prook up here. Hey, how does it go, Slurms? What does Prook say?
You're going to hell?
No.
What?
Boko's still on this pasta shit.
do Prook.
He's carving up for the race.
You got a match in a couple hours or something?
Yeah.
Wait, did you say something about pasta?
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck are you doing with all that? Like, that's a giant ass
Clearly
bowl of
talking
pasta.
about you, Coco. Who the fuck else is eating pasta right now?
Who else has a plate of pasta and sunglasses and a hat and a hoodie?
That's not a plate. You call that a plate, you fat fuck?
Bro, why are you wearing sunglasses?
Oh my god. That's a plate to you, Slurms?
Because
What? Is that what?
Clearly a
Hello?
fucking bowl, Slurms.
He's
You
outside at a
fucking
pasta.
idiot.
He's outside at a pasta picnic.
It's a fucking plate to him. How fucking large are you?
Oh no!
I'm just chilling in Cedar Rapids.
Oh no, Jim.
Yeah, that's what we call the grandma plate.
Is Jim high?
Wait, Jim, I'm not sure you can do that on camera because TikTok. I don't know.
Look at his
Are you at a fucking bar? Where are you?
And why do you look like an idiot?
Is he at a bar?
Wow.
Is he in the bathroom of a bar?
I don't know where he is.
Who are you guys talking about, Jim or Coco?
You can't see you. You're like cutting in and out. Oh, there you go.
Coco is certainly not at a bar. I could totally picture Coco showing up like that to a bar though. 100%. I'm ready to pull the baddies.
He's pulling something.
The
He's
glass
only
is so
pulling.
cool. That's the only
He's
reason.
only
why.
pulling the chuz. Wait, I forgot my audience. These are all like 40-year-old people. Fuck. Chuz stands for chubby hutz.
40-year-old people? Wow.
Well,
Yeah,
Slurms doesn't know what
clearly
chuz
old
is.
enough for AARP.
You know what?
So it's
Fuck
got-
off, Slurms. You
I think if
chubby
Wit dyed
fuck.
Sorry, not Wit. I think if
Clark?
Imagine if Jim dyed his hair platinum white. That'd be such a fucking power move. I'm just lying. I'm just kidding.
Would that be
Give
fucked
it a
up
few
or what?
years. It's gonna be fucking platinum.
That'd be sick. Can you imagine? Like how fucking awesome that'd be?
I'm just gonna dye like my mustache and my like beard platinum white.
Yeah, there you go.
He's just gonna die.
Why is your hat so deflated,
Wow,
Coco?
really? Jesus.
I meant because of your decrepit
It looks
age.
empty.
Oh,
Now you look like Slim Shady. If he was black.
Oh my god, Coco and Kason are matching.
let's go.
You're literally the same person.
Yo, you guys need to debate like this.
Yeah.
So
you
it's
can
why
debate.
is it inverted?
Why do you guys look like the Unabomber?
Unabomber.
Wait, are you
fucking crazy?
Why is
Wait,
it
are
like
you two?
inverted? When I
Are
go
you
like
two
left,
related?
it goes right.
Are you
Wait,
two
wait,
No, it's
related?
inverted.
What are you talking about? Like, you know what?
Yeah, so it's actually going to be the case that evil doesn't disconfirm God.
God.
Wait a minute. Do you guys know who the Unabomber is?
Ted
I
Cruz?
just heard bomb and I was like, this is probably.
What do you mean? Do we know?
Oh my god, they're babies.
World War II legend.
You know,
So what's going
Best
to be the
German, what's it called? The best German, wait, was he German or English? One of the two. He was known as the Red Death.
I'm using face cam, but it's like still inverted for some reason. And is there a filter on my face? How do I
How
turn
many
this
rings
stuff
do you
off?
have?
Yeah, you look like a real freak. There must be a filter on.
How do I
Yes.
turn it
Does
off?
anybody want to debate philosophy or what?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's
Anybody?
talk about your clearly false position of aesthetic anti-realism.
Let's.
No.
Yeah. So
You guys-
what's your argument against radical aesthetic relative?
Radical aesthetic? You mean finger painting for 2-year-olds?
Well, obviously you're not read on the literature, so I'm not going to waste my time with you.
Sorry, that just sounded rhetorically fucking crazy.
So hard to
In
see
my-
through these.
You guys have been debating fucking aesthetic realism like over and over again.
My position now is radical aesthetic relativism.
That sounds really
the same finger painting. Saying anything could be
Do you
art.
have-
sounds fucking
do you ha-
terrible.
Do you have an argument? Do you have an argument that aesthetic relativism is not true?
Yeah, and when I rhetorically dog walk you, you're gonna call it beautiful how that shit's relative. Anyways, here's my argument.
I
Elon is gonna
will
be
always be a quietist on this issue.
why? There's good reasons.
Because who cares?
Yeah, let's get this
Guys,
guy out of here.
The
He's
reason,
not a
sir,
real
is
one.
like when you're at your wedding, right? If you say, "I think you're so beautiful," subjectively, and I really want to marry you, right? Like you shouldn't be like what you're saying there is like you got to say subjectively to the audience so that you can tell them that she's only a relative baddie.
Like I would ever try to explain that to
Why is
someone.
that such a good argument? Fuck you, Jim.
Like, you really want to look at her mom and say your daughter's only
I
beautiful?
take
because
beauty
of
and art to be solely conceptual, and
They're sexual.
it's only gonna contextual.
What?
Relative to the moment.
Huh?
Relative to the moment.
Of course, Kason would hear that.
What's
Look
this
at
guy
him.
talking about?
Conceptual. No, I think beauty is a real feature of the world.
Textual,
Like,
not consensual. No,
Wait, do
consensual.
you really think that, or are you just kind of playing devil's advocate?
no, I do lean towards some form of realism.
You take, yeah, I take an
Kate, you're a
anti-realist
fascinating guy. It was
position
what,
on
like,
a.
8
what?
months ago you're epistemic nihilist, and
Off
now
it.
you think beauty is real.
It must be really confusing. Okay, so look, I mean, the only reason I was an epistemic nihilist was because I was in a call with a bunch of people, and they were all infallibilists and foundationalists about knowledge, which that combination is fucking horrible. And that's why I brought nihilism, because it's just a different solution as opposed to,
Wait,
Methodism.
what's wrong with foundationalism?
Well, in conjunction with infallibilism, you're saying that your proper beliefs are infallible, which is crazy. Bless you.
Maybe the conjunct is has issues,
What
but
was that?
foundationalism.
What's
is
happening with
valid.
those women in the
What do
picture?
you got going on over there, Jim?
What do you got going on?
Jim, I think, is at a bar.
What's going on over there?
It looked like they were giggling and having a good time.
Yeah, and you're sitting here talking to us
Well,
about
you know.
philosophy, you fuck.
When you're around me, you're always giggling and having a good time.
That's not true. That's fucking not true at all.
He's asked for their arguments already.
What's your fucking argument for that?
He's talking about foundationalism again, Allison.
Here's the argument. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore P, you're not having a good time because you're not around
That's
me.
not
Therefore,
valid.
Being around
That's
me
not valid.
is having a good time.
That's not valid.
Oh, okay, all right.
No, it's not. It's not valid. I don't accept it.
I accept all the premises.
Name me
and reject the
five. Name me
conclusion.
five. Name me 5 infant rules right now.
What's the argument that I should do that?
One.
Wow, you look so fucking bad right now. You think you look good right now, Jim?
This is crazy. I'm like dog walking you.
Imagine going up to a girl in a club asking her for the argument why you should sleep with her.
Yeah, what's the argument that we shouldn't have sex?
You should come back to my place. What's the argument for that?
Premise 1.
You know,
I don't like
I've
the way
tried that,
Coco looks
but
at
that
me. Now
pickup
I
line
give
just doesn't work.
argument.
Premise 1, you already make terrible decisions. Premise 2, this is a terrible decision. And just some invalid conclusion. What is she? She's not going to know a fallacy when she sees it. Let's be real.
I got a fallacy.
Right here.
By that I mean
by 1 second.
It's called
Did you
a
see the
3-inch
guy-
fallacy.
Did you see the guy that like was arguing with his wife and intentionally used all invalid logic in his conclusions?
What?
This guy did a video where he's like,
Yeah, he's
did see
talking
that?
to his wife, and he's like
Oh,
speed
yeah.
running the fallacies.
Yeah, I saw
Yeah,
that.
that's pretty funny. He
That
sounded
sounds
like a
like-
chick.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He sounds like a woman.
Haha.
Why is Black Stallion's been awfully quiet here? Look, I mean, Black Stallion, we can power scale if you want. Oh, sorry, for the older people on panel, power scaling is when you take an anime and rank how powerful they are indexed to the real world.
That sounds fucking awful.
I mean,
What about the fool's
I was
guy?
joking, Coco. Oh my
I mean,
god.
Don't do it, Coco. I want to talk about fucking anime. Jesus fucking Christ.
This fool's
Why
guy
not?
might have something to say.
Dragon Ball Z, like Pokemon.
Those are your top 2 animes?
Well, no. Bleach is really good. One Piece is really good. Naruto is really good. Wait, you guys don't want to talk about anime? Like,
No.
Guy above me, what's his deal?
F-Man
What's going on?
Brotherhood and Orgo Proxy, my top 2.
Enough.
Oh,
No.
good Christ.
Shut up.
Wait, do you guys know who that is?
What? Who?
Ew.
Stir. That's Chester.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Roger
that's
State of
Chester.
Phoenix.
Oh,
That's the kid when I hear one.
Whoa.
okay.
It's true. Is he
Oh,
not
by the way,
Mexican? That's crazy.
What are you trying
I
to
have,
say, senor?
I have one person in the guest request.
Who is it?
All right,
Forrest Mendez.
we'll have to get rid of Wit.
Oh, fuck.
Mods cannot be kicked from the panel. They
Yeah,
have security.
bitch.
Ah, shit.
Oh, you kicked Cage.
We know he dropped.
I like how they threw out Cage.
No, he dropped.
Place Cage for Forrest?
Yeah,
Jesus.
I'm gonna go ahead and be a martyr because so Jim gets dropped for that comment.
No,
So you can just
Lord.
come on up.
You can't drop him. He's abusing his mod powers.
Can I just say?
I was just gonna let
Yeah,
Cage
never
come
mind,
up,
never
but I think that it's better used Jim's spot instead for Cage.
Wait, no, Jim is an honored guest. Wait, come back here, Jim.
Honored.
Honored? He's doing dishonor to his religion by speaking to loose women in a bar.
He's atheist.
Loose women.
Yeah, atheists don't believe in talking to loose women.
What?
Says who?
What?
Come up, Jim.
Oh, bring Jim up. He's got to defend himself now.
No. Cage can take my spot. It's cool.
Oh no, it's okay. No, stay.
I'm playing Overwatch anyway. I'm playing Overwatch anyway. And your anime list is like, it sounds like somebody who just like picked some random things.
He said he's playing Overwatch because he's a lesbian.
Trans lesbian.
Sorry.
Like Jesus.
Sorry. No.
So what now? We got any off?
No.
Hey, where's that? For the record, my phone died. Sorry. Did that guy ever concede to Cage or no?
I'll be an op.
Keeson and Wade, two don't count.
Why? I can literally argue.
Jason, I can't.
You're an atheist, Wit. You're an atheist.
I'm not an
LARPing
atheist.
FNEO.
You go fuck yourself.
Damn.
How about that?
Yeah, how about
What's the argument for that?
It's kind of like going back to an ex arguing with you, Keison. It's like been there, done that.
I can give you like 10
let's
things you've
team
never
up.
heard before. You
Let's
just don't even know
team
they're
up.
fun either.
Jason,
What's happening?
What?
we need to team up.
On
to be
who?
ops.
What are we arguing for?
Everybody on this fucking panel.
That seems like the worst duo in history.
Actually,
It's
let's
the greatest
run it.
duo.
Let's run it.
Okay, Coco's first.
What? Okay. What's happening? What's the topic?
So why are you agnostic, buddy?
Yeah.
Because I don't have compelling evidence to believe that God exists.
Is compelling evidence?
Yeah.
Look at me. I don't know. I just don't know.
Anything groundbreaking or that
Groundbreaking? What's your standard for groundbreaking?
is, something that would objectively prove that God exists.
Presumably, it would just
What?
need to be anything that raises the probability of the proposition over 0.5,
Yeah.
right?
I agree. That's the definition of evidence. Yeah.
That's groundbreaking, right?
Wow, you think there's just one definition of evidence?
Well,
You know
I
how
mean, like
embarrassing you look?
It's my definition of evidence.
Oh.
But the evidence doesn't really like compel me to believe in a God exists.
The argument I should stick to your definition of evidence.
You compel me
do
to
you have
drink bleach.
Do you have a better definition of evidence?
That
well-
didn't answer my question. Dodge number one. What's the argument?
Okay. Give me a couple seconds here. So, I'm defining evidence as anything that raises.
I didn't ask you to define evidence.
I'm
You're just
working
trying to
on it. I'm
ask
working
you
on it.
why it should hold
We're getting
to
there.
your definition of evidence.
Okay. I this is new to me. I don't know what I'm doing here.
Oh, yeah. Concession number one. Done, overcooked. Christ is God. Glory to
Yeah,
the Father,
yeah,
the Son, and
yeah,
the Holy
yeah,
Spirit.
yeah. So P1 realism is false. P2 definitions are linguistic tools that are anti-real. Conclusion:
That sounds terrible. That was the worst fucking argument I've ever heard.
What premise do you disagree with of that argument?
Fucking thing.
Dot number one.
That's funny.
So how would I build a premise-based argument to justify my definition of evidence? Essentially, other people on the panel can help. Damn. Okay.
That was a quick answer from Slurms.
Who are you calling for your lifeline? I'm Regis Philbin. I'm just asking.
Forrest, give me a premise-based argument for how to
You don't
justify
have
my
to. You don't
definition
have to
of evidence.
justify definitions. Go.
Wait, what?
You don't have to justify definitions. That's just how you're using them.
Define them.
Or like give reasons for why they should accept my definition of evidence.
What do you mean by you don't have just tell her? Look, wait. You don't have to accept his definition.
Yeah, that's why I literally said. Well, I mean, like I asked her what her definition for evidence is.
You don't even need to ask that. When you use a word, there's no accepting the definition. That's just how you're using the word.
You can deny how the definitions.
Yeah, you can deny. Like if someone defines something a certain way, you can say
like there's something like it's not just the case that we're just like applying things towards in most cases there's something that we're trying to pick out that we have experiential data upon. So there's already some like.
How do you define experiential?
Okay.
Wait, no. If you guys aren't talking about the same thing, then of course that can be clarified. But to say I don't accept your definition is just like a weird thing to say.
Well, like let's say like there was some notion that's agreed upon about like the nature of evidence and that it's supposed to indicate that the proposition is true. Well, let's say like Coco gave some like more in-depth answer as to what evidence is, and it's like that like plus something that's more in-depth. Well, it might just be like, well, I don't accept that definition because I don't think it correctly characterizes the type of thing that indicates that the proposition is true.
Yeah, but that's not you not accepting the definition. That's you not accepting that would be a good reason to motivate someone to think that the thing is true.
Huh?
That's not you. That's not you not accepting how he's using the word evidence. That's you accepting that that's not.
Well, I'm sorry. Do you think that I am accepting how they're using the word evidence?
What? No, I'm not.
It's either the case that I am accepting it or I'm not, right?
Wait, I don't think you understand what I mean. Right? If I said, this thing is a bunny and I'm talking about a pig, it doesn't matter if you accept it or not. When I'm saying bunny, I'm referring to the pig. Now, if you're talking about a pig, it would be the case that when I talk about a bunny, we're not talking about the same thing. If that's all you mean by accept, then that's not what I think of when I think of like accepting something. When I think of accepting a definition, I don't even know how that could be used, because when you're talking about accepting something, it just means how the word's being used.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're wrong.
I didn't think that like me just trolling at this point would lead to this conversation, but this is good.
Good job.
Wait, Wit was trolling the whole time?
Yeah, how did Wit get us into like a shark conversation?
Wait, this is good. Good job, Wit. No, genuinely.
Yeah, you're welcome. That's what I'm here for.
Wait, do you think that God has intersubjective knowledge over people's experiences? Meaning, do you think that God knows how people feel in certain situations?
Intersubjective what the what?
Wait, sorry, Coco.
Yes, I do.
You know how it feels to be horny?
He doesn't experience it in such a way. Marion. Huh?
Does he know what it's like?
What?
Oh my fucking God.
This is creepy.
Okay, I'm sorry. We don't have
Oh, so I'm gonna. Yeah. I'm not gonna.
Get off Reddit, Kason.
This is from Ryan Mullins.
Ryan Mullins?
Ryan Mullins.
He read this in his book like a year
I didn't know
ago.
Ryan
You know what?
Mullins was a
I've
sex
gone into
pervert.
this before. I found some kind of article based on it or whatever, but it's
Gooner?
It's
not about like God's knowledge isn't like in a sense an experiential thing.
Yeah, there's ways you can respond to it.
Yeah, there's ways you can get around it.
Wait a minute. Are you rejecting qualia then? Like he can know something without experiencing it?
I'm rejecting that you are a skinny good person.
You get that? You're not a
You're
good
saying I'm
person and you're
fat
also
and bad?
not skinny.
Yes.
That sounds like a compliment to me.
Just kidding.
Fatty with a fatty.
Like PHAT and like BADDIE, because like we need to justify those. We need to clarify those terms.
I mean, I'm a big guy. I don't know if I call myself fat.
Dead sexy.
You're not a big guy.
I mean, like build wise, stature. Yeah, I'm a big guy. I'm a big oaf.
It is possible to imagine a perfect being. Such a being could not be perfect unless its essence included existence. Therefore, a perfect being must exist.
What? That sounds like a crock of shit, Wit.
Big guy, a condescending term, or is it like a term of endearment?
I was with you until you said must.
You lost me at the can God be horny?
Oh no, he definitely can.
That's enough. We're not gonna go down that route.
No, he doesn't. See, horny is from our biology, right? God doesn't have like the need to feel that, right?
So can God feel that?
Okay.
enough.
Anyway,
That's
yeah.
enough.
Another topic.
I already did. I said it is possible to imagine a perfect being. Such a being could not be perfect unless its essence included existence. Therefore, a perfect being must exist.
Wait, I have a question. So, like, Eastern Orthodox, do you believe that God exists out of space and outside of space and time?
Yes.
Wait, so like, how does that work in regards to existence?
I like how he called you Eastern Orthodox, like that was your name.
Wait, no, but like I was saying Eastern Orthodox, as in like, you know, what does Eastern Orthodox say about like God existing outside of space and time? And doesn't existing mean to exist within space and time?
Well, we know God by his energies, which enter into space and time, and his energies are him in this sense. But like God's existence and like his very essence or being at this point, like I don't know how that exists, right? But the way that I understand it is being that God is omnipresent, right? All of creation is present within him, right? So it's not a matter of like, you know, it's more of like, let's say like a whiteboard, right? And then like a line that's drawn through the whiteboard, right? Which would be like the linear time and space that we're in. Where God would be that whiteboard. That's the presence, if we're talking about that. But how he exists, that's not a question that I could answer. That's
Wow, what a nice dodge.
Okay, wait, no, that's a good answer.
gotta be a
Okay.
fat butt.
I can rock with that.
Anyway,
So how's everyone doing?
great.
Any more ops?
I'm trying to be an op, but you guys are fucking playing along.
No, trying to be an op isn't just calling me fat over and over again. Whit.
Actually, you're doing a great job of both, Wit. Keep going.
Huh? What?
Yeah,
Hello?
she's doing a good job at both.
Hello?
Huh?
No, I lost.
Yeah, so the simplest principle to explain our experience with contingent things is
What?
Mars, I want to embarrass him for his stupidity earlier.
Say what?
I wouldn't. He's on a troll spree right now. And
My bad, Jace. You didn't have to leave. All right, P Mars. So P Mars has stated, I think I took a background screenshot. He said that Christianity is objectively proven.
yeah, he says that every live.
Yeah. Did you hear that he got caught on Chatterbait or like?
Oh,
We're not going to talk about that.
Oh, never mind.
We're not going to talk about that. We can.
Hey, P Mars,
I see.
syllogism from earlier for me, real quick. I just want you to prove that Christianity's been objectively proven. but
I think he's just gonna troll me if he's up here. I don't think he's gonna be productive.
When I watched,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Wait, stop muting him. Wait, hold on. Chill out, guys.
Okay, go ahead.
when you watch Chatterbait live streams, you get the same amount of arguments for atheism.
Yeah, I told you.
Why didn't we
Wait,
do what
you
he
should
said?
let him continue.
You said no.
Wait, I mean, like,
No, I
we're
think
not
he meant that he didn't want us to bully him about it, not that he couldn't
yeah,
talk
we're
about
not going to talk about like the Chatterbait things in regards.
He literally just started talking about it.
Yeah,
it.
but
Yeah, but
we
that's
could do
different
it.
than us bullying him about it, obviously.
Okay. We'll allow it. Go ahead, P Mars. Prove
Yeah,
that
like,
Christianity is
you watch
objective.
Chatterbait live streams, you see the same amount of arguments for atheism as you do on like atheist live streams.
I don't get it.
0.
Wait, there's been some
Do you
arguments.
see some good Christian arguments on Chatterbait? Okay.
You typically on Chatterbait, sir, you just see a lot of sucking and fucking.
Oh my god.
Some good Christian boys on Chatterbait.
I wasn't trolling you, son. Well, I don't know why you think I'm trolling you.
You're getting baptized. You're getting baptized for that, Slurms.
I mean, it was fine, but like Slurms is kind of off limits. We can't.
No, he's coming right back.
Yeah.
I'm just baptizing them. That way, like when
Prove
you drop
God?
somebody, it cleanses their sins.
Forrest, the preconditions for knowledge are either revealed by God or
Yeah,
they're
so just prove that. So prove that presupposition for us, real quick, pre-Mars.
Yeah, the presuppositions for knowledge.
Yeah, so just prove your presupposition. I'd love to hear the argument.
The preconditions for knowledge are either revealed by God or they're arbitrary.
Mm-hmm. So, do you think that you could prove that your God exists if they're revealed by God?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, so you said that they're revealed by your God, correct?
The preconditions for knowledge.
So just go ahead and prove that the God exists.
Arbitrary.
Perfect. So could you prove that your God exists?
Mm-hmm. The preconditions for knowledge are revealed by God or they're arbitrary.
Just waiting for you, brother.
That is the proof.
The proof is you begging the question?
What's begging the question?
I will allow this. Forrest, P. Mars do a 1v1. And I want to
including the answer in the
It's a
question.
dichotomy. It's not begging the question.
The false dichotomy. You'd have to prove
then what's the
first
third
that your
option?
God objectively exists, because the
What's
whole
the third
premise of the argument. I'll allow you to go ahead.
What's the third option?
I'm not sure that there is one. However, you're
then it's not a false dichotomy. So here's the dichotomy.
Sorry, you're arguing and you're right about that. I'll concede. What you're arguing is that the God is a necessary precondition, but you have to prove first that he exists. Otherwise, it's just a presuppositional argument that doesn't have any kind of contingent basis. You need to prove first that the God exists, and then you can move forward.
Okay, but to prove God exists, do we not need a system to prove things?
Yeah, like an empirical,
Framework.
scientific, repeatable.
Right, so that's the proof, right?
Observable. Yeah, so like
So there's frameworks.
Did God not do things in the Bible that he could repeat?
To prove anything, we need to assume a framework, a Christian framework.
No, not necessarily. That's.
Then what absolute are you reasoning from?
Anything that can be proven does not need to be.
We need
first.
absolutes to prove anything. We need absolutes. So
Yeah,
what absolute
did
would
your
you be
God
reasoning from that's
absolutely
not
perform
the
some of the
Christian
miracles in
absolute?
the Bible?
What?
Did your God absolutely do some of the things that are listed or mentioned in the Bible?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you think you could have just asked him to come down and do that once more to prove to us all definitively that he exists?
No, because that's like when
Okay,
Jesus was tempted by Satan in the desert, and Satan was like, "Jump off the temple, and the angels will catch you," according to was it Psalm 91? And Satan says, puts the psalm into further context that God, we're not to test God. Like God doesn't demonstrate himself in a flashy way like that. God has already demonstrated himself by revealing himself in creation and human history. So you already have all the evidence you need for God.
Yeah, so what I said was that I needed some sort of evidence for me now, and that's just not actually able for me to test, observe, or it's not available for me.
To
So
make
you think
God,
you could just ask your God to prove himself to me so that I can.
No, because what you're doing is you're trying to get God to.
Yeah, so now you're interrupting me, and I'll let you speak the whole time without interrupting you. That's kind of weird. So if you could just have your God maybe perform one of these same, not even necessarily a miracle, but just actions from the Bible, I would love to concede to your argument and become a follower of Christianity and become a faithful slave like you are to this God. So just let me know whenever you feel like you could actually contact your God, and because it is in his will that all would be saved. And I think that your God wants me to be saved according to the Christian theology. So if you could just ask him to come down and do any of the miracles in front of me that he did in the Bible, I'll totally concede to the argument and become a Christian.
Totally ignoring the argument, because what you're doing here is asking God to submit to your human standard of proof. But God is his own standard. So
Hold on, is Jesus God?
I don't know. Is he?
I'm asking you. Can you answer? Can you
I don't
engage?
know.
Or so you can't engage? You just mute yourself? All right, this is great.
This is the most productive PMARS conversation.
How are we going to prove something? What's our standard to prove things? What's our
Yeah, so like I said before, I've already repeated it now probably about 4 or 5 times. Do you think you could just engage faithfully? Because what I said was, if you could prove, if you could have your God just come on down and do any of the things that he did in the Bible, like right in front of me or like right in front of any of us, that would be an objective standard for me. That'd be a subjective standard for me.
But that would be contradiction. But that's like you're asking God to submit to your arbitrary
No,
standard.
no. Actually, no. Is it the will of your God that all would be saved and go to heaven? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Goodbye.
You're going to hell.
I know. I blaspheme the Holy Spirit all the time.
I can't wait to watch
the Holy Spirit. Yeah. The Holy Spirit.
Wait. No, we're not gonna allow that. Yeah. Good cake.
Quick question: what is
And
hell?
I'm not
by the
gonna
way?
blaspheme because I've already blasphemed enough this week. I've already like done the unforgivable sin so many times that there's like, if the Bible's true, there's no way I'm getting into heaven.
Yeah. So for clarification, we're not going to say things like I can't wait to watch you burn and fill in the blank. That's not okay. We don't do threats or enjoyment of other people's perishing.
Can I say I can't wait for Forrest to burn in hell?
You may, because I know that you will be right along my side, Slubs McKenzie. There's no way that either of us are
With a
making it
big
to heaven.
smile on my face, watching.
Yeah.
Hey, can I say I can't wait for the debate Sunday night?
Yeah, me too. I'm really excited. I imagine
It's gonna be
that
a spank down.
Yeah, spank down's crazy. Smackdown is what I think you were looking for. No degree required. You understand that earlier I got challenged to a debate and the guy ran away from me, right?
Yeah, Forrest did win
No, I
the
did
debate
not know that.
session today.
Well, you told me something about you had your first W or something.
Yeah, you know what a W is? You may be unfamiliar.
A win.
Wow, that's really good. Yeah, very, very good, Matt.
But I actually thought you had a debate. I didn't know he ran.
Yeah, I did. He came up. He called me a female dog. He made a lot of accusations. He said that I was running from him, but there you go. No degree. He said that I was running from him, so I just immediately challenged him, kind of like I did on in the messages between you. And I said, hey, like, you can pick the time frame. You can pick, like, kind of like I did with you. I let you pick the judges or judges or audience, the time frame, how you want to do it. I didn't pick anything. And I did what is it, like, is God is the Bible
I didn't.
evil?
I
And he ran away from me.
pick controversial compass. Picked us.
Kicked who?
Picked us.
Did I?
Kicked who, sir?
Oh no, picked.
Picked us.
Picked
for the debate.
PICKED for the debate.
Oh yeah, remember though? I told you I messaged you and I said I'll dog walk you anytime, and then you said let's set it up.
Yeah, I sent a message to Controversial Compass one time about I'd be willing to debate does the Bible endorse slavery, and then he contacted me and said he found someone, which happened to be you. So I'm assuming that he had said, hey, I got backwoods here. I mean, no degree required. I also go by backwoods, by the way, to debate. And then, so I'm assuming that there was some sort of discussion on y'all's part at some point as well. So that's why I'm saying Controversial Compass picked us. We didn't pick him.
Yeah, I mean, like, I go into your live all the time, and then I dog walk you like everybody else does, and then, you got frustrated, and I think one day you even let Detective Penguin take over your live, and you were just cheerleading for her because you can't ever actually debate your own topic.
I remember Detective Penguin's a pretty good debater.
Oh,
but
she's absolutely awful in a slave.
I don't remember ever being dog walked by an atheist.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you may have.
I mean, why would you?
Memory issues.
Why would you remember it?
Yeah, you have severe memory issues, or maybe just like.
Well, I did. I was going to help. What's his name out? PMARS out here.
Oh,
that's
that's a fruitless effort, sir.
So there's.
It's kind of like trying to teach you. It's just a person that. It's like you ever heard of like the pigeon on the chessboard? Like you knock over all the pieces, you shit on the board, you fly away, you think you won.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I do have an unbeatable argument for.
No, you don't, because you've actually lost to Tom Rabbit before. So that's
no.
already.
Actually, I'll be using that argument. He never touched it. Very similar.
Oh no, you lost that debate actually, so it can't be.
Oh, I did.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny. other people said I lost too, but then when they did the
Oh, that's
vote,
interesting. That's
the
interesting. I'm
interesting
glad you
thing
admitted
was
that.
when they did the vote, the more people changed their mind was on my side than on his side. And usually in academics, that's usually how they determine who won a debate.
Oh,
So I
that's
did find that
interesting.
interesting.
Yeah, I would try
But
to pick the measure that suited me best too, and not actually who won the debate. Yeah, I
well,
would love that.
that's what academics go by. That's not what it's not a popularity vote. What it is okay, who when they go in, what is your position? And then was your mind changed? And in that debate, more people changed their mind to be on my side than they were Tom. So by that criteria, I won the debate. By the other
And
criteria,
how did you
just a
verify these
popularity
people, by the way?
vote, by a popularity vote, Tom Rabbit won. But by the academic criteria,
I
I
understand.
won.
I understand. I'm going to grant you. I'm going to grant you actually that intellectually, I think that's actually really awesome. However, Black Stallion has a great clarifying question for you.
You have
Like,
who
how
has
did
a
you verify, one, those people exist, two, those people weren't on your side before?
because before the debate, I knew what people's positions were when we had that conversation, and there was only one person who happened to be a Christian who did go to Tom Rabbit's side, but there was several of people who were either undecided or had the other position, and when they took the vote, the popularity was unanimous. Tom Rabbit won, but when you looked at the people who voted for me, it was actually intellectual, philosophical heavyweights whose mind were changed. Now, the claim was they kept appealing to the poll and saying, "Oh, look how many people voted for Tom Rabbit." And then the legendary Jack Angstrike brought up, "Well, who was the five that voted for Backward Backwoods?" And we got to looking and realized these were the intellectuals,
The
philosophical
legendary who
heavyweights.
again? Sorry.
I was debating a guy by the name of Tom Rabbit,
Yeah, I know.
and what
I saw the debate. He dog walked you. But
whenever
who was the
whenever
person that
it
you
was
referred to as being legendary?
Jack Angstrike.
Oh, I actually think I know who that is. He's in whose
Yeah,
live is he always in?
he's gone after Dark Dawkins before. He's had a lot of debates, but
Oh yeah, Dark
he
Dawkins
had
is
actually
terrible.
pointed out, and I don't think he meant to. There was five people that voted for me, and we got to looking. These were the ones who would have previously either been undecided or intellectual, philosophical heavyweights who said that I had won
Oh
the
yeah,
debate.
by your standard though,
So,
they're heavyweights whenever they
well,
decide to vote for you, right?
even by Jack Angstrike Sanders, they're the
Okay, so
people
just an
that they
appeal
kind
to
of hold in high
authority.
And what
regard.
are Jack Ingram's
The
standards?
ones that just so happens the ones that voted for Tom Rabbit were just, I guess you could say, bootlicking Tom Rabbit crew.
Oh
So it
wow,
would have been
what an odd thing to say. So like, just the people that voted for you happen to be intellectual, philosophical heavyweights, and everybody who voted for Tom Rabbit is just a bootlicker. Like, there doesn't seem to be any inherent bias or confirmation bias here. Yeah, I totally believe that everybody who votes for you is
just
super
saying the
smart.
vote was clearly in my favor
Yeah, yeah,
academically.
yeah.
That's
By
all I'm
your
saying.
standard, by your own
No,
contradictory and
by
self-assured
academics.
standards. So it's very awkward that you would not be able to see the hypocrisy in this. But honestly, just the way that you debate, I get it.
But anyway, I mean, the topic of slavery is obviously one of my
Yeah.
favorites.
Well,
But
we won't touch it because we'll wait till Sunday. But
yeah, but I wanted to did touch on what PMAR said. I wanted to ask, do y'all believe? Do you have the belief that your cognitive faculties can reliably obtain knowledge?
Tell me a reason why they can't.
I'm just asking, do you believe that? I don't need to give. I'm just asking if that's a
no, we're
belief.
just asking you a clarifying question. Do you think you can engage?
What's that?
We're asking you a clarifying question. Do you think you can engage, possibly?
Well, I mean, I don't know. You might. I wouldn't necessarily say they can. I actually think they can reliably obtain knowledge. So I
And why
agree
do you
with you
think that?
because of God.
Oh, okay. So do you think you can prove that your God exists?
Well, see, here's where you prove it. Premise one: your cognitive faculty. Humans believe their cognitive faculties can reliably obtain knowledge. Premise two: humans believe their cognitive faculties are fallible, aka error prone and finite. Conclusion: the belief your cognitive faculties can reliably obtain knowledge is unjustified.
Did you just prove yourself wrong in your premises?
Yeah, actually, if I were to deny God, I would have just proved myself wrong. You're correct.
Wow,
The only
that may have
way,
been
the
the
only way
dumbest
that we can
syllogism I've ever heard.
justify our cognitive faculties is an infallible, finite, or infallible, infinite mind.
Oh,
And God
okay.
is an infallible,
Okay,
infinite
how do I find
mind.
that infallible,
Conclusion:
infinite
God
mind?
exists.
Yeah, and same
How do
thing
I
as I
find
was
that?
going to say. Same thing as I was going to say is what Black Stallion said.
It's
So,
a
how can
philosophical.
we?
It's a philosophical argument that atheists can't overcome.
Yeah. So, how do you think you could possibly prove this argument?
Prove it. All I have to do is just ask you if you accept those two premises.
I reject them. Do you think you could prove it?
Okay, so then you've just lost the debate because you reject that your cognitive faculties can reliably
No,
obtain
no.
knowledge. And if that's the case, you don't need to be engaging in any conversation whatsoever.
Fantastic. So, I get your
So
self-masturbatory like style of
it's
debate here, but once again, your conclusion was that without God, there is no
out at this
access to
point.
knowledge. So, do you think you could actually prove that your God exists?
No, I mean, you just said that you don't believe your cognitive faculties can reliably obtain knowledge. So there's no
No, no,
sense in
I
you asking
rejected
a
your
question at this
conclusion.
point.
Carl McKenzie's not allowed up here. He pew-pewed a woman in a parking lot in Dallas in 2018.
Wait, he did?
That's a fact.
Wait,
He's
Good
admitted to
Lord.
it before. Yeah, he's a Christian
That's
as well.
atheist
No
love
degree.
for you, folks.
Yeah, he's a Christian. No degree. You're a
Oh,
moron.
well, he probably changed afterwards.
Yeah, yeah. He's just, he
But
changes
yeah,
real
I mean,
quick, doesn't he? Yeah, it's very odd that you would accuse atheists of doing that and then say atheist love, and then as soon as I tell you he's actually a Christian, which he'll attest to in the comments, then you want to change your mind and say, oh, well,
say
he's
no
probably changed his ways since then. Yeah,
to
he's always been
cognitive
a
faculties.
Christian. I've actually verified that with him as well. So your projection, your gaslighting are duly noted. We appreciate
You a
that.
mod?
Do you think you could? Yeah, I am. Do you think you could possibly just prove that your God
That
exists? Yeah. Just let me know when you can prove that your God exists, please, sir. Thank you.
wait.
Clarify. Hey, controversial compass. Can I ask you a question?
Sure, but yeah.
So,
Really quick before the question, just one at a time, everybody, and like my mods are trying to keep it organized.
will I have a fair? I assume you'll be a fair mod on Sunday night.
Oh yeah, absolutely. On Sunday night.
Okay, since because I just noticed that Forrest, you've given Forrest mods here. I didn't
No
realize he had.
one's been a mod for like literally weeks and months. The only reason that I'm a mod is because I actually suggested that he should pick a mod. He picked Wit, and I said, hey, she's a theist mod, and even though I don't agree with Wit on a lot, I know that she was fairly doing it. But I was like, well, you should probably pick an atheist mod too, just to be fair. And I've been moderating pretty fairly. I just feel like you're not actually contending or engaging with me faithfully, and I'm not going to be a mod in our debate, obviously.
Okay, so you won't be able to mute me on Sunday night.
No. That's a ridiculous.
Okay,
that's a
just
ridiculous
clarifying
idea,
here because
isn't
I
it?
thought that would be problematic.
Yeah,
if
that
my
would be a
opponent
pretty
can mute
stupid
me.
idea, though, right?
Wait, one at a time, Forrest. You have to let him finish.
Sorry, he's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify because I thought, okay, well, if Forrest is going to have muting power in our debate, that would be a problem.
Yeah. So during the debate, which is happening this Sunday, everybody, I'm having an event this Sunday, May 4th. It's going to be Day of Debates 3, the third day of debates. I think the 7th event that I've put on, given this platform and this channel I've been running for 2 to 3 years. I think we're approaching on 3 years. Yes, for the formal debate, it's going to be time sections. The crowd is going to vote after the debate to determine who the winner is, and I will be the only one moderating the entire live. All mods will be ready for that.
Pretty asinine statement there to say that you would think that I would be a moderator in our debate. That's just completely ignorant, but it's something that I've come to expect from
Like
you.
absolutely.
I've seen it happen. Stuff like that happen.
You've seen somebody moderate their own debate?
Well, yeah, I've actually seen, not necessarily moderate, but I've seen people change the titles of debates and stuff like that at the last second, who happened to be hosting the debate and who was actually in the debate, and it was on their own YouTube channel. And that would be one Tom Rabbit.
Hello? Oh, okay. So
our slavery debate that we had, they actually changed the title of the debate. In the debate, it was because I pointed that out. I said, this isn't even the title we agreed to in the debate. So, yeah, and it happened to be on it was supposed to be on another YouTuber's, James is Tired, but something happened to where it conveniently got put on
What are
Tom
you?
Rabbit tutorial. So
What
I'm
are you
just saying
guys?
there are some weird things that have happened in the past.
What are you guys debating on Sunday?
Bible endorsed slavery. No degree required says that he
Yes.
has a bulletproof or foolproof, argument. He's definitely lost on this topic before. Every time I've ever been in his live, he gets dog walked by every single guest. Doesn't actually listen. And my
I've
favorite
never
topic
lost a
ever.
debate against
Hey,
him.
hey, hey! You should just be quiet when I'm speaking. I gave
One
you
at
the
a
respect.
time. One at a time.
I gave you the respect to try to stop interrupting. You should do the same. Because show your self-control. And if you think you're a Christian, show your fruits of the Spirit. Yeah, self-control is one of them. You're known by your fruits of the Spirit. So, yeah. As I was saying before.
Freudian
Oh,
slip.
sir. Yeah.
One at a time. One at a time.
Yeah, sir. I'll bring you back up when you show some self-control. So, as of course, I've lost my train of thought because I got a guy who has no self-control over there. But yeah, I'm not sure how you think that I would be a mod in our debate. You did say that your debate style or that your argument is foolproof, but every time that I go into your live, my favorite background is why can't atheists look at the Bible objectively, and then what you do is not look at the Bible objectively. Do you think we could talk about things other than slavery in the Bible real quick? Like maybe.
Well, yeah, actually, you just said something I'd like to address. You just said that I'm not, as a Christian, representing the fruits of the Spirit. Could you tell me what the fruits of the Spirit are?
Yeah, like love, joy, kindness, faithfulness, peace, self-control.
Gentleness, self-control.
Yeah, once again, you've interrupted me, so just go ahead.
I was just helping.
Showing a lack of self-control.
Yeah, you've got no self-control. I was just listing them off, and I even told you where they are in the Bible. And then as I was listing them off, you interrupted me, showing that you don't have self-control. So I really appreciate you conceding to my argument, because what I said is that you don't have any self-control. And then what you did was you exemplified that example by ignoring, to interrupt me. So thank you so much, No Degree Required. I feel like Sunday is going to be pretty much just a cakewalk with you. You've already exposed yourself as a liar.
Okay, well, let me just ask you a question.
You may wit, actually, because you're a mod.
Clarify. I didn't get everything.
Yeah. Wait. Yeah. So like,
let him clarify. Let him clarify real quick.
Yeah. Wait. Go ahead.
Stepping in, I just wanted to clarify something right quick.
Go ahead.
So you made and I don't want any interruptions. You made a Freudian slip just then. That's when an atheist will spend days and weeks bitching and moaning about how bad Christianity is. And then when a Christian acts in a bad way, suddenly they're like, oh, well, you're not being very Christ-like. After the atheist spent days complaining about how dangerous Christianity is, how immoral it was, and then they'll call out the Christian for being immoral for not acting like Jesus Christ. That's what a Freudian slip is, meaning that the atheist actually does understand that Christianity is a moral superior system, even though they argue that it's not.
Fantastic.
That's a Freudian slip.
Yeah. So you just genuinely are one of the most ignorant people on this app. Controversial Compass, Mr. Coco, if you would please do us the favor, just show us on your computer. Just simply Google Freudian slip. So No Degree Required obviously has no idea what he's talking about. Doesn't know how to define very simple terms. A Freudian slip would be like, so here we go. So here we've got No Degree Required once again proving my argument, exemplifying that he has no self-control. I did not interrupt him the entire time that he was speaking, and now he's interrupting me once again. So if you think that a Freudian slip is me or any other atheist doing a bunch of research and calling you out on what you're not doing, I think you have a very poor misunderstanding.
Hey, brother, Matt, ask a question.
Yeah.
Is that Russell?
I mean, if I can ask a question, if that's okay.
Superman, wait 1 second.
Actually respond.
Yeah, but you don't get to yet because I haven't finished. I was just going to ask Coco to bring up on the background like what a Freudian slip is so that we don't have to argue about what the term is or how it's used, because your definition and your example are so far off, it's actually embarrassing how you don't even understand the term that you're attempting to use. A Freudian slip is not that. And I don't even want to like get into like the exact definition without even just having it up. There we go. Okay, so a Freudian slip, also known as parapraxis, is an unintentional mistake in speech or writing that a thought is to reveal a person's unconscious thoughts, desires, or motive it's often associated with revealing hidden or repressed feelings, though modern interpretations also consider cognitive factors like fatigue and distraction. So let's just say that like you were really in love with like your own mother to a degree or something like that, and you started talking about somebody else's, and you were like, yeah, I really want to engage with my own mother in a certain way. That would be a Freudian slip, something that you didn't mean to say out loud. Expressing like a hidden or a latent desire.
Wait, just real quick.
And you're playing anytime soon?
I just did actually.
Wait, guys.
What read the definition?
Hey, everyone!
Oh
He's
my
trying to
gosh!
talk.
If I got
Really quick, let's
respond or not?
you can respond, but really quick, let's keep people's personal lives and their mothers, their family members out of the conversation. We can use other examples, but go ahead.
What happened here was Forrest, who I've seen multiple times talk about how bad Christianity is and how dangerous it is for society, subconsciously, accidentally accused me of not being Christian enough, not being giving the fruits of the Spirit, implying that this is something that I should be doing, that this is good, but I'm acting hypocritical by not doing that. And yet he's always talking about how bad Christianity is, implying that subconsciously Forrest actually does understand Christianity is good for a society. And he just slipped up in this moment and revealed his true subconscious feelings.
Can I tell you something about being Christian? And this is something maybe you are missing up on.
Who are you addressing?
I am a Christian too, dude. But you know what?
Yo, Superman, who are you addressing?
Whoever, no degree.
Okay.
Yeah. So, dude, as Christians, there are those Christians that get on the high horse and come out saying you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. That's the wrong thing to do. Look, do I get that we have to defend the Bible and everything like that? Yes, I do. But at the same time, as followers of Christ, brother, Jesus being the epitome of perfection by us.
Could you speed it up, Superman, with all due respect?
All right. Being the epitome of dude, he never did that. The only time you ever saw Christ get mad was when the vendors were in the temple, and he got mad at that. Every other time, Christ takes things like he talks to people, dude. So look, if you want to be I'm not saying that what you're doing is wrong, because I can't. I'm not one to judge.
Please wrap it up.
Yeah, hey, brother,
say I rebuke
brother. I'm actually kind of defending you. I'm actually kind of defending you in this aspect. So if you just let me, dude,
if you're gonna cook, you need to turn the stove on quick. Let's go.
Fair enough. Look, the way you're going about it is wrong. That's what I'm gonna say. The way you're going about it is wrong.
Okay, well, but you just got through saying you're not saying what I was doing is wrong, but now you're saying the way I'm going about it.
The way you're going about it is wrong in the aspect of the way.
Have you ever read Matthew chapter 23?
Wait, don't interrupt.
All right,
let him finish.
You know what? You want to go with Matthew chapter 23? You know what? In that same book.
Read Matthew. Just read Matthew chapter 3.
Bro. I read Matthew
one at a time.
Many times.
Just read it out to everyone here. That's what I'd like for you to do.
Hey.
The whole chapter. Let's have a Bible study.
I don't want to have to repeat myself. Please do not interrupt people. The people in the audience are also trying to listen to what's being said on the panel. So let's let the person finish before we interject.
All right, but brother, you want me to say the verse that I cling to? Trust in the Lord with all your heart and do not believe me in understanding. Acknowledge him in all ways and he will make you pass straight. That's Proverbs. That's the Old Testament.
Okay.
You know why I cling to that? You want to understand my testimony and why I cling to that as a Christian.
If atheists want to understand your testimony, this is
doesn't
matter to me.
No. I don't care that these guys are atheists. I mean, the host is agnostic, which means that he acknowledges a higher power,
Well,
right?
No,
no.
agnostics claim they don't know.
Yeah.
No, being agnostic.
Agnostic means lacking knowledge, meaning you don't know.
No, agnostic means that you acknowledge a higher power. That
No, that's not what
No,
agnostic
no
means.
degree is correct on that one. Agnostic just means I don't know.
Yeah, Superman. I didn't really need you to defend me. We were kind of like on a track, and you kind of just derailed the whole conversation. I appreciate like
well,
your
I
attempt
hate to
to
say
be.
it, you were wrong too, dude.
Yeah. I appreciate your attempt to be Superman, but all you're doing is just derailing the conversation for no necessary purpose. So I'll get back to it with no
Hey, dude, I
degree.
hate to tell you, you're wrong too.
Yeah. I don't
More
mind. It's
powerful
all
than a
good.
locomotive.
Yeah, and then basically I'm like kryptonite because I just sent you back to Kansas, like on the farm. So no degree. So why did you say that that's a Freudian slip when it's like literally definitionally that's just so far from what you meant to say?
I
Did you
explained
concede?
it
Did
to
you
you.
concede? Yeah, and it was a
Want me to
horrible.
explain it again?
Yeah, no. It was a horrible explanation. What
Well, I
you
guess
were
we'll just
alluding
agree to
to.
disagree.
Yeah. No, I don't agree to disagree with you because you just don't understand what the term means. I read it out loud.
No, you
Do you think you could?
subconsciously think Christianity
No.
is good.
So what you want
Hey,
to do? Once
no
again,
interruptions. Get it
thank you so
together,
much.
guys.
Hypocrite for not
Yeah.
acting.
Just let me know when you can actually surmise what the definition was that I read out loud for you. Do you think you could give a concise definition? Because the whole point of me reading it wasn't necessarily for anybody but you, so that you'd understand from this point on what a Freudian slip is. So quickly, succinctly, tersely, do you think you could just define what a Freudian slip is?
A Freudian slip, and this is not quite as fully detailed as what was read by Controversial Compass, is a situation in which someone who consciously claims to believe something or holds to a position reveals that their subconscious may disagree with what they claim to believe consciously. For example, whenever you were saying a while ago, I mean, you'll argue like other deconstruction atheists that Christianity is bad for society and that people shouldn't follow Christianity, but then you'll call a Christian a hypocrite for not acting like a Christian because you subconsciously understand that acting like a Christian is actually good for a society. And that's a Freudian slip, and that's what you did a while ago.
Yeah. So you clearly, like, you either just didn't hear me, you don't understand what the terms
No,
of
I
this.
heard it loud and clear.
Yeah, so once again, I never interrupted you, and you're still.
No, I heard it loud and clear.
This is very clear that you're just unable to learn. You're an ignorant person who just refuses to learn, and this is why you're going to get dog walked on Sunday.
Is
Because
this
you can't even
is this like a pre-debate, like mud wrestle between you guys?
Well, I was looking for some oil, but I couldn't find any, and he is kind of slinging mud for no particular reason in all directions. I just don't think that no degree required at his advanced age is ever going to learn anything, because he thinks that a Freudian slip is me revealing my subconscious, but that's not what it is.
Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it. The cowboy hat, that's awesome.
And I don't inherently think that Christianity is good, because as we're about to debate on Sunday, Christianity and the Bible endorses a lot of disgusting, terrible things like slavery, which I will be proving on Sunday. But we won't go into that debate. Well, how about we just go into like something like, I don't know, like the flood, like the biblical flood. Do you believe that the actual flood happened? How did you? Oh, fantastic!
Thank you for the dinosaurs.
You understand that there's not enough water on the surface of or in our atmosphere to support a worldwide flood, correct?
Sure, that's what Psalms 104 says, and I have no reason to deny it.
Yeah, so you're using the Bible, which is a claim, to support your what claim? So that's circular logic. Is that the only kind of like evidence that you have? Is like
Well,
continually?
I mean, what you just said, you actually agree with the Bible. You said there's not enough water to flood the earth. The Bible actually says that now because it said,
Oh yeah, could
God
you pull up that
raised.
Bible?
Hold on, let me finish. You were
Could you
complaining
pull up
about
that
me
Bible?
interrupting.
Yeah.
Now you're
Wait,
interrupting.
yeah.
You
Don't
raised
interrupt.
God raised the mountains and lowered the valleys so that the water could not cover the earth again. So you're just simply scientifically agreeing with the Bible here. I hope you're happy with
Could you
that.
bring up that book, chapter, verse for us?
It's Psalms 104.
It says what again, verbatim?
It talking about when God flooded the earth, but then it said the waters receded, the mountains rose, the valleys deepened, so that the water could never cover the earth again.
Fantastic. So you're using a claim to once again support a claim that's a
Well, I mean, you said
circular logic. I'm so glad
not enough water, and I'm
so
saying,
glad that
yeah,
you don't
you're right. The
understand
Bible
how to
says there's not
evidence your
enough
claim.
water.
Yeah,
God
I'm so glad that
promised
you
not
don't.
to do it again. So you're in
Well,
agreement with the Bible as well.
no, I'm not. I'm glad that you don't understand how to evidence your claims because you're using a claim to back up your claim because the Bible is the claim, it's not evidence. So if you think you could provide maybe something outside of the context of the Bible to prove this very egregiously ignorant claim, I'd love to hear it. However, what I'm using is a frame of reference that's outside of the Bible. Scientists have determined that there's not enough water underneath, on the surface of, or in the atmosphere of our planet to actually support a worldwide flood, much less the ridiculous idea that there was one window on a boat that would have 6 million pairs of species on a boat for, let me see if you even know anything about the Bible. How long was Noah with his family on the boat for, No Degree? Do you know?
It was like, what was it, like about a year or something? I can't remember the exact days.
No, you got it. 371 days. That's pretty good. Yeah. So, do you think that 6 million pairs of animals can actually live on a boat with one window for 371 days without eating each other?
Well, I mean, if God wanted it to do that way, sure,
Okay, so
absolutely, that wouldn't be a problem.
we'll just special plead. Fantastic. So, what is the evidence outside of the Bible that a worldwide flood happened?
Well, you just gave one.
No, I gave.
You just got through saying that there's not enough water to flood the earth again, and the Bible agrees with you. Psalms 104.
Yeah, I gave the proof.
That is evidence that increases the probability of the Bible.
Outside of the
True,
Bible,
right?
No Degree. Do you have anything outside?
Oh,
of the
outside.
Bible?
So you want outside
that's
the
the
Bible
fourth
that
time
the
I've said
global
it.
flood happened? Is that
One
what
at
you're
a
saying?
time.
Yeah, that's the fourth time I've said it.
You're wanting outside evidence that the global flood happened. Is what you're saying?
Yeah. Why would I let you use a claim? To
Okay.
support
Well, let's see. Pressurized water, oil.
Pressurized. What about it?
Pressurized oil comes from decaying matter. And if the earth had been as old as what people claimed and as gradual as what people claimed, we would not expect to see it pressurized. But with a global flood with so much pressurized decaying matter bringing about this oil, this would be expected in a global flood, therefore being considered evidence for a global flood.
Incorrect.
Now, if you want to do with scientific evidence for a global flood, that's one. I don't believe the global flood because of scientific evidence. I believe the flood because the Bible says it happened.
Right, and you understand that is circular logic. Can you at least agree with that?
Sure, I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, and circular logic is flawed, right?
No, we all use circular logic.
Can you give me an example of my own circular logic that I've utilized so far?
Yes. Every time you open your mouth, you're presupposing that your cognitive faculties can reliably dissect and interpret anything.
Yeah, that's not circular logic. I have access.
Yeah, it is. You're starting with something.
So I have access to logic as a human being, somebody who can rationalize things. Unfortunately, you simply don't understand. Yeah, you don't understand the difference between circular logic and a line of reasoning.
This is another one of the devastating philosophical blows to atheists. And William Lane Craig actually brought this up one time. You're not going to let me finish? William Lane Craig brought this up. He said, I'm going to paraphrase his quote. He said, philosophers of science in the second half of the 20th century came to realize that the whole scientific enterprise was built upon assumptions that can't be proven by science. Such are the laws of logic, the uniformity of nature, the validity of deductive reasoning, the reliability of cognitive faculties, certain moral virtues that are assumed to be true in science that we hold to. All of these things are assumed by science to be true and yet can't be proven by science and yet are necessary for science. So when you say circular reasoning is a problem, then you have a big problem on your hands.
How I use any sort of circular logic. What I told you was that you're using the claim to support the claim, and that's what circular logic is. Then when I asked you to evidence how I use it, you said that I'm using a presupposition that I can actually logically interpret things and rationally validate them. But what I'm using is actually a line of reasoning. So you don't understand what Freudian slip is. You don't understand what a line of logic or reasoning is. And you don't understand the topic that I'm currently discussing. Do you think you can actually explain to me how I use circular logic on a daily basis? Because you said that we all use it.
Easily.
However, you're the only person that's used it so far. You've used the
You
Bible. You've used real quick. I'll finish.
Actually,
Go ahead, Coco.
wait, really quick. Let me. This has been going on for a while. Let me put
Yeah.
a pause in
Yeah, I
this.
would like
We
to
did.
just answer this question, then I'll leave.
Okay, okay. Answer the question, and then you
So
can
the
leave, and
reason
then.
how he's using circular reasoning here, he's using science and he's referring to science. Well, science assumes logic. He's assuming logic himself. He can't prove logic. He just assumes it to be true. So he's starting with his own logic, his own reasoning here, but he can't prove that his own reasoning is reliable at all. He's just assuming it to be reliable. So therefore, he's starting with the conclusion. If I were to ask him, how do you reason? How do you argue that your cognitive faculties are reliable? The moment he opens his mouth, and to explain that, he's already presupposed his cognitive faculties are reliable by trying to explain it. So therefore, he's engaging in circular reasoning. It's just a problem
Hello?
for everyone. So when you accuse somebody of circular reasoning, you just inflict damage to your own position.
Hello?
Do you know what a question is?
Hello?
Wait, no
That
degree.
I
Do you
would
want that to
leave
be
after
your?
that answer. So y'all
Okay,
take
yeah,
that
yeah.
into consideration, learn about it,
One of the
study
dumbest
it,
things
because
I've
atheists
ever
sound
heard.
incredibly
No,
Go
no
stupid
ahead,
degree.
when
Do
they.
you know?
Meister.
Do you know
I'm
what
gonna
the
relieve you of
scientific
your
method is?
position now.
Oh no, he left.
Wait,
No,
wait,
no,
wait,
no, no, no. He'll never
wait,
listen.
guys, hold on, hold on. I didn't say kick him from the panel. Let him leave on his own
Yeah, no. What
and
is he
finish.
gonna do? Monologue and do a soliloquy and sashay away like RuPaul? Like, no thanks.
Yeah. Well, like I was gonna allow it. Also, he is on the event that's upcoming,
Yeah,
so
and he can come back with a better argument.
Yeah, so like I was allowing you and him to go at it because I think it's gonna amp up the anticipation for the debate between both of you guys.
I would highly
But,
agree, but
You
like
should
him
you should
saying,
Okay,
invite
you
Big
just
Up.
get in the box.
yeah, but he gets to say like what he wants to say and then walk away. Like, no thanks.
You should invite Big Up.
uh,
I want to warm up.
I mean, like,
Oh yeah, I'll even let him take.
But
My
no,
spot.
I
big up.
personally do have a question of, was
Fuck
that
it.
long speech he did with inconclusive evidence supposed to be a question? Because he specifically said, let me ask this question, then I'll leave.
No,
Oh,
he was. I mean,
I'm
he
not
doesn't
sure.
understand what it is.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that
He
was a
didn't
question.
understand what a Freudian slip was. He didn't understand circular logic. This is why it's embarrassing trying to talk to this person because they're this old and they're at this age and they still haven't learned anything.
Let's just
Damn it, I
leave
did want
that
to hear
for
from
the.
Phoenix, though.
Yeah. Let's just leave that for the debate. Phoenix, come back. Sorry, it's taking a little bit.
We had a waste of oxygen taking up the oxygen.
Yeah, he needs to apologize to a tree somewhere.
But Hannah, can I get an age verification on you?
I'm 29. Is that what you're asking? Like how old I am?
Yeah. What year were you born?
95.
Okay. Yep, that works. What you got for me?
Oh, I'm just chilling.
Okay, I'll allow it.
I was in a different live with Jesse. I don't think anyone else is here, but
Yeah, Hannah's good people.
That's nice, Hannah. What coast are you on?
neither.
The South?
I'm further west in the
Okay,
U.S.,
cool.
but I'm not like on the coast.
Cool. Looks pretty.
I'm in a big park in a hammock.
That looks dope.
Yeah.
So did anybody honestly track anything that he was saying the entire time? Like, you're genuine, non-biased person. Did you understand anything that he was saying that entire time?
I don't really. I mean, I was like half paying attention, but I don't. I'm sure if we had a discussion, there would be many disagreements between us.
Okay, fantastic.
I'm pretty
I
sure
had
he
a
was
lot
on.
to say about it.
Pretty sure he was on Tiny's live the other night. I think it was him. He was comparing like women having the choice to whether or not to have an abortion or what they do with their body is equivalent to God just murdering people or God, flooding everybody,
What?
unaliving people.
Like
And that's
So
why
I'm
I
just
just
making that
don't like some
comparison.
Christians.
I tend to find
I'm
myself.
pretty sure it was him.
I tend to find myself, unless I'm in other Orthodox circles, pretty lonely in agreement with people. So I don't know.
Lonely. She's Mr. Lonely.
I don't. There's a few Protestants that I have that I like, but most Protestants I have a lot of problems with. So
Coco, have you come closer to returning to Christianity? Like, have you looked at the trees long enough?
I mean, over the course of my entire TikTok career, yeah, yeah,
Are
because
they?
like
Sorry.
when I started TikTok, I okay. So recently, I've been looking back at my TikTok videos. When I started TikTok, I was like, I'm an atheist. God doesn't exist. I'm pretty sure God doesn't exist. But I've been listening to like Christian arguments. I'm like, I'm not really like ready to go back to Christianity, but I mean, I'm agnostic now. And
yeah, but when he does, he's gonna be Eastern Orthodox. So
maybe we'll
yeah,
see.
probably. I mean, unless you want to go down the evangelical route or something.
They don't really make sense. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah. All right.
I can kind of
The
understand.
Protestant.
And I mean, when we pass away, we are all closer to God because then none of us exist. So I can kind of understand.
I don't. Okay.
I'm joking. Yeah. Some people here have heard me say that joke before.
Look, I mean, Coco, we've had this discussion before. I feel you've had enough conversations to have some kind of bias towards some denominations here.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, I'm gonna drop down for a moment. I hope the big op comes up for you to warm up. Tiny, thank you, Wit, for being genuine and letting me know. But don't bring up Carl McKenzie because he is number one, very violent towards women, and number two, a racist.
Okay. I will not bring him up.
No, you're supposed to bring them up at that point.
But yeah, I would say like yeah, I've heard I've heard a lot of like really like crazy things said by Christians. And the Protestants don't seem to be knowing what they're talking about. They're kind of like interpreting the Bible for themselves, and that can have its issues and misinterpretations of things. But yes, I would like to look through the history of like the church and decide who's more justified, the Catholics or the Eastern Orthodox. But yeah, like the Protestants are kind of just like picking up the Bible and like interpreting it however they want to, and that can clearly be problematic, as we have seen on TikTok. Like some random dude will jump on a panel and be like, God wants us to like not eat hot dogs. That's kind of stupid, but like it's stuff like that, right? And it's like everyone's looking at him like, you read the Bible and interpreted that? Like, how'd you get to that conclusion? And like, yeah, there's like 50 other people with like different conclusions that are along the lines of like their own personal like journeys of interpreting what the Bible is. So,
Well, you know, it is what it is. Lord have mercy on us all.
You know, some people are agnostic, where they're nasty but they don't know it. We all know somebody like that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You
I don't know what's going
when
on.
somebody's just nasty, like they smell funky or something, but they don't realize it. They're agnostic.
I guess.
Coco. The Soul and Cease are having issues on whether or not they're going to debate because they can't figure out how the votes should count.
Oh yeah, I'm actually listening to you guys and sort of trying to sort that out because the next event depends on that. But yeah, like during this whole conversation, I've been organizing, messaging, and trying to figure out the events, and I think it's pretty well so far.
Yeah, I don't know. They're just over there arguing. I think the audience vote, maybe no audience vote, honestly. 'Cause people don't really like Rasul, so it's sort of, it's always gonna be biased towards against them, I guess. I mean, I don't like the guy either.
I would say for me, I do want to
I
do.
actually,
I personally. Oh, go ahead. Or yeah, go ahead.
I actually,
I'll go
I
after
actually
you.
do have a question of this: if this is a good premise, one of if something exists, proof can be found of it without believing in it first.
So I just wanted to say super quick, I'm Norse pagan. My religion has that. We got the runes, an entire alphabet.
Oh, okay. Wait, say the first premise again, but maybe other people on the panel can address it. Let me look at this real quick, and then I will try to address it in a brief moment.
If things exist, proof can be found without belief. Is that what it was?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's why I said technically my religion has that. We got the runes. It was an entire alphabet system supposedly given by our chief deity.
So, would
Black
there be a
Silva.
way to
So your
find?
argument,
Go.
your
I didn't
argument is
hear you.
that
My dog was growling.
I mean, that sounds honestly. That sounds like a belief. That sounds like a presupposition. That doesn't
yeah, it
sound like
doesn't
something
sound
that
like
is
much.
being proven
Well, I'm not
without
saying
belief.
it's like super concrete, but it's like it's closer to that.
Black Stallion or Black Stallion, whatever your name is. What is the inference being made? You just
It's a
said a
matter
premise.
of two. No, it's a matter of that was just a premise I thought about. I don't have a full inference yet to go off of that. That was just I was asking if it was a good premise.
But I
So,
feel like
are
that's
you
it's
thinking of
loaded. It's
like running it? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to talk over you.
if I'm talking about. It just seems like a very loaded premise. I feel like you'd have to have an argument for that alone. To be honest.
Or like, are you? That's what I was going to ask. Is like, are you thinking of running that as like a naturalism argument?
I don't really know what naturalism is.
I
I'm
guess
just on the
like
level of go on.
Are you an
no,
atheist?
go ahead.
Sorry, what was that? I didn't hear you.
I am an atheist myself. I think Black Stallion is. I could be wrong. I don't want to presume.
I am technically an atheist by association.
Okay.
What does that mean?
It means I do technically believe in a God. I don't believe in the Bible. I do believe Jesus was a real person. I don't believe he was the son of God. I believe he had shit that I could agree with.
Yeah, I mean, the theist-atheist distinction is just to say, that like if you're a theist, you just believe in a god. It doesn't necessarily specifically mean that you believe in a Christian God. I mean, you're still a theist.
Whenever
you're
I
just
bring
not.
that up with any Christian, they say, "Oh, so you're an atheist?" So I just say I'm an atheist by association. As far
No,
as
I
I
mean,
know,
yeah,
I've
this
been kicked
is.
out of the church.
yeah, you could be considered a deist based on what you've shared with me so far, right here. So, like, it could be more of a nebulous thought to you. It could be a very specific character that you have in mind that isn't the Christian God. It still makes you a theist. You know,
Yeah, I mean, are
by
you
sheer
just saying?
definition of how we all pretty much understand. Believe you
Yeah,
either
technically.
believe in a deity or you don't.
Yeah. It's like some people say like pantheonist because you believe in an entire pantheon, but it's still kind of the same thing.
Well, I mean, a deist would have to say it would have to be that you don't hold that this God has any sort of actual say in reality. It's just some sort of like when people say like some uncaused cause or whatever. It's just you're postulating that that's just the God, and then the God doesn't really do much, and he just created everything. And then,
Right.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
I'm saying that's what I'm saying. You don't really give
Yeah,
it
gave it
proper.
a kickstart and then fucked off.
Yeah. So I mean, do you think this God has some attribute or properties that he instills on the moral, or like?
Does
I
he
mean, if I was
intercede with
going
humanity?
timeline wise,
He-
I
Yeah, I
believe
mean,
he
you
tried to
think
fuck
this?
with humanity to cure his own loneliness, and then when he realized, intervention will not solve the problem of loneliness, he said, "I'll do a more hands-off approach and let them get to my level on their own."
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know. This is not any organized religion I know. I don't know any positions like this, but maybe you are a deist, maybe
Okay.
you're a deist.
Do
But
you believe this God created like space and time?
Space and time, no, because you can never have a point
Okay.
without space and time.
Okay.
Yeah, even in the Norse, they speak of before everything, there was a thing called Ganunda Gap, which literally just means the big nothing.
Like, I know my view is very off kilter from most theist views, so I just say an atheist by association. Because I also don't trust. I don't trust people just because they are Christian or believe in a God.
Sorry, sorry, I'm not interacting much. I am trying to sort things out with the Russell versus Cease to Know debate. But yeah, I'm figuring that out right now.
I mean, are you not willing to concede on not having an audience vote?
Yeah, like I'll just message you about it. But like, yeah, you guys continue. But yeah, I really want audience votes. That's how my debates have been.
No, it's fair. Yeah, no, I mean, it's your debate. I'm just saying, I just understand Rasul's perspective because I don't like the guy, and a lot of people don't, especially in our, like in the debatosphere, whatever it's called, in TikTok. So it's just, I get why he doesn't want an audience folks. It's just, he just thinks that they're not going to side with him no matter what he says. But yeah, Black still. So yeah, I mean, I just call you a deist, I guess. I mean, I'm not sure. I don't think you necessarily feel attributes of a deist if you think that God actually like imposes his will on the universe, I guess.
Can I have a debate with Kasten on intersectional feminism?
Hold on. Okay, let me bring up two more guests.
I hope he's on one bar. You're on one bar.
Oh, shit, hold on.
I can hear you.
Am I done being poor?
No, I'm so bored.
I think I'm fixed.
Sorry. But I don't know. It's kind of it's kind of the end of the night. The conversation is getting a little bit boring, but like, yeah, and I'm a little bit busy. But where do we move to? What do we talk about? How do we keep the conversation going? Do you have any
We
ops?
want
Do
to
you have any
spice it up.
opposition?
Yeah, I was
Talk
just
about
curious.
Cason's
God
false
exists.
beliefs.
If
Oh, go ahead.
I was curious, if do you guys believe in a God that's not the Christian God, or do you just think that's crazy talk?
Me, technically.
Yeah, I think the majority of us are.
I'm agnostic to all gods.
Yeah, I don't believe in every god, but I believe in a group of gods.
Gods exist.
I believe
Well,
no
I'm
gods
a Muslim.
exist.
See, like me personally, I'm omniism, so I believe that there's a lot of good in a lot of religions, but there's also a lot of bad. But I do believe in a higher power, and I do believe in a God, if that makes sense.
Neat. I do not. I'm unconvinced of the existence of any gods. And that's the only
I'm convinced
positive
God
claim
is
I make.
lonely.
For me, it's like everything has a creation. or a creator. I mean, and that's what, everything I know of.
That's a pretty big
When
claim,
you look
buddy.
at a door,
Then you've got an infinite regress of creators.
Yeah, take that back. Take that back.
Now you shut up,
Give me an
Kobe.
argument for that, buddy.
Yeah, because shutting up is just more parsimony.
Like, technically, a natural fire has a creator that is lightning, but that does not make the lightning sentient.
Yeah,
I think it does.
Mostly true.
I believe if there was a God though that's higher than everybody, it would be so confusing, and we wouldn't understand it like we don't understand it. So just logically, I just believe that there's a creator, and I think he created us for a good reason, and I think he cares about us and he loves us. I don't know. It's just my belief, though.
Yeah, but what's your to make the inference logically? What are you using?
So
To make the inference logically that there is a creator, like what are you using? What's your argument for that?
that everything has a creator.
That's
My only.
I'm being purposely per curious just because I want to. There needs to be a conversation going on. That's the only reason I'm being like this.
So your creator has a creator.
Yeah, that's why God's infinite.
Yeah, but
it's too confusing.
So
go ahead, everyone.
From my perspective, we see natural causes to everything that we observe, and we can investigate them. And you could very easily, any claim you make about, like the need for a deity to create, I can just point to nature without making an unnecessary assumption. I have nature to investigate and to observe and to interact with. Whereas I don't seem to see anybody having any real tangible access to an interaction with a deity. I just see it occurring within the imaginations of human beings. I believe the universe has always existed in some form, and that there's always been something going on to make the next thing happen. And
You believe in an eternal universe?
I do.
Well, actually, I've
I
heard
do,
that.
and I
Go
think
ahead.
the Deci study is pointing the needle more that direction.
Yeah.
The more we learn about how dark energy is interacting, the effects of dark energy is interacting with the cosmic microwave background radiation, we can see the expansion slowing down. And it would kind of lead towards a big bang, big crunch model of a cyclical universe. And that makes natural sense to me. I don't know that to be true for absolute certainty, but if I had to place my confidence in anything, that makes more sense. And it's based on the fact that I don't think it's logical in any way whatsoever to ever assume that time has a beginning. I believe that time has always existed, and I believe that matter and energy have always existed. And given those two things, we just see natural forces at work, just doing what they do. And there's not a why to it. It's just how. This is how this happens. And that's the closest thing we can come to really getting any real answers. Just exploring the how things happen.
Does the law of thermodynamics play into that as well? Like
Sure.
is what
Matter
you're
cannot be created or destroyed.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. So
Yep.
you believe okay.
Entropy increases within closed systems. But Sean Carroll has some really interesting models that he talks about, if anybody's familiar with him. But He's I think he's really good at articulating this eternal universe model of physics. So.
Have you guys ever prayed and actually believed in a higher power?
Ooh, this is
For
a
a brief
conversation.
moment in my childhood.
Yeah.
I
So
do technically meditate.
I had about a 2-year
Technically,
belief.
and it gave me a baby sister.
Yeah, I do meditate to my deities quite often. I'd say at least twice a week. It's not quite the same.
Yeah.
I feel praying is akin to begging. I don't really want to be a beggar.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I
I think Alex, you'll find that.
Oh no, you're good. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead. Like all I was gonna say was like I used to be Catholic. I
Yo,
used
what's
to
up,
pray for
man? How's
stuff.
your day been?
Wait, good, but hold on. So like I used to be Catholic.
Evening.
Wait,
Wait, you
hold
mind if
on.
I
From
wait? Can
the
you move your head real
Netherlands.
quick? You mind if I see the text?
Wait, hold on. I'm in the middle of speaking. Afterwards, yeah. So I used to be Roman Catholic. I used to pray to God about stuff. Sometimes those things that I asked for would happen, right? And I would be like, God, answer my prayer. When they didn't, I would be like, oh, well, maybe it's just not God's will that these things happen. But like later on, when I started to like investigate my faith, what sort of kind of blew my mind, but also kind of confused me was like there's not really a symmetry breaker between like there could be a world where I pray God doesn't exist and what I asked for would have happened anyway without God interfering, or there's a world where like I pray and God is actually interfering and getting me what I asked for, or not getting me what I asked for given whatever his will might be. So it's kind of hard to really kind of determine how much power prayer has and whether it's actually channeling or triggering God to interact with your life. And how do we measure that God has interacted with your life? Rather than you're just praying, no, God exists, and these things are happening anyway.
And the pattern seeking brains that humans tend to have, that tool that we're working with, has a tendency to notice the hits and forget the misses. And that can play into how we perceive this idea that our prayers are being answered.
That's
Yeah.
also very true.
Yeah, and I'd say that, I mean, this is just a generalization. I truly don't know. It's just an anecdote. But the majority of agnostic or atheists that I've met, especially in the West, I guess I could argue that the majority of them at one point were probably theists, just due to being born that way. And I've heard that question quite often. It's like, well, you never prayed? You've never felt the presence? And I was like, well, I have. I just, rationalized it to a point where it's like, well, what is there truly any merit behind this, or is it just me feeling things because I want to? So
Go ahead. I thought you were kind of landing it, so go ahead.
Yeah. And like Coco, like could you ever have said that like at one point, like, because I'm sort of early in my deconstruction, like where I'm fully deconstructed, but it still feels like whenever I am going through something, I feel the urge to like pray, right? Because you get so used to doing it. It's just me, but it's like,
Well, that's the
sort of,
human
if you
instinct to ask for help.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. But it's just odd. Like sometimes I'll be like going through something, and I'm like, shit, I wish like I want to, or maybe I want to pray, but I'm like, I truly don't believe it anymore. It's like there's no point. But it's just like something I missed, that aspect of religion, I guess, and that's why I think people like it too. It gives them comfortability and closure.
Well, as an atheist, I've found a definition of prayer that I actually really like, which is self-investigation. Rather than thinking that I'm like reaching out to, some nebulous something or another, where it's more about you could call it meditation if you want, but it's really just having a solemn moment with yourself. And I think that's useful. I think that's a healthy state of mind, a state of well-being that some people describe as spiritual. I tend to shy away from obvious terms like that. because I can just like define that as, like having a good, healthy, mental state. My well-being is balanced, and you know, that's kind of how I see it, and
Yeah, that
and
makes
that's
sense.
that's why like I
Endless, do you have
use I
anything to say?
use.
We've been sort of interrupting. I'm sorry.
Oh, very good. What? Who?
What's
Who?
that?
Who's gonna go next?
I was, I was just saying if Endless had anything to say because we've been talking, we haven't let him respond, just to see if he has any observations he wants to make.
in your own way. So
Yeah,
I
I mean, I
I
think
just
for me, it's just it's kind of what Coco said. Really, it's just where like I truly don't believe this is the case, and like whether I pray or not, I don't think it actually increases the likelihood of anything happening. I think it's just some sort of pattern recognition where it's like, oh, I pray and this thing occurred, so now I'm like saying, oh, well, it was God's will, and whenever it wasn't God's will. But it's not necessarily true. It's just some sort of pattern you're recognizing, and it makes people feel good, and that's fair. I don't like being like condescending to theists, where a lot of atheists are, where they're like, well, you just believe these things so they make you feel good. Well, no, maybe you have good reasons for believing them, but that's just my personal experience with prayer.
and I feel like that's a good thing though to when you're in a bad situation and you need help from someone outside of yourself to pray to someone to get that relief, to make yourself feel better in that moment because you could be going through the worst thing in the world and that little thing could help you. So I think it's a good tool in my personal opinion, but I was just curious about
But
how you guys felt.
but now I ask, is there value in someone actually listening? I don't know how else I would say it.
I think what Endless is trying to say is just as to say that there's like some sort of pragmatic use for it because it does, and I'll agree with that. Like, I study anthropology, so it's like with religion, I agree that there's a lot of social utility within religion where it's sort of brings people together for some sort of common belief. And it also for like your social and your how do I say this, for your telos, your teleology, right? It sort of gives you purpose and it gives you meaning and to believe there's something outside of yourself. But I don't actually think that any of that's true just by the nature of it being pragmatically useful. I just think that it's a sort of social utility that it brings about, and that's why humans tend to believe in it because it's useful and it makes you feel good.
Also, like one thing I was gonna say earlier was, yeah, like the reason I'm kind of like agnostic and like not really like atheist per se is because yeah, like I haven't got into a position where like I can say definitively that God exists or doesn't exist. But yeah, like I also have like days where like sometimes I kind of feel the same way. Like there are days where like I want to pray to God in hopes that like He might exist and like answer my prayer and like make life a little bit easier. Or sometimes I miss being a Christian because they were like simpler times and like the world was so much like shinier and simple. And then like I get a job at a pizza place. I debate atheists in a group chat. My world shatters. I enter into the real world, and everything just goes to all hell from there. But
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, it's just I endless with what you're saying with the actual like the utility of it. Yeah, I for sure miss it. And I think any honest, I mean that this is just generalizations, but I'm saying any honest sort of person who at one point was Christian. I mean, it would be crazy to say that you don't miss aspects of it because it does make life, I suppose, a little bit more easier psychologically because you believe it's outside of your hands, certain things, and that certain things maybe aren't necessarily like in your control, so it makes it easier. But I guess just as I read and as I deconstructed the religion, it just sort of came to me that like, well, maybe there's probably just as it's probably just as likely that this is true that it isn't true, and that's why I'm agnostic as to how I am now. But I never like if someone truly believes and have a good reason, like I just like hearing the reasons people believe. To be honest, I don't even like much debating. Most times, I mean, unless it's like some sort of like arrogant, like oh I know for a fact or something. But you know, if people have good reasons for believing the things they do, then who am I to tell you that you're wrong?
Mm-hmm. But yeah. Anyone else got anything? Any objections?
Just talking over here.
Like for me, it's the whole what is it called? Where God's all knowing. Kind of makes me feel better thinking that, because like you can, like I don't know about you guys, but sometimes you could tell your therapist everything that you went through, and at the end of it, it makes, like for me personally, it makes me feel better like talking about it. But a part of me is like they don't really understand, because they weren't in that situation and they didn't understand everything that you went through. But like for me, believing in a higher power or God or the universe or whatever, it gives me comfort in knowing that He understands everything that I went through in that moment. Sometimes more than therapist, which I don't devalue a therapist, because I think therapy is good. But I think praying sometimes, for me personally, helps more than seeking a therapist, giving each individual situation. But
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I just like, I guess like a juxtaposition, like a just sort of some other take way you could take it is like the same way everlasting is saying, where it's like maybe prayer is just some sort of meditative state where where you're saying that like the God's all-knowing nature truly knows the perspective you had and the feelings you had and exactly how you felt. But maybe it's just you talking to yourself that makes you feel better, and it's just truly meditation in a way. Because I mean, I'd agree that like no therapist could ever know you as well as you know yourself, right? And just the belief in Christ or God makes it so, well, God knows me exactly the way I know myself, and it makes you feel comfortable. But again, I mean, it's just like my unbelief just predicates from the fact, or it just comes from the fact that I truly can't find a good reason to hold it to be true. I guess it just I haven't heard a sufficient reason for me to actually believe, besides some sort of postulation or I don't know. I just haven't had a good enough argument, I guess.
a lot of people, I really like Jason. I mean, I think Jason, he's got a lot of bad about him. I don't believe everything that he says, but a lot of people that I watch the Christians' lives, and I watch a lot of atheists too. I do a lot of both. But the biggest thing is having faith. Is what a lot of Christians and theists say, is that's what brings them comfort. And they know that without that faith, they're gonna think just like you.
Yeah, but
Have
I mean,
you heard? Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, everlasting.
I was going to ask, like, have you ever heard like a really zealous theist say to an atheist like me, like, I don't have enough faith to be an atheist. It takes so much faith for you to believe there's no God and such. Yeah, you've heard that for sure, right? That trope.
I used to be an atheist.
Yeah.
I grew up an atheist.
Yeah.
So I was actually backwards. A lot of people, they grew up in a Christian home, and I actually, it was separate for me. I grew up as an atheist. I seen my dad go through a lot of shit. And
well, hang on. I'm sorry. I don't want to derail, but hang on. I wanted to, before you go and tell a story, I kind of wanted to land a point with that question that I asked. You've heard them make that strong claim of like it takes more faith to be an atheist, and from my perspective, that just kind of seems like they're telling on themselves, as to they're pointing out how bad how bad a method of reaching a conclusion is than faith. They're pointing out, they're illuminating how bad that epistemology is. Just have faith. You don't need evidence. And even though they're wrong about the claim that they're making, that it takes faith to be an atheist, because it's just absurd. But to me, it's a tell, and I just like to point that out, because when you hear that regarding faith as a reliable method to truth, I think that's a very telling telltale sign that it's, even they know it's not a good method.
Well, I think it's me personally. I think it takes faith to be an atheist, and I think it takes faith to be a Christian. Some kind of like,
not the way I define faith. I wouldn't at
Well,
all
Austin,
describe.
I think that I think humans have their baseline intuitions about everything, and I think that like at the end of the day, not a deterministic point of view, I suppose, where it's like you're meant to believe the things you do, but I think that these baseline intuitions really drive the positions we take, and so if me and you were to hear the same argument and it was both, maybe it was analytically true and somehow logically valid, right? We could sort of not take the premises to be true or something. We would have an issue with the argument, right? Someone else their baseline intuitions might tell them that, oh well, this might be true, right? And it's at the end of the day, like I was saying earlier, where it's like I like hearing people's argument. I like people having a solid foundation for their beliefs, right? And that's just to say that, yeah, maybe there's some logical perspective that maybe the atheist position might be more logical, or maybe the deist position might be logical. But at the end of the day, we're choosing these positions, right? Even if they're fleshed out or they're not fleshed out, if we don't have truly good reasons, just based off our baseline intuitions. And we you could have two people get the same amount of information, and those intuitions will just lead them to different conclusions. Because I mean, it's all about perspective, I suppose. So I mean, this is not to say that there's a lot of faith, I suppose, but it just means how do you define faith. If faith means some sort of belief without reason, then I guess it could be the case that theists maybe use more faith. But if it's faith in the fact that you're trusting your own sort of, I don't know how to expose your own. I
get it.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, I like the drawing out the intuition part of it, because that does play a part in, it overlaps certainly with the way that a believer will apply the definition of faith. And our intuitions are formed on our experience and our memories, like the information that we processed and retained, and we build upon that. And exactly, you nailed it also with the deterministic qualities of this. Like, we're all exposed to different, things, different experiences. So we're experiencing reality subjectively, right? And this is a shared objective reality that we are all experiencing subjectively. So my intuitions lean more towards, okay, what's reliable? Like, what can I adhere to or put confidence in that is reliable? And that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for reliable tools to navigate my way through what I believe, if you will.
Yeah, and that's fair. I mean, but I guess all I was saying is that I don't think there's a lot of atheists or agnostics. They sort of take this position where it's like, well, theists are just stupid for believing things. There's just no proof at all. There's no real line of reasoning that could make me lead to that position. But I think it's just the difference in baseline intuitions, and that's really. I mean, but again, I agree with you that if I hear a theist make some sort of stupid argument for their belief, then yeah, I'm like, well, that's dumb. But I've definitely heard some decent or sort of understandable positions, and so I just hate the antagonistical nature of it all, I guess. I don't know how to explain it. I just don't like rated atheists, and I don't like these presuppositional theists that exist on TikTok that are just hateful and spiteful. I know, and I think that you should seek more understanding and come to your own conclusions.
Yeah, I tend to just match energies. That's
fair. Yeah, I mean, I do too.
If I'm, and what we encounter a lot in these spaces is, I see a lot, kind of what, it's interesting. It's kind of what No Degree was trying to play against Forrest earlier with the whole, his his stupid, I'm sorry, his whatever, his ridiculous take on the Freudian slip. And Forrest was right. I'm not trying to dig that argument up again, but the point being is that we see a lot of hypocrisy in Christian men, and I see it affect the society that I live in. You know, and
That's fair.
I think it's harmful to all of us, even men included. You know, like and so I tend to like really hone into that problem of Christianity. And what I do is I hold Christianity to the bar of Mr. Rogers and Jimmy Carter. So, you know, like to me, if you're gonna be a Christian and have some value, like those are two quality characters that I admire, that I would like to see more of in Christianity. And anything less than that is just dogmatic and useless to society, and actually holds us back as a species. So
Yeah, I
that's
agree
my
with
hot
you.
take.
I agree with you. I understand what you're saying. Where it's to say like, where atheists will be like, well, you're not really an atheist. You just don't have the X, Y, and Z reason to believe, or you just want to sin, or something like that. Like they assume things, and they use their positions to sort of assume things about other people and things like that. Yeah, I understand why. And I mean I think that's the majority of when you say match energies, like I completely agree with that. Like I mean, obviously I'm being really calm right now, but of course if I heard some arrogant person, like I'd be more upset or whatever. And you know, you meet those across both lines.
Who said that?
Mr. Number.
What's up?
Hi.
Ready to go to the Arctic and beat up some penguins, man?
Oh, I'm not sure about that.
They're evil, bro. You have to do this for the greater good.
But yeah, everlasting. It's like, I definitely agree with you. Where like I definitely do meet theists where they're like, and I hate that, where they're like, oh well, this is true. I'm assuming my position to be true, and by virtue of that, the only reason you're not believing is because you don't like the things that my view entails, and you're really just a Christian who just wants to sin or something like that. And yeah, I understand where you're coming from. And I definitely think there's definitely some. I'm very secular when it comes to the government and stuff. Like I don't like religion being like actually institutionalized in any sense. I think that's very like dangerous to society. But as a social use, and I don't mind it. You know, if people want to believe because they feel some social utility that comes about it, and they have some good reason. And I mean, it's fair. You know?
Oh wait! Actually, really quick. I was confused at first because you changed your profile picture, but then like it just clicked for me like who you were.
Oh yeah. I just to give you a heads up, I switch my profile picture from time to time.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, I'm chilling. Well, a little bit tired, but no, we chilling. Life is,
Okay. Long day.
Yeah. Yeah. Holy shit.
Oh, that just tells me it's more than a long day.
Yeah. It's been a minute. I realized like I did a lot today actually. I put out like 5 videos, I edited a couple. I talked shit about Present on a live, and yeah, like yeah, I did a lot today actually. Like yeah, like I had a whole fight with Present on a live.
Oh man, wow.
I'm organizing my debates, but yeah, we're just running through stuff.
Okay. Cool.
But yeah, life is good. I'm probably about to crawl into bed and maybe look at the other lives.
Oh yeah.
But I don't think there's anything going on right now. Oh well, actually no, there is some stuff going on. But
You'll be down tomorrow?
Tomorrow's Saturday, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Maybe Sunday, but Sunday I am having my debate event. Multiple debates, and yeah.
You got somebody famous coming over or something? Is that how it works? I don't know how the stuff works.
For this one, no, but I am trying to get someone famous in the future. By the way, if any of you guys know, if anyone has any connections to what's his name, to God Logic,
Logic.
help me out.
Not God of Logic, right? God Logic.
I know a person that knows a person that knows God Logic. I'm not sure if I even still follow with them. I barely talk to that person, but I can try.
I want to see, like, cause like I want to see, like, I want to DM him and be like, can you pick somebody who's Islamic to debate on my platform? And I want an Islam debate before TikTok gets bananaed. I want like an Islam debate, a Christian versus Islam debate.
Oh, yeah. Wait, TikTok is gonna get banned again?
Well, I mean, like they have until June 19th.
What the heck?
And Trump only extended the deadline.
Oh, right.
He didn't get rid of it.
Hey, Mr. Num Num, were you another tag name too? Did you change your name and profile pic?
No, just profile picture. I have to.
You always have the same name? Okay. Your
Yeah,
voice
always
sounded
have the
familiar.
same. Yeah.
I thought you were Six Pain for a second. You kind of
Oh, no.
I don't know if you know who Six Pain is, but okay.
But I do have many accounts though, but those are for like different other debates. That's not religious. Yeah.
Ow, my tried to get Mezzo or Joel Reed's Bible to debate.
So, oh wait, say what? Sorry. What?
He's asking if you tried to get Joel or Mezzo to debate.
Send me their profiles and I can DM them and make that happen.
Ooh, I can try to get. I'm pretty sure you know who Vor is, right? Oh no, not Vor. I forgot what his name
There's
is.
a few people I follow that would be pretty good to talk with. Nova. I'll get a list. I'll message them to you.
Dude, I forgot his name.
Yeah, give me a list. But yeah, I'm open to like people who watch my stuff giving me like matchups, and I make them happen. I've had some pretty big names on my channel.
Get Cyber. Have you had him around? I don't think he's been around here, has he?
Cyber
construction.
Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm friends with him.
I'm not really sure.
Cyber,
Big fan of
I think he would definitely do it. He's really knowledgeable about the Bible.
Cyber versus.
He makes a really. I'm sorry, what was that?
Oh,
I mean, Cyber is okay-ish if I'm being quite honest, but he's good like asking questions. I would say that because I have like friends who would like debate with Cyber, and then they always tell me like they don't like debating with him because there are times where he like try to, how do I say this? Like ignore some passages or not listen to like important words that's like in the Bible or something like that, or skip a couple of verses. Well, not like skip a couple of verses, but miss a couple of verses, or not understand a word or the context of it or something like that, and they just don't like it. Yeah. So he's okay from what I've known so far. He actually gets somebody good. I know Ian is good. He's good. He's good. He's good with science and stuff. You should probably get him.
Yeah, Ian.
Yeah, I mean he doesn't have a lot of followers, so.
I've had him on my life before.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Ian debated Jason, and the recording's on my YouTube page.
Oh, I think I was there too. Was I?
That was pretty cool. And also, yeah, Ian's really cool. Also, he was on my live debating Bob by Blood too at some point, but I didn't get the recording for that. But I did get like a premise-based argument from him, which is really cool. But
Mm. Oh yeah.
But yeah, I'm trying to think of like celebrity guests to get like on a short notice, but I don't really got anybody, to be honest.
What about Skeptics and Scoundrels? He doesn't have a lot of TikTok followers yet, but he's bigger on YouTube anyway.
Do you guys know any? Do you guys know any like super intellectual like atheists?
So far, Ian is unfortunately the only one. Oh wait, there is that one guy who is usually with Ian. He's the one with the glasses, the hair, and the bun, or something like that. He has like a chalkboard behind him.
Dr. Blitz.
Dr.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a bit hard to land. But...
Yeah, he's like the second good atheist. Like out of all the other good atheists, I mean, out of those two, the rest of the atheists I've known so far are not really good in my opinion. Just
I would say
they
Joel
seem-
Green might be. If you ever checked him out, I mean, he's more of a comedy though. He does more of comedy, but he seems very knowledgeable into the Bible. But I'm not too sure.
Comedy?
Okay, I would say
Yeah, he does a lot of comedy.
Like
Okay.
comedy as like jokes, like with jokes time to time.
Yeah, he makes a
or-
lot of jokes.
Ooh,
I
I
would
don't know. I'm
say,
not sure about that.
Yeah,
well, I mean,
just
like
DM
I'm
me all
down
these
for like
people and I'll set
today,
it up.
because I'm not sure like people like oppositions like Christians will like take them like serious or anything like that. Because when it comes to debates, like everybody likes to be serious and stuff.
But yeah, I would say DM me all these people and I will set it up. And
I know a good
Have
one.
you heard of the godless engineer, John Gleason? He might be.
I think so. I might follow him actually. I think like I've actually heard of him frequently, very frequently.
Yeah, he's another YouTube. He's huge on YouTube. Like I know all these guys through the line on YouTube.
Oh, you also have a Light and Sig as well.
Oh yeah, the godless. Yeah, me and him are friends. We've DM'd.
Oh yeah, they're good. They're good. They're very good.
Oh yeah, that okay. I have a debate matchup. I have a debate.
Yeah, he'll debate mythicism, evolution. He'll debate the flood. He'll debate all. He's got a good knowledge set on him, and he's entertaining.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank goodness you said that. I have a Christian I could definitely match him up against if he's like.
Who's that?
really- Yeah, I know.
What did I
exactly.
say again?
Godless engineer.
Right. Who was that?
Or was it you, or was it who was it?
John Gleason. That was me that suggested him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that was him. That was him.
Oh, this is gonna be
John
epic.
Gleason is his name.
This is
Who?
gonna be epic.
Who are you gonna match him up against?
I got a guy named. He's also more famous on YouTube, but he's named. Let me look. Jewel Set Case, I think. Yeah, Jewel Set Case.
Never heard of him.
He's popular on YouTube, and his YouTube channel is what is it called? Hold on. I'll try to find his YouTube channel in my DMs real quick. Give me one. The
Also
thing,
got-
Yeah, the name don't ring a bell, but if maybe his channel's got something.
You also got Big John Steele. I heard he's like one of like best of the best I've heard so far, from what I'm told.
I was trying to book him, but like it's difficult. Per se. Joel Sidecase's YouTube channel is the Think Institute. But if you guys can get me in contact with Big John Steele, that'd be awesome, and I would book that. That'd be really.
Oh yeah,
cool.
I can try. I mean, he's live right now.
I mean, okay, actually, well, I don't want to tell you guys to go to his live and like raid his live per se, but
Right.
If
I
you
won't rate
guys
it.
would like to
I'll
get
obliterate it.
into a debate on my channel, I can't tell you to, but I
You want me
mean,
to like send him a DM? Like I'm not sure like he will read it, but I'll give him like a what 40 to 40, possibly 46 chance for him to about to read it.
no, okay.
Yeah, because he has like a lot of people following him and stuff. He has like he does sometimes respond to people, but not that much because he has like a lot of stuff to do when it comes to his stream and then like helping people, talking about the Bible, debating atheists, and then debating Muslims, then debating two of them at the same time, and then multiple at the same time, and then yeah,
To be
it's
honest,
pretty.
what if I got Big John Steele versus a Muslim debate? That's probably what I'd probably try to aim for.
Oh, he'll win. He will win. I gotta be honest. From
Do you guys know
Muslim,
any big Muslim creators?
I actually don't. That's
None that I would recommend.
They're not like crazy famous on here.
Because if I'm being like really quite honest, like I love Muslims, not gonna lie, but I don't like what y'all follow. But it just feels like, how do I say this?
Well, like Moshe used to be the thing back in the day.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Oh, what's up, Isaiah? We met before. Different
I
life.
saw something.
Huh?
I
Yeah,
saw
I
something on
was-
social media about like how scientists like found like new studies of like the shot of Turin, like how how it took like 44,000 watts for like the image of Christ to be produced onto the shroud.
Mm-hmm.
And I would have to like check the notes on exactly what they said, but I posted it on my profile. It's pretty interesting. Just wanted to share. I don't know if you heard about it.
Oh no, we all heard of it, right?
I've heard of it.
How it took like a
Image printed on a 3D object. Very interesting.
Wait, what?
You heard of it, right?
2D image printed on a 3D object. Very interesting. Or from a 3D object. It's very interesting. Quite impressive.
Quite impressive. But yeah, that's all I got. I think it's about that time. Yeah, I think that's basically it. Anyone else got objections, comments, concerns, anything for me? I think I'm about to head out.
Good. Have a good night, man.
No.
Rest well, alright? Get all the sleep
Okay.
you get. Till
Bet,
tomorrow.
bet. Yeah, I'll definitely see you guys around. Thank you everyone for being here. Especially thank you, everyone who sent gifts. I'm gonna have to shout somebody out. There was somebody who sent me like 1,000 like roses and then sent me like a big gift. Like hold on, like dude, that's amazing. I'm gonna reinvest it into my project I'm doing here so I can get more followers and keep it going. But it really genuinely helps. I go and I network and like grow lives and I try to reach out to more people, build my following. And I've been using Grow Lives on TikTok in order to get to this 9,000 position I'm in. So it's like a live where you go in and people like network with each other and follow for a follow and, you know, got everyone.
Okay.
And,
It's like if you follow me, I follow you. Everybody will follow you. Follow me, type of thing.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, and like I tell them like what my platform is about, and I send messages to everybody that follows me. I have this message that I copy and paste to everybody as a conversation starter.
Oh, you're talking about like a group chat?
Or no, like individually, I send messages to like everybody.
Okay.
As a conversation starter, and then I talk with all the people that follow me. Yeah, we hit 9K. All the people that follow me,
Yeah, we hit 9K recently. Yeah, that's big news.
Oh, word. Let's go, man.
Yeah, and then like I'm about to hit like 10K. I want to hit 10K.
Yeah, I want to hit 10.
Before TikTok possibly gets banned, and then make a video about like. Okay, so actually, let me tell you about this. I got like a really cool video idea. So when I hit 10K, right?
Right.
I'm gonna look at the first video that I made on TikTok. You know, find the clothes that I wore for that video, and I'm gonna like dress up in those, right? And I'm gonna film myself
Right.
like talking. Then I'm gonna film myself in like newer, different clothes, and film myself talking. And essentially, I'm gonna make a video with like two of me talking to each other. And it's like, you know, like who I was when I first started this project, who I am now, and it's gonna be this pretty cool scene. Like my like in the past self is gonna be like, so what did it cost? And then like, you know, my newer self is gonna start talking about like, you know, everything that he went through to get to 10K. And so it's like essentially, okay, so sorry I'm talking about this so much, but it's gonna be like a wide shot outside.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, so it's gonna be like a wide shot outside, and like in one frame, I'm gonna be sitting in a chair with like the clothes that I wore for like my first TikTok video, and then in the other chair, I'm gonna overlay it over that scene, like when I'm editing, of me wearing different clothes, and so when the video plays, it's like two of me, and you know I'll film certain like lines in the script in one scene and certain in the other ones, and then like blend it together to make a you're talking to yourself type scene.
Yeah, like time travel type thing. That's pretty cool because I've been seeing like a lot of people be doing it, and I thought I was struggling out, but it's kind of cool though. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, and
You
like
should definitely do that.
yeah, it's gonna be pretty lit. But yeah, that'll be my like 10K video essentially, and then like I did outsource for a 9K video. That's coming out soon. I went on Fiverr. I went on Fiverr and I paid somebody to like animate something for me. I went on Fiverr and I paid somebody to like animate something for me, and so they're working on that as we speak.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Actually, go for it, man. That's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Like like the amount of money and like time and energy I've invested into this account and this project is like crazy. And also, like,
You can make money off of this?
I've made a chunk of money off of this.
What?
Yeah, like I've made like so these events that I put on, right? These debate events, people send gifts to me and the debaters, and I've made like you know $50, like 60 here and there. And I genuinely appreciate like my audience for like sending me those gifts, and I'm able to like reinvest them into the project.
Right.
So some people are subscribed to me. I make a little bit of money doing that. I actually, as of right now, have a brand deal. I was talking to somebody, and like they're like, "Yeah, whenever you're ready, you can do this brand deal. It's like in my back pocket anytime that I want to." And yeah, I made like a good chunk of money, but I also spent so much money on this account. Like
That's freaking dope. What?
Hosting debates, debating people, and like, yeah, my niche is Christianity versus atheism, debates, philosophy, science, and whatnot. Yeah.
Hey, I don't know who you guys are in the chat who usually gives my boy. Y'all need to gift me too. Send me some money. All right, I need something.
But no,
I need some.
I love everybody too. Like they don't have to give me gifts. Like they give donations and like gifts, and like I really appreciate it. And yeah, can't do this without them. But yeah. And then, you know, I got 4 more events I'm putting on before TikTok ends. One of them is this Sunday. And yeah.
I just met so many great people on here, not gonna lie.
And yeah, like whenever we have these events, like, you know, I get gifts, you know, the people I co-host with get gifts, the debaters get gifts. Sometimes the debaters got more gifts than I got. Like if I made $40, the debaters are making like $60 or $70.
Like if you see,
Oh, then they do more than that, bro.
yeah,
I've been seeing some atheists be making on like what? Wait, no, not atheists. I've seen what's that kid's name? Um, was it Josh? No, it wasn't Josh.
Parker.
Thank you. Yes. How did you know?
Because Parker is like he literally does it for a living. Like
Yeah.
everyone on this app is trying to be Parker in regards to the debate scene. Parker,
Yes.
Parker went to college, graduated, and instead of working a regular job like the rest of us, he wakes up every single day, gets on TikTok, makes like $1,000 in a day, and then calls it a wrap. And does it.
Yes, bro.
Like over and over.
Bro, like also Dean too, bro. Like, bro, like they get like thousands of galaxy in freaking one day.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, yo,
they're
by the same person too.
Yeah, they're like sweating money. But yeah, politics is like the place to get into if you want to make a shit ton of money. Religion is more of like a niche. Like you're not gonna make crazy amounts of money going into religion.
Yeah, it's like one of the hot topics of the top 5. But I would place it like a 4, a rank 4 or 5 actually, or rank 4 or 5. Because like people like to talk about political problems, and after political problems, abortion, and after abortion, you got problems between red and blue, political problems, and what else? Abortion, and then Christianity.
Well, so really quick, let me get to I am Allah and then Mari.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
But I am Allah. Do you got anything for me?
I just came to say hi. I was scrolling. I added you one time. I heard the frequency of what you say and what you do, and I appreciate what you do, bro. So I was just saying hi. I have maybe just one question. You say you're agnostic, right?
Yeah.
Do you love God or God? Or do you know a God? I know that might be a strange question, but in your heart, do you have love for a God?
It depends. I don't believe in any gods, but I'm not at a point where I can say he doesn't exist. But in regards to loving God, I tend to be a little confused by the Christian God. Like I want to understand, and I'm open to like the Christian God existing, and like maybe he can be justified, but like I he does a lot of things I don't really agree with, you know.
Yeah. Understandable.
Yeah, there's a lot of biblical things that come across as extreme. But when I say God, God to me is not a particular person. God to me is energy, or just let's say, you know how you love people?
That way.
Yeah.
You know how you're able to demonstrate this love that you brought all of these people together? Because before the people went off and did whatever they're doing, you had about like 20, 30 people here. You brought that love and you brought that harmonious vibe to this whole life. You do know that, right?
Yeah.
So that whatever power that is inside of you, that's what I would call God.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, typically God would be described to have like characteristics or be the creator of this reality. It's not like an energy.
I mean, if you want to look at it from that perspective, but we don't know. We've never seen a God. We've never seen this. It could be a woman. It could be a man. I believe you see God through people.
Are you a theist by any chance?
Nah. There's no label on my name. I know my name is controversial in itself because it's a name of a deity or whatever. But there's so much more than that. You know what I mean? And
Are you okay?
Yeah, there's so much more to it. So I'm saying whatever frequency you're able to bring to people, as long as it's not chaos, bro, that to me is God.
Okay, here, let me put a
And
pin on that, and we'll get back to that.
yeah, yeah,
Um,
and I think it's amazing that you're able to do that. And like, even though you're agnostic or whatever, I just wanted to appreciate you and tell you that it's so like in today's society, everybody's looking for a God underneath the water and on top of the sky and in the clouds. But sometimes maybe we just need to look in the mirror and we'll see God right there. And when I look at you, I see the love of God.
okay.
and and because of that, and it's not just you, it's your man Mr. Num.
Mr.
Yeah,
Number.
yeah.
Yeah, because you've been on this live for a long time, right? And you were able to contribute that
Something like
love,
that.
like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
So many people just they look for God in so many other places. Like, why don't we look closer instead of looking upwards on the water or looking for Superman or looking for Batman? Maybe God is right there. So that's what I would see, anyways. But I understand the bigger picture of it is like God is omniscient, God is all powerful. But I just think these are things that we have come to add up to our own logic of observations and what we think is. But instead of what we think is, why don't we just look at what is, which is the love that you've demonstrated today? So I just want to say thank you for that.
Oh yeah, yeah, no problem at all. But Mari, what you got for me?
That man said it so much better than I ever could. I'm going to take it a step further, and your life, sir, has done a lot for a lot of people. And I just want you to know that as somebody who is born and raised Catholic, who is no longer, and I'm now a Christian, I only go on lives who are like agnostic Christian. I just want you to know, like, I see you. And what's important is, like, God loves you so, so much. And you are a powerful presence. And what I want you to know is the way that Jesus, you can cut me off whenever you're ready.
Oh, you're good. I'm just listening.
The way that Jesus took his disciples were the most rebellious people, right? So I was born and raised Catholic. I denounced Christianity at a very young age. I was like, I'm Catholic, like F this, like Catholic priests, like they touch little kids, like I'm not okay with any of this, like, and it took me until I was in my 30s to accept Jesus Christ in my life. And when I see you, I'm going to tell you as a Christian who just came back, you will be one of the biggest voices for Christianity. I can tell you right now. You're on here with your TikTok name to be an agnostic. Jesus will 100% come into your soul. And you will be here as one of the biggest speakers, because God comes to people like you as he came to people like me. And when that time comes, I'm going to follow you right now. And you don't have to follow me, but when you're ready, you have a voice and God will come to you. I promise you.
Oh, okay.
And it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard.
Yeah. I'm not really sure about that, but like I am open-minded to like believing that God exists. I just need like justification, but yeah, we'll see. Time will tell.
Here's what breaks my heart about you is I was the same way. Like my worst day in my life, I went to the Catholic Church when I was a child. And I tried to open the doors and the doors were locked. And I was like, and then I became an adult and I learned about things and I rebutted the Catholic Church and became a Christian. And I'm going to tell you, you have a voice. And the reason that Christians like me are up here, like my friend, you're right there. You're so close. And we're here for you when you're ready. That's all.
Okay. Wait. So, what were the reasons that you left Roman Catholicism? I left Roman Catholicism.
Yeah, so I actually so I was a Catholic for the first like 18 years of my life. I that's all I learned. I didn't know any better. And then I went in the military. I got really bad PTSD from war. And I started reading the Bible probably 10 years after that. And everything I learned from the Bible contradicted Catholicism, aka like, why am I confessing my sins to a priest? Like, that makes no sense. Because Jesus literally says the way to the Father is through him. So like, why am I confessing my sins to a priest? Which, by the way, as like a 6, 7, 8-year-old child was always very awkward. Like, excuse me? And then as an adult, I come to find out like most of those priests are like molesting like children. I'm like, I don't like it.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
I've heard that objection from like Protestants. Like, why are we confessing like our sins to like priests rather than going like straight directly to God? And just,
Well, in the Bible says the way to the Father is through the Son. Like, the Bible tells us that. And then I've said that to a Catholic priest before, who I've been to funerals, and they're like, why aren't you here anymore? I'm like, because you're Catholic, and I don't agree with that. And they're like, well, and I'm like, explain to me why the Bible says the way to the Father is through the Son. And they're like, why are you questioning me? And I'm like, because I'm questioning you. Like, no, we're done.
yeah. No, I understand it. I've heard that rhetoric from like
that's not rhetoric. That's a fact. That's not rhetoric. That's fact.
Oh yeah, but it's like the reasoning. Like, I've heard that similar reasoning from like evangelicals or like Ray Comfort or other people per se. Like, yeah, I've heard that. And
Banana Man himself, Ray Comfort.
Yeah, Ray Comfort will say these things. Like, he'll say like we shouldn't be confessing to like a priest. We should be confessing straight to God.
May I ask you a question? Why do you have the pineapple in your name?
Because I am a supporter of like Palestine, and like
watermelon.
Palestinian people should be free, and like I don't support what America's doing, and like
all people should be free.
Yeah, and like I just don't support what America's doing and like what Israel is doing, and like I don't think we should be blowing up hospitals of innocent children to get to a Schmerist group. But yeah, like, yeah, their approach to trying to get to Hamas is not great.
I agree. I'm with you. Like, I'm actually an Israel supporter, but I pray for all children.
Interesting. Oh, okay. Wait, you support Israel and everything that they're doing to like the Palestinian people in Gaza?
No, I support neither side. I think Israel is more domesticated, though.
Wait, didn't you just say, but I
Just
support...
folded under zero pressure.
Yeah, you just said...
If I have to pick a side, I 100% support Israel.
Wait, why?
Why? Because Palestine has no true leadership. Their leaders are T groups, and I support people going there. As somebody anybody in this life who's been to war, I welcome you to challenge me. I've actually been to war. I've seen the way that children are treated. I've been to Afghanistan. I've seen the way that those babies are treated. And I will tell you that they need leadership. They need true leadership to go there and save them. And if you have been on this live and have not been to war, I don't respect anything you have to say.
Well, I'm not sure about like Palestine not having like a leader. I'd probably have to like look more into that. But like I just want to say that Israel's like actions are really justified. Like if they're going.
And how? Have you ever been there?
No, I haven't been there. But like
that's irrelevant to the conversation.
It is irrelevant. No, it's absolutely relevant. Because as somebody who's been to war, yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So the fact that I haven't been to Palestine means that I can't know anything about what's going on there and support something?
Yes, because I will 100% tell you as somebody who's been to Afghanistan who's come home and seen media propaganda, yes, I will tell you, you know nothing unless you've been there.
Okay, if I'm being like really honest, I would say like both sides are, I wouldn't say equally bad, but I would say like both sides are bad if I'm being quite honest, because Israel does have their own issues as well. They also have like people issues, migrations issues. They also treat Africans wrong. They also treat
But define Africans. What Africans?
Like
people from the continent of Africa.
No, there's a very big difference between the continent of Africa. You could say the continent of Northern America. Very different.
I wouldn't. Not.
There's 7 different continents, and those aren't African continents.
Northwest Africans and North Africans usually just comes over to Israel, and they just.
I'm from Antarctica.
Discrimination, and they also have people who are born there also face discrimination. And I would say you are right about well, actually, I don't know Palestine. I wouldn't speak up on about it, but I trust that you've seen some stuff because I do actually have a friend who's also a Marine, and he also seen stuff in the Middle East, and they also do this same type of act that you were speaking about. So I would say honestly, it's just really both that are really equally bad. So I wouldn't side with either of them because honestly, let's just be real here. Humans are not good. The only thing I would be against is humans. Well, man. That makes sense.
I love people who have never been to a country like that who support that.
Israel?
No, sir, I've been to
Fantastic.
Afghanistan.
Fantastic. So you have no idea about the conflict between these two countries, and you've never been there, correct?
No, I'm a veteran. I absolutely know about it.
Yeah, so real quick, did you just say that you just made the standard that if you've never been there, then you don't know anything about it?
So you've been there?
No, I'm asking you. I'm applying your standard to
Yes,
you.
I'm absolutely saying that. So if you've never been there, you're listening to the mainstream media, you should not have an opinion. Because you
Yeah,
have
so
no
define, first of all, we won't backtrack. Well, I'll backtrack to that in a second. So you've never been to Israel, right?
No.
Okay, fantastic. So you're just listening to outside sources, right? Just applying your standards to you once again.
No, I'm actually
Wait, did you just gonna say you're black?
no. What? Excuse me. Kick him. Like if y'all don't kick him, I'm out.
I'm a mod, man.
That's
so just-
un-okay.
Yeah. So
Can you
I didn't
be
know
a
where
mod?
you
I am
actually
a very prominent like Republican contributor. Like you can be a mod. Kick me. Go ahead, kick me.
No, I don't want you to try to be a victim. Sorry. I'm just applying your standards
I'm
to
a
you.
victim. I'm
No,
not.
you're trying to make yourself one. It's okay.
No,
So
I'm
you
not.
just said
Absolutely not.
before that if you haven't been to a country, that you don't know about war in it, right?
Yes, I agree. Yes.
Okay, so why are you speaking on this issue?
I am saying the Israeli-Palestine issue is nothing that anybody on here, unless you've been there, can speak to.
So why are you speaking
Cool,
on
so
it
why
for
are
the
you
fourth
talking on
time?
it?
For
I
the
am
fourth
not.
time,
I'm
do you
saying
think you can
I
answer my
support
question
Israel because of
directly?
the Bible.
I'm very
100%.
confused at your rhetoric, and like when I apply your own standards to you, you seem to just act dumbfounded or like you have this blank look on your eyes.
I have a dumb look in my eyes.
A blank look. I didn't call you dumb.
I mean, I disagree, but okay, like let's have a
Yeah, so
conversation.
what was
Wait,
the word that I
you
used?
disagree with yourself?
Yeah.
No, I disagree with him.
Yeah, I just said you had a blank look. I didn't call you dumb. You're obfuscating from the point. If you could like engage directly, that'd be amazing.
What would you like me
Hey
to do,
guys,
sir?
I feel like
What would I want
let's
for you to
not,
do?
you know, let's not go left and let's not go right and let's not
See, I'm
follow.
allowing it.
I don't know.
We're chilling.
I'm trying to just mute so I don't
That's
crash
cool
out.
too. I'm just wondering, like, what's your point, man? Because like you don't seem to be able to follow your own line of logic. So why would we ever listen to somebody who's as ignorant as you are?
You don't.
Wait, Mr. Numnum, are you down for Wisdom 101?
My fault. Let me unmute him. I apologize.
No, you're straight. You're straight. I'm just trying to like break the tension. Well, yeah, I'm down, bro. I'm down. I'm actually on right now.
I'll stay on for a couple more hours. I'll give it a couple hours.
So I just want to let you know that you're the GOAT. There's just no way around it. Appreciate you moderating that debate on Sunday.
Oh yeah, it was lit.
Marty, I have a question for you.
So I've heard.
What would this building? What would drive you to vote for Donald Trump after the failures of the just complete unmitigated disaster of his first administration? Impeached twice, wasn't necessarily removed, 34-time felon, adjudicated rapist. I'm just not sure why anybody would vote for Donald Trump. A guy who stared directly into the solar eclipse, a person who...
Can I answer, or are you going to keep talking?
Hurricane. Oh yeah, go. Sorry, I was just giving you a bunch of reasons why it would be an asinine idea to vote for Donald Trump.
So thank you. Typical male chauvinistic who talks over a woman, but I totally get it.
I was speaking, and then you interrupted me.
Huh? I can talk over you if you'd prefer.
No, but
I'm more than capable.
I didn't speak over you at all. I was just speaking in general. So I'm not.
Oh
even
yeah,
sure
I got you, Forrest. I got you, Forrest. I'm just
No, don't worry,
no,
miss.
I can talk over you.
No, but I just don't understand. I was just speaking, and then she said that I was talking over her. I don't think that she knows what a chauvinist
You
is.
asked your question. Can I answer or no?
I don't know. Can you stop calling me things that I'm not?
A male chauvinist? No, you actually are.
Yeah. So define chauvinism, and then give me an example of how I'm a chauvinist.
Because you think you're better than me just because of how I voted. So that's called a chauvinist.
No, that would be a narcissist.
No.
What question for us? Who do you vote for?
I voted for Kamala Harris because she's a 34-time felon. She's not a rapist. She's not a person who has sexualized children before. She's a prosecutor and not a felon. She's a person that would have done a lot better for this country, and I can see why a lot of Trump supporters and voters are immediately there vote for Donald Trump.
I mean, I would agree, but also kind of disagree on one thing.
Hi,
Just
Coco.
one
I don't do
particular thing I
politics.
really
Okay,
do
that's fine.
disagree
Help.
with Kamala on. Honestly, it's just like the allowing in women's bathrooms. That's the main thing I do not
Real
like.
quick, we won't go to the T issue, and it's Kamala. It's Kamala, like comma, like in a sentence, then la, like la 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 la. Anyway, so let's give Mari an opportunity to answer because I'm not sure that you can follow.
I got a really quick question.
Go for it, Mom.
Mari, why are you letting the chauvinist talk to you like that? You
Oh my
take
God,
that
Mom.
I'm a respectful woman. I'm military. I'm respectful.
I can't believe he's talking to you like that.
It's totally fine. I'm military. It's all good.
Go ahead, tell him why you voted Trump. Go ahead.
When the host allows it. Host, may I speak?
Oh yeah, do your thing, dude. What the fuck?
Thank you, sir. So, I was actually a born and bred Democrat. Like, that's how I was raised. And when I was overseas, it was under Obama, when all my friends were unalived and I saluted coffins with flags over them, was under Obama. And by the way, let me tell you, the reason that we lost so many people was because of the war that Obama put in place. The war privileges, by the way, we weren't allowed to shoot. They cut that shit off. So don't even get me started. But after Obama, the reason I initially was about to vote for Hillary, because when I was in the military, like I didn't care, like I was over it, like I had PTSD, like I'm done, I care less. And then Benghazi happened, and then me and my friends were like, what is going on? Like, what is going on? So I was all about the first female president. I like campaigned for her. I was all about it. And then I found out about Benghazi. And that's when I took my red pill and I was like, this is not right.
Oh, so you're a chauvinist. You didn't want a woman president.
Can I finish speaking?
You haven't actually addressed anything that I said, by the way. I asked you why you voted for Donald Trump, and you haven't said anything about Donald Trump
I'm
yet.
not done speaking, so I have males over speaking me. Shame on you.
Real quick, you're so right. I'm just going to mute you real quick. So if you could actually answer why you voted for Donald Trump without like going off into some odd diatribe about everything but Donald Trump, that'd be amazing. Do you need to stick to the subject and maybe just form a coherent line of thinking at some point during your lifetime? Thank you.
Sure. So it was after COVID when the government took away my rights, my small business rights, and the rights of the people that I fought for, that I took my red pill. And I was like, I woke up. And ever since, I voted for Donald Trump twice, and I'm so glad that I did. I'm so glad that he's president, and I'm so glad that we have.
You woke up?
Yeah, you didn't actually give any reasons. You just said that you took a red pill, and also,
Well, the
the
host
second
muted
time,
me.
real quick, the second time that you voted for Donald Trump, was that in 2020 or was that in 2024?
No, so I did not vote for him in 2015. I voted for him in 2020 and 2024.
Oh, you voted for.
question?
Wait. So you voted for Hillary Clinton even though you were mentioning Benghazi?
No, I didn't vote for anybody. I was about to vote for
Oh.
Hillary. I was so conflicted. As a military combat veteran, I didn't vote for anybody.
Right. So as a female chauvinist, you just couldn't bring yourself to vote for a female either time, right?
Damn, that's crazy.
No, I was about to vote for her, and then Benghazi happened. I learned about Benghazi, and
Forrest,
So you
can
just
I
never
please say
voted for
something,
any
woman to
female
woman?
I was
representative in
also
government?
22 years old, a combat veteran at 22. What did you do at 22, sir?
Yeah, so you've said that like 46 times, but you're just derailing from the point. I do appreciate your service, but I don't appreciate your ignorance. So, can you tell me why you wouldn't vote for a woman ever?
I was about to vote for a woman, and then
But
I
you didn't
found
because?
Benghazi. And unlike you, I served my country in combat.
Yeah,
and
I thank you for your service, but I condemn you for your ignorance.
You
It's
served?
not-
That's amazing. I didn't know that.
Where'd you serve?
Okay, this is going nowhere, respectfully. I just want to ask you a question. Hi, Mari. My name is Maya. I'm based in Los Angeles. And first off, I do want to acknowledge, acknowledge. What?
I ain't talking to anyone from Los Angeles. I'm sorry.
Okay, first off, you don't know where my family is from.
Damn.
Secondly, I have the right to
from LA.
speak, and it's not up to you, so I'm going to talk, okay? So all I'm going to say is that Trump was held civilly liable for actually assaulting a woman in a dressing room by a court. And he has been accused of rape over 20 times. So to my thing is, a woman who voted for him tells me that she doesn't love herself enough to defend other women and what she stands for. And as a woman who is literally, see, she ran away. A woman who served, who has PTSD, is voting
Bring her
for
back.
Trump. That's
I mean-
insane.
Okay, bring her back.
I
And
mean,
Maya,
to express my
you made her run away.
opinion, like,
Yeah, I did make her run away because she's a weak ass, whatever. That word.
Whoa.
even though I actually do, well, honestly, I'm not really sure about the. Well, honestly, I really don't know if that's true or not. Honestly,
Wait, you can Google it. Civilly liable, not criminally.
34 felonies.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll
you
definitely actually look into that.
No, actually
Because
Google
honestly-
it because so many people voted for him and call themselves allies to women and people who've been harmed that way. But then they're voting for someone who's literally been held civilly liable by a woman who came forward in a court. This is not made up. You can Google it right now.
Oh no, I will definitely look into that.
And
'Cause
yeah,
honestly,
I ran her off
I-
because this is what happens with me on panels. Like, as a strong-minded black woman, anytime I come on and my voice gets louder, people they freak out. Oh my God. And honestly, it's like, if you can't hold your ground in a TikTok live, then how are you going to hold your ground when like stuff happens in real life? Sorry.
Agreed. Yeah, run that shit.
Mr.
Coco, how did you find that troglodyte?
Huh?
How did
No,
that troglodyte happen upon this live?
She came in and she said that, like, I'm gonna do great things for Christianity and Jesus loves me.
Okay,
And
so what do you think her BA level was?
I am going to voice out of respect for all people who attend my lives.
Fantastic, Coco. So you're thinking like 0.10. That's great. Mob, I do appreciate your denigrating comments. The pejoratives were fantastic. I'd like to debate you next on me being a male chauvinist.
Wow.
Would you like to accept that debate, or do you decline and concede?
I concede.
Fantastic.
Is everyone on this panel agnostic?
No, I'll be Christian for just to play to play Lucifer's lawyer.
You're funny.
Thank you.
I just want to say to the host, thank you for doing what you're doing. I see the watermelons down there. I'm also support that as well.
She called them pineapples.
Oh, sorry. The pineapples. I love the TikTok shop. Blah blah.
We know you're good. The other woman that was here, she called them pineapples for some weird reason.
It's the algorithm.
Yeah.
But all I was
Those do not look like pineapples. I'm sorry.
All I was gonna say is that it's so cool to see someone who is like also black and agnostic. I don't know a single black secular person in my life.
Wait, really? Let's go.
No, and I'm in LA. I think maybe one. My sister's agnostic. One.
I have a Discord of non-believers I can share with you.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, like we all host lives on TikTok. We're non-believers, atheists, agnostics, and yeah, there's a Discord where we all talk, and it's we call it the African Coalition of Atheists, and it's a really cool project that my friend Volsi is working on. Actually, if you follow me, I'll follow you back. I'll send you everything and get you in there. Actually,
thank you so much.
Yeah, but yeah, I'd be happy to. Yeah.
You're African American, right?
I'm African American. I'm Nigerian.
No, I already know your country, bro. Come on now.
Yeah.
No, he's not African American. He's Asian.
He definitely looks like it. Fits the phenotype.
Never mind.
I do appreciate Mob conceding. That's 2-0, by the way. I'll be 3-0 once I meet no degree required. And Jonathan Costner, I already knew you didn't know Jesus. He still chases you, though. That's odd for Jesus to do. Does Jesus go to, like, GAY clubs and chase men, Jonathan Costner? That's kind of weird. Hey, Maya, do you think you could give me 3 colors on your flag? You're African American, right?
Yeah, but a lot of us don't know what country, unfortunately. They didn't say where we went.
Okay, I'm sorry to bring it up.
No, but realistically, it's probably Nigeria. In my DNA, I did my DNA.
Oh, man, I don't like people from that country.
Okay, there's a lot of horrible stereotypes about Nigeria.
No.
I try not
Nigerian.
to monopolize and like.
Coco's Nigerian. I'm being facetious.
Oh, okay.
You know, if you're like Fausa or like Igbo or Yoruba.
Oh my God, no! My family came here in like the 1600s to the United States. They were like brought over, yeah.
Wait, did you say what? 1600s?
Yeah.
That's before this country was founded.
No, I know that. It was during enslavement in 1619. That's when most of us came over, around then. So we think it's between 1600 and 1700 is when they came over.
Yeah, 1776 is when we were
No, it was before that, though. It was before that. We go back really far. My dad found the first enslaved person to come here.
Okay, well, I was just asking because
because you know enslavement started before the country was founded, right?
I definitely knew slavery was in general, but I didn't know that.
It started in 1619. The New York Times did a project called the 1619 Project.
Did not know that. Thank you for teaching me that. I appreciate
I'm a journalist.
That.
What can I say? Got all kinds of info.
Could you just if you drop, you can call me a male chauvinist before you leave?
No, why?
It just. I've been called it twice by Mob and
you're a male chauvinist.
Thank you. So look. Here's the thing. So we've got Mob. We've got what was that lady's name? Mari. We got Maya, Mr. Num Num. Basically, anybody whose name starts with M probably thinks I'm a male chauvinist.
I think you were a chauvinist from what I saw.
Okay. Yeah, no, she just didn't know what that term meant. I think she'd had one too many Coors Lights.
My family's military, and when I see people act that way, I'm like, you are not a good example.
She's using her service as a crutch.
Yeah, and I also have a PTSD diagnosis, not from service, but I'm like, I'm sorry, but that's not a reason to be a mean person or like have really ignorant beliefs.
Yeah, you couldn't, when I held her feet to the fire, you notice how she just completely.
Yeah, and I'm not talking to someone from Los Angeles. You mean you hear my voice and you know that I'm going to whoop your booty in an argument?
Ooh.
Dang.
He said, dang.
I'm sorry, little bitch. I did not cheat. Believe me.
Okay, host, I want to ask you a question.
How would you get my dick sucked by little Phoebe? By little Phoebe.
What's going on?
I don't know what he's saying.
Was that good? You didn't? Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, little bitch. I did not cheat. Believe me. I was
You
just
gotta
getting
put more
my dick
emphasis,
sucked
put more
by little
energy into it.
Okay.
Put energy into it.
Is that
For
good?
You gotta
TikTok.
put your
It's been
soul into
dropped.
it.
Is this someone who's normally on here? I'm confused.
Yeah, I'm always on here. I'm one of his best
Really?
guests, right?
Really?
No, I don't know what the fuck this is.
Anyway,
But did I sing good? Was that good?
it was okay.
Silly person. Are you a Trump supporter? Do you believe in God? You love Christ?
I'm Canadian, so.
There we go.
But yeah, but God's good. I love Jesus.
Okay. I really want to debate you.
But I'm Canadian. I don't know anything about American
No,
politics.
this is about religion, not Trump. I just always like to make sure there's no.
He wants to debate you on your Canadianism.
But I don't want to debate anybody. If you don't believe in God, that's fine.
Well, it's not that I want to debate you. Can I just ask you one question?
Yeah.
Without scripture, do you have any evidence of God's existence?
No, I guess not. But there's not really any evidence that he doesn't exist, right?
Right, exactly. That's why technically everybody should be agnostic, because we don't know.
If you want to, yeah. I guess it's what you want to believe, though, right?
Well, I'm open to belief, and I was a Christian for 25 years. I would say, well, I decided at like 4 because we went to church, but on my own, I became even more Christian. So I think a lot of us, I don't know, host, if you're this way, where like you were raised in the church.
Yeah.
He was.
What, were you Baptist or something?
I was Roman Catholic.
Oh my God.
It's always the Catholics, bro. It's always the Catholics.
Wait, are you from Louisiana?
No.
Black Catholics. I'm trying to guess where that is, because there aren't a lot of us. Well, I said us. I went to
Catholicism,
Catholic
I've
school.
always thought was a little bit more like, it's a little bit more culty. Anything, you know what I mean?
A little bit more what?
Culty, like kind of like more of a cult feel to it. You know what I mean? Like, not even, I'm not trying to disrespect it at all. You know what I mean? But it just always.
I have
felt
no
more-
issue with religion. I have an issue with Catholicism. I went to Catholic school.
Yeah.
Don't get me started. They had white tea Jesuses in every room with a 6-pack and blue eyes.
Well,
and I
I
was
don't
like,
like
really?
the idea
Hey,
of
the
like
six-pack thing
one
is
guy
cool.
speaking for the whole
six-pack's
religion.
wild.
You know what I mean? Like it's just like, this current living pope is just like the leader. You know what I mean? Like whatever he says goes, and then they just pick a new one, and whatever he says goes. I don't really understand that.
Yeah, was it like stripper Jesus? Wait, actually, never mind.
no.
Well, they always do that. It's always got to be Rip Jesus.
Okay, never mind. Mr. Num Num, I'm in the game.
Oh, word. I got you. Let me
You
play
can
real
teleport to me. I'm doing a mission. But
Cool.
I'll probably answer her question. I'll probably do this mission and then probably call it a night.
All right, bet.
But yeah, it's been a crazy day. Holy schnitzel.
Mm-hmm. Which heathen we shall crush today?
And then yeah, just teleport to me and it should be good.
Gotcha. Pulling up.
There we go. I guess I'm doing this one.
Hold up. Wait, don't I have an amount on this account? No, I gave it all to my other ones. Right.
You want to swap accounts real quick?
Hmm?
You want to swap accounts?
Let me turn the volume up.
I was wondering if you wanted to swap accounts.
Oh, no. I'm straight. I'm good.
Oh, but also, like, I thought this was going to lead to a boss battle. It just led to a whole different, like...
Yeah, I forgot there's, like... I think this is the last one where you have to do this type of thing.
Oh, to finish this world.
Oh, no. Like, just to, like, this where you have to, like, go to a different building and then just kill... unalive a lower boss. And then you have to do the same thing to a different part of the building. Then... It's like all those travel things. That's the thing I hate. The travel, unalive, then travel, unalive, travel, unalive, and that's it. I'll be right back, 1 sec.
Okay. Here, let me give said person a follow. But hey, 16 people that are in here. I'm not doing much. Playing Wizard 101. Chilling. It's been a day. Oh my god.
But man, it's been a day. I don't got much to say at this point. Okay, I think it's my. Wait, really?
I could interrogate a penguin. All right, let's do this.
Okay, that. Let's see. How do we get in the? Okay, there has to be some kind of key here. But like, there's something we have to do to get into that door.
Yeah, so like there's like I think if I remember correctly, we have to go into a room and then there's like a puzzle we have to look at and we have to memorize and then we have to use it for that thing to get through. That's another thing I hate. It's like a long process. I hate that. It's one of the main reasons why I don't like Mary Lavone, in my opinion. Dang, I got pulled. I always get pulled.
Wait, hold on. Okay, give me 1 sec. Let me follow all these people who
followed you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I do. I did tell you about I like copy and paste a message to everybody to start it off.
Oh yeah.
That Mari chick, she followed me. I guess I'll follow her back and like. But being conservative and voting for Trump is crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I have to agree. That's why I didn't even vote for both of them. Honestly, like I don't like Trump because of there were rumors about the grape allegations. Like I'm not sure about it because people were saying like it was like falsified or something like that. And then there's other people saying it's true. And then there's some other things I don't like about him, like his manners and all that. And there's only one thing I really do have an issue with Kamala or Kamala, or whatever how the pronunciation is going through, is just the T problem. Not the people issue. It's just like the bathroom issues. That's it. And I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Oh.
Yeah, because I have like sisters and little cousins I want to be safe. That's all.
Are you talking like in regards to like the transgender type stuff?
Yeah, because like that can like open many doors to things that it shouldn't have. Like it will make it like much easier for traffic lighters, people who take people, abduct people, and also for people who rapes other people and touch people and all that stuff and kidnappings. It just makes that goes at a higher rate. Because like last year was like what 60 to 50,000 a year. A woman and a kid gets kidnapped and trafficked, which is crazy. And allowing that will like boost the numbers up to 100K, no, 80 to 100K each year, which is crazy, which I don't want to happen.
Yeah, I don't really have much of a position on it. I have to look into it, but I don't know. Yeah, like I mean, yeah, people have their opinions on it. When it comes to like gendered bathrooms, I don't really know what my opinion is on it. I couldn't really care either way. But like, well, it's not that I couldn't care any. Like, but I don't know. Like, you know how there's certain issues that like your mind is just not there. Just not like
yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's not really my territory, I guess. But what the fuck? I found the way in.
That's what I also like debate about on my other account.
Oh, you already
with my other friends.
Oh, you already got there a while ago.
Yeah,
I was looking.
I thought you were behind me.
Yeah,
I didn't notice you were behind me until you just came in just now. I'm like, oh snap! I thought you was with me.
Oh no, like I was looking for it. I like just found it.
Oh man, but good timing though. I kind of do want to see how much damage I can do. I keep hitting my knee at the same spot every day. I don't know why. I don't know how. Man, I'm telling you, bro. I always hurt myself, and it's so annoying.
Oh, dude, yeah, I feel that. I'll like get excited and like jump and then like smash my knee into my desk like really hard.
Man,
It's like
especially the foot part of the bed too. Oh.
yeah, like it's like funny, but it's also like painful as fuck. Like something great will happen in your life, and you'll be like yes, and like you'll just like bash your fucking foot into
Right
your
at the
head.
right. Oh my gosh.
It's like oh fuck, god damn it.
Right.
What's
Yeah,
up?
no. What's up, Missy? I'm gonna call
I
you
just
Miss
made.
Mix.
You can call me Missy Mix. That's fine.
Cool.
What the fuck? Yo, is this a new card?
It's not a new card, but something like that, yeah.
God
Ooh.
damn.
Have y'all seen the blue raspberry like gushers they sell on like the TikTok shop?
No.
I never seen that, no.
Oh, maybe.
She sells the powder, so I just make myself blue raspberry like sour gushers.
What? You can make your own.
Yeah, it's yummy.
That is so cool. That is so cool. I didn't even know you can customize your own thing.
I love sour stuff.
Yes. Do you actually take sour heads? Or what's it called again?
Warheads. So when I have a panic attack, I take a warhead and it helps
Oh
wow.
because it shocks my system. So my
Oh, yeah,
husband
bro.
always has like warheads on him, so that when I have a panic attack, he like will stick it on my tongue and it'll like shock my system enough to help me kind of like get my composure.
Oh wow, that's pretty interesting. Wow.
That's nice.
I think you just I got pulled again.
Oh,
I
really?
think you just found yeah. Keeps happening every single second. That's so annoying. But I'll be fine. I'll catch up. Oh wow, I think you just found something. I think you just found a key cheat code at life. Missy Mix.
Yeah.
I think that can like help and benefit a lot of people who have troubles with like anxiety and stuff. And who
Yeah,
panics a lot.
I like to be an advocate for like panic disorder and mental health because like I've been through therapy so much.
I
Oh
need
wow.
to. I
I'm
just need
surprised I've
to.
never gone to therapy.
I
For
probably
some
need
reason.
to.
Oh no, go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. My bad. Sorry. Like I thought you were
Oh
like.
no, you're straight. You're straight. You're straight. You're straight. Go ahead.
Oh. I don't know. That always happens to me. Like I think someone's like finished talking and then like I'm fucking up. My bad.
No, you're good.
But like no, I just need to take like a couple months to journal and process through things. Doing this whole TikTok thing, my mental health is completely fucked. Like I look like a normal person right now, but like if you were to go into my brain,
You'll be like, I'm mentally
it looked like a mental illness. Like I
Mm.
think it's okay about this.
I'm here if you like need a resource. I've been through therapy. I've learned a lot of cool coping skills and have a lot of resources. And I'm here whenever you need me. If you ever want.
Oh, Missy Mix.
Okay. I don't know, maybe in the future I might do that actually.
Because I've been doing journaling for mental health for about 3 years now.
Wow.
And have a lot of really cool like worksheets to help you figure out like what you're feeling and how to help you navigate it.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I might actually do that because like that'd be pretty cool to like think.
Oh, I'll send you my giant PDF.
Wait.
I'm gonna be right back.
Okay. Maybe hold on that, but I will definitely request it at some point actually.
Yeah, I would want to put together some of like my favorites and then put it all together in a PDF and then I can just send it to you. I don't know if you have an iPad.
I have a from TikTok. I have a tablet from TikTok.
Do you can you write on it?
Yeah.
So the best way to journal when you're doing mental health is you really should write with your hands, like physically write instead of typing. Um, I don't know, it just helps apparently.
Oh, okay.
There's science for that. I don't know, my therapist told me.
Oh, maybe because I do feel better after I like write in a journal versus like typing. But also like I feel fine after like typing. Like I'll type something like a document or something. But yeah.
Are there other things that help? Because like for me, walking or swinging in my hammock, I love doing those things.
Oh no, for me I need to journal and like process things to like work through my feelings. Either that or like talk with the person. Like if I'm mad at somebody about something, and I like talk to them and I'm just like, hey, look, these thoughts are like irrational, but I just want to like vent and like get them off us. Like I feel this way, but I also know that this is not like justified. I'm just expressing it. And yeah, like yeah, conversations help.
Well, I would encourage you to remember that feelings are neither justified nor not. They simply are. We can't control how we feel, it's how we act, right? So if you were to get angry, that's not inherently bad to get angry, right?
Yeah.
It's how we react that kind of matters.
Yeah. Actually, that's probably something I do need to like kind of internalize. Like there'll be certain feelings that I have, and I'll be like, this is kind of a bad feeling, or like, well, I don't really know how to explain it, but like there'll be like feelings that I have, and I'll be like, these feelings aren't really justified, but I feel them. I don't know what to do with them. And like, I don't know. It's like I label them as good and bad, but maybe I shouldn't.
I mean, yes, I would encourage you, but one of my favorite ways to do this is a very simple way. It's 2 words. And also. So let me give you an example. I feel angry at my husband. And also, I love him enough to take some space for myself. Or I feel sad. And also, that's okay. I'm allowed to be sad.
Oh wait, yeah, like I should do that. Wait, no, that's actually like, yeah, that's very good. Yeah, cause like,
yeah,
yeah, cause like there's just like things that will happen that like I'll
that's
have
why I'm
these.
saying if you want to like call me on Discord too, like I'm totally down to help. I have a lot to teach.
Wait, okay. Actually, wait, you can be like, you can, okay, this is gonna sound weird, but you can be like my designated person for like whenever I have like a feeling that's like unprocessed and I'm like having like I'm struggling with like processing it. I can just be like, hey, look, like I just need a vent, but like I know like a lot of this is gonna be like wrong or like unjustified, but like I'm just
There's no feeling that is unjustified. Feelings are just feelings.
It just exists.
Feelings are just feelings. That's all they are.
Okay.
They're not good, they're not bad. Being sad is not bad. Being happy is not good. They're simply feelings.
Okay. Because yeah, I've been having issues like processing things and then and bottling things up and like holding on to things.
No, do you think you're like a verbal processor too? Because that could play a role where, if you don't have someone to talk to about these things, then you don't have that way to verbally process what you're going through.
Yeah. I mean, I talk to myself to process things, write things.
Sounds like you might need a bouncing board.
Yeah, actually. But yeah, you're kind of spot on, to be honest.
Missy
It's
Mick,
almost like I've been through this.
Yeah, but
No, because you're like what, 22, 23, Coco?
26.
I'm 26 too. What? I thought you were significantly younger than that.
Oh yeah, I get that a lot. People think
I
I'm like 19 or something.
I mean, people think I look younger than my age too, so just means we'll look better when we're older.
Maybe.
Mm. I need to start joining whatever you guys are talking about.
Bro, do I just need to have like group TikTok therapy where like that's my lives, or just like
I guess
teaching
so.
people how to like navigate feelings and emotions?
I mean, you could do that too. Then you will have to also deal with trolls and weird
I don't
people.
mind that.
Mm.
I don't know, being a gamer and in a very male dominated space, there's not much people can do to hurt me anymore.
Mm. Mm.
Oh,
I'm not
yeah.
gonna lie, bro.
It's like,
Coco, I feel you on that one. There's so many emotions I've been holding inside, I can't even let go. I just always, I wear a mask every day,
Mhm.
and every time I wear a mask, I can feel the mask cracking at the point where just pieces by pieces by pieces starts to come off and fall off at the point where I have to like glue it back together, and then every time I try to glue it back together, it just keeps coming off in pieces. It's just like,
Can I give you some food for thought?
yes, actually, I need some fruit therapy.
We all start
Why do you
crying.
feel as if you need a mask?
Wait, say that again?
Why do you feel like you need a mask?
Well, that
You
is a
don't have
good
to answer right away. I would say sit on that.
question.
Sit with that. What does it feel like? Sit with your emotion. Literally feel where it is in your body. That's extremely important. When people say, oh, I don't know how to process, you have to feel where it is in your body, right? And sit with it because your pain will teach you so much about yourself if you just let it speak and stop bottling it up.
Yeah, you're right. Because I am going back to the same job that I left because I had like bad coworkers and they always get on my nerves for something I didn't do. Or there's this other coworker that would mess things up for me on purpose to make my day worse, so all the other coworkers can gang up on me and make my day worse. There's this. I remember that one specific time I had to like hold all my emotions in at the one point. It hurts my head. We're talking like a major headache. Where I have to like even call to go home. It hurts a whole lot.
That's because emotions aren't just in our brains, they're felt in our body as well. Think about when you get angry, right? Like you just clench up, you get tense, right?
Right.
That's a physiological response to an emotion. Your body feels emotions just as much as your mind does.
I never thought about it that way. I only thought it was just my brain or just myself that feels it.
I would encourage you next time either one of you feels overwhelmed, stop and like just focus on your body. Not the feeling in your brain, but what your body is feeling. And then just sit with that uncomfortableness until you can't, and then distract yourself. And you'll notice that the longer you do it, the more you can sit with that uncomfortable feeling, and the more you can learn from it.
I always never actually thought about it because I always like let it go or let it happen or I let it slide or I just keep it where it is and like not touch it at all because I can like usually feel it sometimes my chest, my stomach, my throat. Or really when I'm angry, I can feel it in my throat. Or when I'm like having a bad day, I can just feel it in my stomach and my throat. And rarely, like when I have like lots of stuff on my mind, I can feel it in my chest.
Yeah. I mean, documenting those and sitting with those uncomfortable feelings, that's like the main thing of therapy. So, I mean, depending on the modality. I'm not a therapist. Take
Are you
everything I say
sure?
with a grain of salt. I have
Are you
done
sure?
a lot of reading. In fact, a lot of when I go to my therapist and I'm like, hey, here's all the books that I would like you to read so that you know what I need. And they're like, I've already read those in like grad school.
Dang.
Yeah.
But that's just because I love psychology and I don't know, like it helped me so much. Maybe I can help others.
Thank you. That's good. Because I always try to find better ways to. By the way, Coco, there's a portal right here that can like teleport us back to checkpoint.
No.
I always try to find ways to
What are y'all
do.
playing?
Is there one on?
Bro, do I need to get it? But Oblivion just came out, Coco. I don't have
Yes.
time to play anything but Oblivion.
Me
I have
neither.
48 hours.
Wait,
I
I
think you
should be
should
playing
get Wizard 101 so I can carry you guys and get you guys higher levels.
That's okay. I can carry you in other games.
Oh dang!
Wait,
Can't
like,
carry.
what do you play?
Recently Marvel Rivals, but I was a big Overwatch fan. I play League. I met my husband playing League.
She's
League of
very
Legends.
thoughtful.
Oh, I actually need to I need to get Marvel Rivals and stream it for this TikTok thing that I'm doing.
I would definitely co-stream because I play Marvel Rivals as well. I think I'm Diamond, but I might have D-ranked a little.
What's going on, buddy?
Sheesh.
I'm not sure if I'd be good at it, but
That's okay. You don't need to be good to have fun. That's what video games are about, right?
How
Having fun.
memories are made.
I know Missy's gonna start carrying people.
How are you guys?
Going
I'm
great.
well. How are you?
Not bad. I'm Canadian, so don't mind the accent. Just to save a whole conversation later. Yeah, I'm Canadian. Okay.
I never knew.
Tell us you're sorry one time, sir. Just say you're sorry.
Come
one
on,
time.
that's a stereotype.
I'll hold the door open, man. I don't like saying words. Words.
All right, you got it. You got it.
Yeah, I'll hold the door for you, bud.
Miss, if you could just start talking so I could talk over you.
what is
Why?
happening right now?
Because I'm a male chauvinist. Just don't talk when I'm talking, okay?
You saying so
I don't
basically?
tend to do that in general, but I mean, this is a
Would you
really
dress up
weird
for
way to
Halloween
meet
as-
you.
You male chauvinists! How dare you show
I'm a
yourself?
Republican commentator. I've
I
had
can't with
16
politics.
Coors Lights and 4 Fuzzy Navel Peach wine coolers.
That's how it feels to drive a Ford F-250.
I was thinking of.
May have been the funniest thing you could have possibly said.
I drink Shine that can fucking run four-wheelers.
Oh, moonshine?
Yeah, you gotta
Your
put
favorite flavor?
fucking ice cubes in this shit because she's a little high test.
What's your favorite flavor of Shine, Jeff?
How you do the old dirty fucking potatoes? Or do you know what Swish is?
Squish?
No, Swish. SWIS.
Like swish on a basketball net? No swish.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
What is it? Double S. Yeah, but anyways, it's where you go to, like, let's say Jack Daniels, and they keep their alcohol in a barrel, and then you buy that barrel that the alcohol was in, you take it back home, and you can actually distill more alcohol out of it, and they call it Swish.
How much is the actual physical barrel alone?
I have no idea, man. It's what my grandparents did. So, like,
Understood.
that's grew up on this shit.
There's 10 provinces and 4 territories in Canada, is that correct?
There's 3 territories. 3.
See, somebody I knew it was 13. Somebody told me wrong the other day.
No, you just can't count.
I heard something.
All right, sir. We're gonna talk to you later, okay?
Okay, wait. No, you don't have to do that.
Is this guy like the host of this? Like
He's
being sarcastic.
Well, you know,
For the word
as a
facetious.
Canadian, you hurt my feelings.
I'm sorry, sir. Now
You
we
gave
say
me
you're sorry.
PTSD.
I feel like I have to apologize for like our government to your government. Like as an American, I'm so sorry.
Donald Trump is dead serious about acquiring Greenland and
I'm so sorry.
and Canada.
Are you guys all
I'm
like
so
politics
sorry.
people? Like, do you guys like pay attention? Yeah.
I do, yeah.
We apologize.
I didn't hear.
No, just asking if you guys pay attention to politics.
Absolutely, yeah. I just dog walked this quote unquote Republican commentator. She basically just rage quit.
She ran away because she's scared.
You guys
about to come up.
Your Libertarian Party just won, so or your more liberal party just won. So congratulations. Sorry for speaking over you.
Yeah.
Man.
Who'd you guys vote for there in Canada?
What? I can't vote in Canada.
Yeah, none of us can.
If you could, like I said, I'd vote Trump. I worked at Sandvik Steel in Canada, and the first term of Donald Trump, he started talking about NAFTA, and Sandvik closed the doors and moved to Sweden. So I actually lost a job, but like this round, I was still a Donald Trump fucking supporter. I'll admit it.
Could you expound on that? Like, what's just like top 3 reasons you would feasibly vote for Donald Trump?
Vote for. He's lied about all 3. Okay, but end the wars. So basically, what he did was cut off Ukraine and basically forced them to submit to the resources in the ground, but it's under Ukraine's discretion for time, how much minerals, when. It's signed.
Kind of like they have sovereignty.
Yeah, Jeff, I'd just like to go ahead and address the point by point. Yeah, so Donald Trump lied. He said that the day that he came into office that the Ukraine war would be over. It's not. So
can I finish my story? I'm a Canadian, and I'm going to tell you.
Yeah. I just want to be able
how smart I am.
put you off so
As
you
a
don't
Canadian,
supply
so as I
any kind of
talk stupid
misinformation.
later on,
Yeah, so I'm not going to allow you to speak over me, and I let you finish your story, and you can finish yours as well as soon as I just finish talking. So just to denounce your point about the war, he said that the war would be over the day that he walked into office, and it's not. So Donald Trump is a failure on that point of yours about the Ukraine war. Just want to let you know. You're more than welcome to go ahead and unmute and start talking again.
All right, number 1, I didn't realize you're a content creator. It's a Friday night, and where I'm from, people are assholes. Okay? But I'm actually like, I used to pay attention a lot in like geography, history, shit like that. And then this election in Canada, it's totally took me right over. Like now you look at shit a whole different way. You look into like the government corruption, right? So like, and going back to Donald Trump saying the USAIDs, like from the Doge program, they save so much money from just cutting off USAIDs and looking into it, or however you guys pronounce it, that he's going to cut a check for every American for $5,000, right? Where's that check?
That's misinformation as well, but I'll address that as soon as you.
So he did say it though.
Yeah, and Donald Trump told over 40,000 verified lies in his first term.
The whole point of a tariff, okay? Like back in the day, like 1917.
Are you moving from Doge to tariffs to checks? Just stick to one.
This is going to get to one. So he was going to eliminate income tax. So he was going to implement tariffs all over the place.
That's impossible, sir.
I get that, but
So just stop making weird conjectures and just asinine statements. Stick to one point at a time so that I can address it properly.
Fact check what I'm saying though.
In real time, you're being fact checked and you're getting dog walked. So please just stick to one thing.
Fact check.
There's no way you can eliminate income taxes. You'd be eliminating the Internal Revenue Service. That's not feasible in the United States.
I 100% get that, but like he literally did say it. I'm still.
Yeah. So Donald Trump also suggested that we would nuke a hurricane to stop its path. Do you think that's a feasible option against the force of nature?
You're talking obviously like high atmosphere. They're gonna fucking nuke her up top. It's not like it's the first time they've let one rip up there.
Yeah. So do you
Okay,
think
the
it is?
fact that you said that means like I no longer have respect.
The,
So
the wind and everything takes a shit everywhere, but like our governments are crooked.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
where
So
I'm
I think
from,
you're just saying a
can I
lot
tell
of
you the story
dumb
though?
things. So I'm
Or
just gonna.
Yeah, we shouldn't just be dropping nukes for the fuck of it.
Yeah. I just there's no real reason to discuss politics with the person that thinks we can nuke a hurricane to stop its path. This is a unreasonably ignorant person. Sorry.
And also, admittedly, I
It's
don't
kind of
really want
funny
to
thinking
talk about
about it.
politics.
Hey, I'm not a content creator. I'm just a person with a vague sense of like our political climate in the country, and like I've gained a little bit of common sense over the lifetime that I've led.
Mm. I
I'm
feel
ready.
like
I'm ready to debate Coco on the 100 men versus the gorilla, though.
We could so do that right now.
oh my god,
Which
wait,
please
side
don't.
would you
you have
like?
to like which side?
It's okay. I'm gonna let Coco. I don't really care because I know I can dog walk Coco regardless. So,
Okay,
Coco,
first,
you want 100 men or you want gorilla?
okay. At first, I thought the gorilla was gonna win, but now I think the men would win.
Okay.
Absolutely, Coco.
You want me to
You're
take
right.
gorilla? You want me to take gorilla?
Sure.
Okay.
You said
But also,
one gorilla and 100 men.
okay. In this debate, I'm gonna be a little bit rude to you, but like
Please
I'm
do.
joking. I'm
No.
joking.
Like, I need you to step your game up. Okay.
Rip him apart. Rip him to shreds.
Yeah, just like the gorilla's gonna rip these 100 men apart. You.
Punch him around and smack his butt.
Yeah. So just.
Feeling mean. Really nice until you need to be mean, and then be mean.
So
Let's
first,
just mute Missy Mix. Missy Mix.
no, don't mute her. She's awesome.
No, I didn't mute her. She muted herself.
Don't do that.
She knows better.
Oh wow, come on.
See,
Man.
perfect. You get it. See, he understands. I'm leaning into it. So you do 100 men, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So we've already established through the rhetoric of the original question that this isn't 100 men that you just get to like pick who they are. They're just 100 random average men, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, so 100 men that look like you, look like me, look like Mr. Num Num, no physical, no physical training. They haven't done a lot of exercise. You think that 100 men are able to unalive, a gorilla that weighs up to 600 pounds and has the ability to move around 10 times its own body weight. That's 6,000 pounds.
You said these men are not skilled. These men are not built or.
Wait, am I debating two people?
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
Hold on. Okay, yeah. I got this. But so here's the thing. People will die from this encounter.
Unalive.
I don't care. I don't care. But people will people will. Okay, I'm gonna say the word. If TikTok, suspends me, then fuck it. Well, okay, never mind. I don't want to get suspended.
Everybody needs you though.
People will unalive from this, right? And gorillas are pretty strong, but the reason I changed my position is because the gorilla doesn't have that much stamina. It's going to swing its arms around, take out a couple people, maybe jump on some people, but it's gonna get tired. And when it gets tired, I would say that about 30 people are going to be unalived, right? But the rest of the 70, they're going to see that the gorilla is tired and fatigued, shaking a little bit. And that's going to be the moment where the 70 remaining people have an opportunity, and in a life-death situation, they're going to take that opportunity, and the gorilla's going to get curb stomped out.
We have 100 random average man. Average man's probably about 5'9", 165 to 175 pounds. No previous combat training. We can't use any weapons. You just have let's say pure mass wise, 100 times about 175 pounds. That's 17,000 pounds total. A gorilla at one time weighs about 550 to 600 pounds fully grown. It can move up to 10 times of its own body weight. That's 6,000 pounds. So
just the pure amount of force that a gorilla has in its arms and its hind legs, which are equally as dexterous and powerful. The strength of a gorilla can snap any bone in a human's body, crush its head, impale it with its just sheer force, not to mention the bite strength. All of its limbs are equally dexterous and strong, as I mentioned before. So I would venture to say that, you know, let's just be logical here. 100 men, if one of them, you know, let's say 2 or 3 of them get ripped in half. What do you think the percentage chance is that all of the men are gonna stay to fight to unalive it? Like, is that a requirement? Do you think, Coco, if you watched me get ripped in half in front of you, I'm just getting completely decimated. Like, he rips me in half at the midsection. You see my entrails just spewing about in a random fashion, just Kill Bill style. Do you think that you would continue to engage with this gorilla, or would you simply run away for your own safety?
Okay, that's actually like hilarious. Just imagine.
Yeah, imagine that you and I are going in. You know, we're gonna go very ignorantly fight this gorilla in its natural habitat. We don't have any weapons. We don't have any previous fighting experience. This is a natural, you know, one of the kings of the jungle, a predator in every sense of the term. You watch me get ripped in half in front of your own eyes. Do you think you're going to continue to engage with this violent discourse?
Yeah, so it is going to slow down the morale, and there is the chance that so it is going to deplenish the morale, and there is a chance that that some men might run away. That's actually definitely going to happen. But if it's a life or death situation and they have no option but to fight, it's like fight or flight. I'm pretty sure that like when they see that like a gorilla only has so much energy and it's gonna run out of energy and there's like an opening for them to possibly live, these guys are gonna fight for their survival. Essentially, like I'm imagining there's 100 me's, right? And what would 100 Mr. Cocos do? Well, okay, a few of them. Okay, so I would say 20 are gonna get ripped in half. 10 are gonna run away, but 70 are.
10 are gonna run after 20 get ripped in half. You're saying that after 20 men are ripped limb from limb, that only 10 of them are gonna be like, "Hey, I would not also like to get ripped limb from limb. I would like to go home to my family and my child and say, hey, you know what? That was a really stupid idea to fight one of the kings of the jungle, a natural predator, an apex predator that can literally." You ever seen that video of the silverback gorilla just grabbing the full-grown man and dragging him around? Not even like a rag doll, but he treats him like a little Barbie doll. Like he grabs the dude by the leg, sweeps it out from under him, and the dude falls, and he starts, and the gorilla's not even looking back at the man who probably weighs like a solid 200 pounds. He's pulling him like you would pull a limp rope.
Yeah.
This gorilla is not even angry. This gorilla is just playing around with this human being. There's no way that you think that only 10 people would run away after you see 20 people ripped limb from limb, their entrails hanging out. You see their limp, cold, lifeless body as their BLLOD spews everywhere amongst the ground. There's no way that even 20 more people after 20 get ripped apart are going to stay and partake. They're going to run away. They're going to realize this is a fruitless effort. We were really ignorant to ever think that 100 men could beat a gorilla in its natural habitat. A gorilla who weighs 600 pounds. Have you seen it? Have you seen its legs?
Yeah, its legs are gigantic.
Yeah, and its legs and its arms are equally dexterous. Just the sheer force of one of them hitting your head, it only takes like 8 pounds of pressure to knock out a human being. That's probably like the weight of one of their like 2 of their fingers, or maybe like 5 of their fingers together. 8 pounds. That's like what a gallon of milk weighs. Imagine a gallon of milk being swung at your head, but with the force of 600 pounds of pressure behind it. You're going to sleep and you're never waking up. If you're lucky, you get knocked out and the gorilla doesn't realize
that you're not unalived.
Well, yeah, but the gorilla's eventually going to get fatigued. I think it'll knock out and rip apart.
Your average human man can't even fight anybody for more than like 2 minutes.
Well, I mean, like, if we're talking about, like, if I'm the average human man.
Yeah, me, you, Num Num, Mob, Dark Dawkins, P Mars, you know, like, we could just take a...
But that's gonna be a problem though, because I'm the one.
100, hey, he is risen, presence, sir, you know, we're just gonna take 100 members of the community. We're not taking out a gorilla.
Here's the thing though, out of everybody though, I'm the only one who actually has combat experience.
Yeah. Do you think that if you saw me and Coco get ripped to shreds by a full-grown male gorilla, do you think that you would still want to fight this gorilla?
Hold on, guys. Yaya said that the gorilla's gonna have 9 minutes of like good enough stamina to rip people apart. So if we could survive 9 minutes,
I think he's gonna go through 109 minutes. Then we got a soft-bodied, but sharp, you know, soft body but sharp mind, from Slurms McKenzie. You know, like he's not gonna be able to joke his way out of the things with the gorilla.
But the thing is, I would say though, because humans are capable of overcoming something that's far greater.
Let me explain something to you. You're not gonna
humans-
overcome a fucking gorilla.
Thank you, Slurms. This is why I love you.
You're not even gonna overcome a chimpanzee. That thing's gonna fuck you up.
No, there's 100 men.
100 though.
You didn't even let me finish though.
Go ahead, Num Num.
If we're in, okay, let's say 20 men got unalived. There are still remaining few men left that can possibly put their heads together and figure out a way to how to take out a gorilla.
Yeah, you think the gorilla's gonna allow you to have like a conversation?
If they had any brains, they wouldn't be fucking with that gorilla.
I agree, Slurms McKenzie. So Slurms, real quick, and then I'll get right back to Num Num. Slurms, if you saw me, Num Num, and Coco, Num Num, and I get ripped literally in half at the midsection by a gorilla, would you be willing to continue in violent discourse with this gorilla? Or would you simply go home?
So
to
far
your...
away from that situation, you wouldn't see me.
Yeah, you would just like assume a new identity.
I mean, I could be in a scenario with you and Coco, Mr. Num Num, but the minute a fucking gorilla shows up, I'm gone.
Yeah. So you don't even need to see us get ripped to shreds. You just see the
All
gorilla.
I need to see is the fucking gorilla, and I'm gone.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. This is how it's gonna go down. Okay, there's gonna be 100 men in the forest. A gorilla's gonna show up.
Hey.
Okay. I'll grant 10 people are gonna run away. Maybe 20 are gonna run away. 20 are definitely gonna get
40 to 60 are running away when the first man gets ripped literally in half. Entrails, his small intestine, his gallbladder, his liver, his spleen, his intestines, his trachea, his larynx. They're just his windpipe is being used like a little harmonica. The gorilla's just.
Usually, when I hear my windpipes being used, it's a good thing. How did this?
Okay. Look. Here's the thing. When the fight starts, right? 20 are gonna be ripped in half like automatically, right? 20 are probably gonna run away, and then maybe like an extra 10 are gonna run away at the sight of people being ripped in half. But you're gonna have like 50 people who are gonna be like committed, good to go, right? And ready to like finish this gorilla off.
Could you just read real quick AG's comment out loud for me? I don't feel like I'm.
Oh no! Oh my god!
I don't know if I'm in a position to read that comment out loud, but it's basically what I was going to articulate from the beginning. I just don't want to be a racist male chauvinist, you know.
I mean, he ain't wrong though.
I will be banning Coco once he concedes to this debate. I've already beaten Jordan's Razor. I took that concession from Mob as well, so I'm 2-0. After this, I'll be 3-0. Coco's taking the L here, And then Sunday I'll be 4-0 against No Degree. Slurms, I mean, I'll take him on geography or like flags anytime, vexillology or just like random trivia. I'm down for that too.
Actually, okay. For real, realistically, I think like this is what's gonna happen. You're gonna have a silverback gorilla you're gonna have a silverback gorilla in the forest. There's gonna be 100 men who are also in the forest.
Realistically, you can rule out any fucking silverback gorilla. Just saying.
Okay. So you have like a regular ass gorilla in the forest, right? So you're gonna.
No, it's silverback gorilla.
It's silverback.
It's silverback. That is part of the equation.
Okay, so here's the thing: you're gonna have a silverback gorilla in the forest, right? You're gonna have 100 men. Now, all these 100 men, they're gonna think that like, hey, there's 100 of us. We should all go and attack that gorilla. So all of them are gonna charge at the gorilla, right? I think that the gorilla is gonna rip like 10 people in half, right? And I think like 20 people are gonna run away. Now, the rest of them, they ran to the gorilla. They know that there's no way to get out of this. So it's either you die or you fight. So like you 10 are ripped in half, 20 ran away, so that's 30. We're gonna have 70 people who are gonna be there ready to fight because like you don't have an option. It's either you fight or you die. So like that's how I think it's gonna go.
Not only that, people can just like literally pile on top of the gorilla, and people can become weapons themselves actually, or they can actually use other human body parts as a weapon, like a bone, to use it as a spear, or use their fingernails to actually dig in the gorilla's neck to rip their lungs or whatever, and actually pierce their skin, because their skin is probably, I'm not sure what the gorilla skin is like. It's probably
I promise you, fight or flight be damned. If it's a fucking gorilla, it will always be flight.
Because if you really think about it, though, you can, even though it's hard to take, every species always has a weakness. It's always the same. It's not always the same, but it's always the same. It's the eyes, the ears, the nose, the mouth, sometimes the chest, sometimes the groin area, sometimes the under your chin. Yeah, there's always different sections.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the gorilla, we dull the senses out. We take the eyes, we take the ears. Once we take the eyes and the ears out, then the gorilla would be vulnerable, but it can still have strength left. And we can't, even though it cannot hear or see, but it could feel. But it wouldn't have time to react to its surroundings because it wouldn't detect us coming at it or us coming or going for it. So it would,
Wouldn't have time to. Oh, let me tell you something about gorillas. They have time. Okay?
Give me big screen.
They got nothing. A gorilla has If nothing else, a gorilla has time.
Okay, that's what we're
yes,
fighting.
gorillas do have time, but they are slow. They're not as fast as humans are.
Hey, look at his expression real quick.
Like that's what we're fighting.
Yeah, his expression says, "I'm gonna fuck you up so bad."
His expression says, "What the fuck
I'm a
are you
giant
thinking?"
gorilla.
Okay, so like guaranteed 10 people are gonna die.
No.
Like, that's just
No. Everyone who doesn't run away is going to unalive. Everyone who's stupid enough to sign up for this challenge, I hope that they have life insurance. Because they're only going to be able to. That's the only way that their pathetic end is going to benefit their family.
Bro, I know beating a gorilla is possible. Silverback too. Weaknesses, bro. Weaknesses. Eyes.
Attack the nuts first.
Eyes and ears, bro. Eyes and ears. It's slow. It's not fast. If it was fast, that's something I'll concede to it.
This gorilla's the thinker. He's thinking about which way he's going to rip your head from your body.
No, he'll be exhausted. He'll be exhausted before he gets through 100.
No.
Thank you, Floaty.
No, I'm serious. They can't. They do not have near the stamina that humans do. We literally were like persistent hunters for millions of years. You know.
Yes, even the primal age, we always chase animals at the point where they can't even run anymore, and then we have to like unalive them at the point of the primal age.
Yeah, that's the thing. Wait, first off, whoopty whoopty. Remember that meme where it's like grab him by the balls and twist it. The old,
Grab him by the dick and twist it.
yeah, the old, like, grab and
I
twist.
thought that was a girl thing.
Oh my god! But so 100 men versus that.
He's looking at you and he's like, "Hey, who's gonna be first, dumbass?"
I ain't gonna be first. I'm gonna be like, hey, ladies first. Y'all go first. I'm gonna wait until I get an opportunity.
What about 50 people who are trained in kung fu?
Okay, but who's gonna volunteer to be the first one to get fucking unalived?
It's always the students, bro. I'm telling you, it's always the students.
No, you go together.
Actually, no.
You have to maximize the force.
Yeah, you have
Fuck that.
That is true.
That's fucking Yoda would maximize the force. Fuck that. If
Yeah,
you guys,
bring your
Penny
lightsabers. Coco can go first.
wanna
Bring your
run at a fucking
lightsabers.
gorilla.
I would like to not
Because,
see
because
Coco.
you believe through the power of teamwork, you can fucking exhaust him in his stamina. Why are we doing this? Get away from the gorilla.
I don't want.
Because you're not thinking logically, bro.
I don't want to see any of my friends get unalived by this gorilla who were invading his space. Like
He's gonna keep him at a distance. He's gonna be so confused by the lightsabers, he won't know what to do.
I'm gonna pull a Wi-Fi gospel here.
Oh Christ!
I'm hoping that all the theists, just like if we got 50 atheists, 50 theists, it's like hopefully the 50 theists go first, you know?
Okay.
Board agnostics got a better port.
Yeah,
a
let
better
all the
proof.
theists fucking jihad against this gorilla, and then in the aftermath, we can.
Hold on.
In the meantime, we'll call people with weapons to safely.
I'm telling you, man. There's always weapons. There's always weapons. There is no weapons. There's always
Did you watch the one where the gorilla opened the coconut by like lightly tapping it with the bottom of his hand?
What?
Guys, a coconut. Do you know how hard?
Okay, let me change my answer. 20 people are gonna die, guaranteed. 20 are gonna run away before
30
anyone.
are going
Oh
to
God!
die.
Look at that mean fucking look on his gorilla.
You knew it wasn't gonna be her.
Oh my god!
Look at the size.
They still have their canine honing complex, so they have very sharp fangs.
Okay, so 20.
Now they're like vampires.
Yeah, come up.
Yeah, and extremely powerful jaws.
So 20 are
So let me hear yeah.
So 20 are unaliving, right? I think 20 are gonna run away before any bodies are ripped apart, and then 20 are gonna run away after the bodies are ripped apart. So essentially, 60 people have run away. The 40 are gonna stay and fight. And then,
I feel like people have time enough to plan.
But also, like, what would they plan? Like, how would they go about this? Like,
On how to like
Get
take
that
the gorilla
gorilla
out, like
off
how
the
to pin it
screen.
down or what to do.
Hey, I'm a person.
Okay, yes, you're a person. You're important.
That is technically racist. I resent those remarks. What's wrong with you, Slurms?
What about 5 guys with spears versus one gorilla?
I don't think
That's not. No,
Yeah, 5 guys.
no. Wait. What's the distance? What's the distance that we're gonna start out? We're gonna start are we in like a enclosed space?
Yeah, you're in the jungle.
Why is this a mountain gorilla?
Yeah.
All right, so like
You can't
on
run
the
away,
roadside,
right?
presumably somewhere, because like humans don't walk straight through the jungle usually.
Correct. Like, have you ever seen, like, they just pulled up that clip of the Wild Boys? You remember, like, Steve-O and Chris Pontius, whenever they went and, like, the nest of, like, you have to, like go down through the nest of, like, where a gorilla would, like, I don't know, like his...
Like a nesting
natural
bed?
habitat. Yeah, it's got, like, this
Yeah.
bamboo forest. Like, you're not getting out of there.
Or maybe like what if it's like a WWE like caged event? So basically, like,
The humans have zero chance.
Nightmare.
you have 100 people.
Where's Sir when you need him?
Is the very You know, I mentioned that earlier, and
Oh, you need some Harambe up in there.
Like, wait, okay, are we fighting Harambe, or like, is the gorilla like fully fed, ready to go? Like, what's going on?
We're screwed.
Listen, that's a little too soon. You know, we just lost Harambe.
Oh, wait, you're right.
Yeah, you're right. Rest in peace, Harambe, man.
Rest in peace, Harambe.
I remember I used to say that all in middle school and high school.
Oh, God.
No, in a year, it'll be like a decade since Dick's out for Harambe. That's insane. Time.
Yeah. Wait, didn't he get unalived because he like unalived the kid or something like that?
No,
Yeah.
he didn't unalive the kid. No.
Please don't clip me saying "fuck that kid" because that could be misconstrued.
Yeah, it's more like one negligent mother versus one gorilla.
Yeah, nobody clipped that.
Oh shoot!
if I go to the store, who wants?
You wasn't ready.
Oh my God.
Age thinks they should have used a larger caliber.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, this is hilarious. Just imagine like 100 men sign up for this, and they just like they're either in a
Oh yeah, but $10,000.
with like okay, yeah, like basically like what it's gonna be is win $1 million if you beat this gorilla. And 100 men
Okay,
are
now we've got a prize behind it. Now there's more. Okay, listen, even better. I like this, Coco. I like this, Coco, because now you don't want to. Now you don't want to run away, because if you run away, you don't get part of the prize money.
Yeah.
So that would entail typically that everybody should be. Let's call it $1 billion.
Okay, yeah.
Let's call it a billy, and
Yeah,
then
like
only the people who are that survive can take part in the prize money.
Yeah.
What if it was like all MMA trained fighters?
Okay, this is different. This is a different, because this is not the original proposition. However, I think this was gonna be I'm not gonna lie, I was gonna cheat. If Coco took the gorilla, I can absolutely find 100 men that could defeat this gorilla. But that's not the original proposition. The original proposition is
Just a random men.
Yeah, because if I'm gonna start going, I'm gonna go listen. Well, I gotta pick them right now.
Here's the thing: if there's $1 million prize involved, I'll fucking fight that gorilla alone.
So you got a bad echo.
Billion.
If there's $1 billion, I'll fight him alone with no weapons.
Is that better?
Dustin, you got to come
Are
right
you guys
back.
fucking serious? Have you guys lost this much faith in the human race?
I would go to my
You're the smartest guy I know, Cage,
Diamond
please.
Square, P. Thank you.
Cage, you're the smartest guy I know. Please don't tell me you think 100 random men are gonna unalive this gorilla.
Absolutely. That gorilla has stamina for maybe 15 seconds.
15.
Unfortunately, the metabolism of like being that like kind of ape is like very taxing. So yes, he's gonna flail his arms because he's not trained to like fight a group of people like that. So he's gonna run out of energy, and yeah, he's gonna take a bunch with him, but he's going down.
Dustin,
He's gonna pass the. He might take out 5. He's gonna pass the fuck out after.
He's gonna have a fucking heart attack from being in like oxygen debt.
And then even if you give the humans sticks, I still think they win. Even if they have bare hands, I still think they win. Just
No.
sheer
The
number.
original. Sorry for interrupting. The original proposition is 100 random men. Men have no weapons.
Yeah, that's still fine. They're just gonna win out on stamina.
Hey, Floopty, before you come at us with your facts and reason again, my irrational fear of that gorilla is ingrained after fucking millions of years of survival instincts. Let me fear him. I don't like him. I don't want to think about fucking ganging up on him. Who is?
Yeah,
I don't even know him. Why am I trying to fucking kill him with 100 people?
600 pounds of gorilla that literally has like The strings move up to 10 times its own body weight.
There's no way.
And he's got
But then
a
you
big
have 100.
stupid
I don't know
head.
about 10 times. Hold on.
But then you have 1,000 pound. Hold on, or you could have 2,000 pounds. Like the average American is
Yeah.
more than 200
Yeah,
pounds.
yeah,
So
but
like there you
that
go.
gorilla swings its arm and hits you. You're going to sleep.
Okay, it's gonna do that for maybe 5 minutes
No,
at
it
most.
might
I don't know
knock
if
the
it
wind
needs
out of
5
you.
minutes.
He's not going to aim for
Knock
the
the
head. He
wind out
doesn't.
of you. It takes a 145-pound man, like a Floyd Mayweather, could knock out anybody that's speaking on this panel.
He's not aiming
Yeah,
for the
that's
face.
fine.
He doesn't. He's not
He
like
might not be
trained
smart
to
enough.
aim for
trained,
the
but he's a
head.
wild animal. Neither is the average man. Now, if you give me
I
a
think the
100
average
men,
man would aim for vulnerable parts versus like a gorilla might not aim for
yeah, but
Travis
if you
specifically
Chimp sure
your
did
head.
aim for the face.
yeah, look at
Yeah, they
that
try to
face.
bite your
Look at
face
that
off.
head. Look at that head, dog. Like
Yeah, he's got a skull like the rest of us. He's an ape.
But it's not thick, is it?
Look, I mean, it's just a
No, I know
really
he's an ape.
look at
primitive.
those arms, dog.
Yeah, do you know how
The
fucking
arms.
hard it is for them to look? At absolute most, they can keep their energy output, and this is being charitable for 5 minutes straight before they
Okay,
pass
can
the
we
fuck
just
out.
what would it take in America to get like a GoFundMe going for like 100 men that are like, you know what? This is dystopian, but
Let's
I
get
think that
Andrew
we could
Tate
make
to fund it and participate in it, please.
yeah.
And he can go
Please.
first.
And he must go first. That is the prerequisite. And
Actually,
then
what about this though? What if we
how
go
about pay-per-view?
okay, actually like pay-per-view and then
The
we
Paul
go
brothers in on this.
Yes.
Yes.
You're giving Coco ideas for his next Dave debate.
Yeah. So do you think Trump can get in on this
Oh,
too?
versus 100 men.
Can we get Trump in on this?
I could wrestle 100 gorillas.
People are saying.
Or what about this? Like, let's say it's on pay-per-view. Let's say that they go to like a jail and they get all of the criminals in the jail, 100 criminals, and they say like, "You're gonna fight this gorilla."
Yeah, the gorilla's
You
fucked.
fucking fascist sicko.
You should, now the gorilla's really fucked. Now you've put this gorilla not just against random human beings with no fighting experience. Now you've armed them with pure criminal fighting psychotic motherfuckers. Yeah, the gorilla's fucked.
Yeah, how many prisoners does that realistically account for? A fraction. A fraction. Most of them just like smoked pot once.
Oh, we're not talking about the white ones. We're talking about the black ones.
Imagine nerds, like 100 nerds fighting a gorilla.
Yeah, I still think the nerds got it.
Oh, fuck.
I'm genuinely serious.
The nerds would use the things around them.
One fucking goose
That one looks
scared a
nice.
gorilla. Are you
That one
serious?
looks
Or we're
nice.
talking about 100 human males?
From prison.
Yeah, he's big. Oh well, he's 600 pounds, 10 times, 5 times his strength. That's great. For about 4 seconds, he can keep that up, and then he's fucked.
Yeah, do you understand like the average human male? Like, if you were to ask us to run up like 15 flights of stairs, like 92%. 92% would be just completely out of breath, like keeled over, just like we're
I don't
talking
know
about
if that's the
fighting. We're
average.
talking about fighting for our lives here. This gorilla. Just take a quick look.
Yeah, I can see the big black ape. That's crazy. Yeah, but look, I mean, what I'm trying to tell you is that there is
That is so
100 of them.
racist.
They don't even need to move. They just need to stay out of his fucking way, and he'll tire himself out in less than 15 seconds. Even if I grant these are 100 Nikocado avocados at their fattest, right? I still think there's a chance.
That would just be mint. 100 Nikocados?
You guys really don't think that humans could adapt?
Yeah. Okay. This is what some smart people were saying. They were like, let's say that Forrest gets ripped limb from limb. Cage comes in behind, takes the femur bone, picks it up.
Yeah, if you give
You said
if
no
you give the humans
weapons.
weapons, if you give the humans weapons, they're fucked.
Your allies' carcasses.
limbs are
Fair
open game.
You think he's like gonna strategically go for humans' vulnerable bits and rip off arms? No, he's just gonna throw his big fucking arms around because it's all his big monkey brain. knows how to do.
Do the humans even have clothes? Because even if they have
He's
clothes,
gonna bite, and he's gonna probably grab a bit, and he's gonna smack. Like that's about it.
Mm-hmm. If the humans
And-
have clothes, they're gonna definitely win too.
We need like a
Yeah,
video.
don't forget.
Coco, can you pull
Like
up a
4 or
video
5
of,
people on his
gorilla,
arms.
Can you pull up a gorilla, like a gorilla fighting another animal? Like, could you take big screen back and pull
Yeah,
that?
they're explosive hits. Have you seen a gorilla fight another gorilla? It takes 10 seconds, and they're like, "Yeah, we don't want the smoke anymore." Because they're like, they both agree it's just not evolutionary beneficial. It's just stupid.
I love you, Forrest. That's all.
I also love you. I would not like to see any of my compadres on this panel ripped apart by this particular gorilla.
Oh, I'd fuck up a gorilla. But look, why are we letting the gorilla use their evolutionary advantages, but not let the humans use their evolutionary advantages?
It's
Because it'll be
we're
unfair. They
evening
know
the
we're
playing
too
field.
strong.
We're evening the playing field.
That sounds like a nature problem to me.
Yeah, it's the nature of a human being to see this.
Yeah, Glocks are not natural, Cage. This is a naturalism.
Yeah, you
fight.
can't bring your Glock with a switch up into the African, jungle.
I
Let
invented
the
that Glock
humans
with a
have
switch.
one stick. Just give us one stick, and we're destroying the gorilla.
Now
Look,
you're saying stick, or no? You're referring to a physical thing you pick up off the ground that Moses like in Genesis they got on the life for picking up the sticks, or we talking
Yeah.
21 Savage stick.
No, we're talking about like a natural stick from a tree.
I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. Maybe
The gorilla's expression in this here. Let me show you this gorilla's expression one more time.
He's getting fucked. He's got a regular head. Yeah, do you know what's beneath that head? A skull, a brain with muscles. Holy shit. Crazy. It's still vulnerable.
Listen, Forrest, all it takes is one of those crazy people to have a bunch of pocket sand and throw it in his eyes, and then he's not going to be able to react.
Okay, Boomhauer. I'm realistically thinking.
Howard.
Oh, it's not. It's what's his name?
Dale Gribble.
That's
You
right.
can't sneak weapons into this fight. You have to use your hands.
Sand is not a weapon.
fair, though. You're telling me, in my evolutionary past, this big fucker over there evolved just to be a little bit heavier than your average Requise, but I evolved to use tools, and that's somehow unfair?
You can use
heavier than your average what?
Requise.
Spell that?
Requis. Yeah, the black joke went over his head. It's fine.
Don't we all stoop to his level?
You said Marquise.
Then Requise. It's from a video like 10 years ago. Whatever. It's fine.
Oh, never seen it.
Why are we?
Why don't we all stoop to his level and throw poop at him?
Oh my god.
Everybody just comes in with a handful of Ezekiel bread batter.
100 people's just shit. Just
Smeared on his eye.
give up just because.
Is it a female gorilla or a
Your
male
head.
gorilla? That's important.
What the fuck?
This should be a full-grown male silverback gorilla.
Oh, then I'm less worried. Have you seen the female? They're fucking vicious, those women.
Oh, this sounds like trans-species sexism right now.
No, they're far more vicious than the males are. Think about it.
Wait,
Yeah,
actually,
woman animals are usually more aggressive.
wait, actually, really quick. How desperate do you think the men would have to get to the point where they would take a shit,
Shut up, Coco.
and use their shit as a weapon?
How do they go get that desperate?
Men want to fight everything. Look, I don't know. It's like this cluster concept we call men have this very odd desire.
Okay, so she looks like she's pissed off at you for even suggesting this. Hold on, let me find this.
Aren't they? No, I think they're slightly smaller, but I don't know. I think I'd prefer the larger male silverback that's got barely any energy.
Quote, Kate says, I prefer the larger male.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What's wrong with that? Yeah,
She
look at her.
She looks pissed at you for even insinuating that she's more ferocious than that male.
She is more ferocious. Look, there's a reason why the male silverbacks don't fuck with her, right?
She's got an attitude that you even thought that she was less more ferocious than the male. Look, she's got her hand on her hip. Look.
Check out them big tits.
What in the bestiality is happening on my live?
I'm
Yeah,
gonna.
I wasn't gonna bring it up, but it just so happens that like we can tell when like humans started losing their hair based on like our gaining of pubic lice, and it just so happens that we got these from a gorilla-y ancestor. So I'm not saying how it happened. Like it doesn't have to happen through banging, but it's weird that it's pubic lice and it's from gorilla-y.
Oh my god.
I feel like he's calling me a racial slur whenever he says that.
I feel like it was insinuated, but not directed towards you in particular. So anybody could be offended by it. I'll be down with that.
I wasn't fucking the gorillas back then, Floopty.
Wait, but
No, this is long before your time. This is long before Homo
Now,
sapiens.
hypothetically, had you been alive,
Look, I'm timeless and spaceless. I don't know what you want me to say. I'm like the Doctor from Doctor Who.
Wait, but
Put up that female gorilla again, Cage.
I'd smash.
Forrest,
Fine, it was
put
me.
up the
I
female
fucked the
gorilla.
gorilla
Cage.
that
Almost finished. Put up
had
the female
crabs.
gorilla.
Yeah, Cage. You tap that?
You're not. You're not.
wait, what?
It was back. It was 10,000 BC. What do you want from me?
Are you mad?
You're tapping that over like a fucking lion.
Well, I mean, if those are the options.
Look at the options here. This
if
is what we call a baddie.
Roll up to your local watering hole and you see her on the other side of it, and that's like not love at first sight to you?
Oh, who's talking about love? This is primitive instincts here.
What?
Yeah, sorry.
What's wrong with you guys?
Look, she fulfills the cluster concept of a woman. Let's she has all the weighted properties.
Okay, maybe we should stop. We should stop right now.
I'm not joking. I'm being dead
Don't
serious.
comment about her size, all right? That's mean.
No, I wasn't gonna call her a fat bitch.
Body positivity, guys.
Weighted concepts.
No,
more about her color for me.
weighted properties.
It was more about her color for me.
Oh.
She doesn't look cuddly. She looks like she'd strangle me in my sleep.
Why did we go from like talking about 100 men fighting gorillas to like you guys wanting to like fuck a gorilla essentially?
And hold on, you said that you would consider it over the lion, so.
Yeah, like I'm sorry, I have a saber-toothed tiger in that.
What are we thinking?
What else
about,
is
like,
I've done it before, so why can't I?
What are we thinking about this diagram that Coco's got up? What the hell is that?
That's your average man.
Average man.
Oh, okay.
First of all, is that 360 centimeters or 360 inches for Americans?
360 inches.
Be inches. What are you fucking?
Y'all.
That would be 3
Y'all
times.
fat as
That'd be 30. That'd be a 30-foot waist.
Well, Americans have done the fucking
You
impossible.
can't do
before.
conversions, Cage. Just admit it, all right?
I don't know what that.
Hey, if you ever need me, to do your math equations quickly, Cage, I'm willing.
What
to
are
do
these
it.
numbers? 17? Is that 1,700? It can't be even centimeters. That'd be like 150 feet tall.
Is it like millimeters? I don't know.
It has to be.
Wait, hold on, let me invite her.
No, because then that'd be like 3.6
6 centimeters seems awfully small. That might be like 36.0 inches. Because like a 36-inch waist, I would say, is not that like small.
Well,
or
he's
average. It's kinda in the middle.
174.0 inches tall, Floopy.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of tall, but
Maybe 174 something. Yeah, 174. 2.54.
174 centimeters is like 5'9", 5'8".
Yeah, that's average. Because it's 2.54 centimeters to an inch, so 2.5 goes into 17. Like,
why would they use different?
yeah, but how would it be like
measurements?
36 centimeters? Like that
Hey,
makes no
I
sense to
want
me.
to chime in real quick with something Louis just contributed. He said he does think that 100 gorillas would kill one man.
yeah, that's fair. Wait. Okay, let's do 100 gorillas and one man, but the man has
a Glock.
Oh yeah, explain Tarzan.
With a switch.
Wait, actually, that's a good question. So, like, do you think 100 gorillas versus a man with a Glock, who's gonna win?
With a switch.
It depends on the caliber of bullet, honestly.
It depends on how many magazines he has and how efficient he can switch them out.
Yeah, how accurate is he?
Yeah, I'm thinking that's 100 unalived King Kongs.
Look, is there a human that could go toe to toe with a gorilla? Like, do any of them
No,
exist?
no, no. No, okay. Wait.
If I was to elect anybody, I'd say like
Francis Ngannou.
Tom Stoltman, Brian Shaw.
Brian Shaw, Eddie Hall, The Mountain, Francis Ngannou.
Yeah.
He said
There's a
his
few.
fucking Game of Thrones name. He didn't even say his real name, Thor Bjornsson.
Stone Cold Steve
There you go.
Austin. If I would do with a stunner, get him that way with the stunner.
I think Thor had a chance at like
And that's the bottom
450
line.
pounds.
What about The Rock?
Cold said so.
I mean,
I think
Brian
Rock
Shaw
could do it.
has the world's strongest grip right now.
Do the stunner.
What about your mother, Floopty?
Oh
my God, Jesus.
No. My mom would die for sure.
I think the
I
Mountain
meant
and
the
Thor
grip
got it.
strength.
Like if you put the Mountain and Thor against him,
No,
I think
she's
the
getting
Mountain
older. She's almost elderly now. So.
Oh God, I feel 1% less bad about making that joke,
bro.
All right.
If you had a Glock,
Oh my God.
what if it wasn't a Glock? What if it was like a rifle with a switch?
Wait, Forrest. That
No,
was
my
too
mom
close.
was an athlete. So.
Was she?
And she's kind of tall. She's like 5'11". So.
My
5'11".
parents are both elderly. They don't have long.
How tall are you?
I made
Set
up
three.
for that poorly tasted joke.
Oh,
I
my
gave
name's Floopty. I'm
one
6'3".
gift.
Oh, I speak
gave one
Arabic.
gift for every follower, every disciple of Jesus. You're welcome.
Thanks, Forrest.
Oh, I speak Arabic, and I was in the military. Oh, look
Sorry
at
about
me.
that poor. Sorry about that poor. The joke was in poor taste. Wait, were you here for that, Cage?
What? No, I've been here for like 3 hours ever since somebody said Forrest wants up, and I was like, all right, I'll go watch movies.
Yeah, like Forrest Gump or what?
No, I'm actually not a huge fan of Forrest Gump. I don't think the storyline is like progressive at all.
Yeah. It's that whole generation like jerking themselves off. Oh, look how progressive we are, and like it's not at all.
Jenny was like a piece of shit till the end
This
of the
is
movie.
probably one of the worst villains ever.
Dude, I was like, why the fuck is this? Why did this dude spend his entire life surrounded
Chasing
about this dumb
after
shit?
an AIDS infested W word.
Oh, she might have been.
What are
No,
you
she
talking
literally
about?
she had AIDS.
What's that spell?
Slurms, that spells something that used to be rampant in one community, particularly. But it had
I
nothing to
thought
do
it
with
was.
that community.
Yeah.
Oh
I
yeah,
thought it
that's
was
right.
pronounced rent.
No, they don't pay that.
Adidas.
Damn. No, I was meaning a different rent.
What the fuck is wrong with you, Cage? Don't worry, Floopty. I've got my black accent on deck. I just gotta put it up to my smoke alarm real quick.
Cage. I think that sometimes I'm going to be the
That's
like
you.
if Hell's Gates open, I'll be the first one there on like a hyperloop. But there's some people that are attempting to race me there, and
No, that's not. No. I saw today a guy with Down syndrome singing the Coconut song on TikTok Live. I screen shared it, or I screen recorded it, and I was going to post it in the Discord server, and I thought against it. I said, when I get to hell, God needs to hesitate for a second. So I didn't post it, but it's pure gold, and I wish I could show somebody else. I thought of like Slurm's brain trying to work for more than 10 minutes straight.
Syndrome's down, but his morale is up.
He was fucking happy as shit. I was like, I can't even be mad at him
Why would you be mad at him?
because he's
To be
singing
mad.
like fucking shit.
What did he do wrong?
Sing terribly. Look, my hands are rated E for everybody, all right?
Please,
And if you're a terrible singer,
read
you're
Docile.
gonna get the
Wait,
hands.
Hey, Cage, if you can read even, could you read Docile's comment?
Docile.
Wait, oh my gosh.
He was upset at seeing someone genuinely happy. I grant that.
I really hope that everyone in here has.
Cage, where did you learn to debate? It's actually kind of unnerving hearing you speak to people. I don't like it.
It's just like some fucking internet subculture. It's like being on like
Say subculture or subculture?
subculture. It's like people who played like fucking Rocket League in 2019, right before like you just had to be there. I don't know.
Gotcha.
What he's saying is he's a fucking freak.
Oh, I grant that.
Coco, what fucking measurement are they using for this?
I don't know.
I don't know. Fucking atoms, for all I know.
Yeah, I gotta know.
Accurate one up, please.
Okay.
Yeah, don't just waste our time with BS.
Coco would know the difference.
Coco is not illiterate. All right, he stayed and finished high school. Presumably,
He can read like like the Cat in the Hat.
First of all, the Cat in the Hat. That gave me
literary masterpiece.
I actually struggle with the Cat in the Hat.
What do you think is Dr. Seuss?
Like the reading level?
The fuck am I looking at now? Why is this pelvic region measured?
I don't know.
What do you think is Dr. Seuss's best word, guys?
Did you get? I don't know. Fucking red
I
fish,
like
blue fish?
one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's pretty solid right there.
The average male's waist is not 31 inches. That is bullshit.
Damn.
You think it's bigger than that?
I'd say it's a good 34. I don't know. I fit into 30.
Yeah, but not everybody lives in United States land of obesity. Europeans are much smaller.
Okay,
Asians.
fine. Worldwide, sure, that might be like the average male's measurement. But then are we accounting for China having like a fucking 5'5" male height average, and
right? Yeah,
Sweden having 6'7", 6'6", 6'7" average height?
Yeah, we have to. Yeah, we go with the median number.
As long as we include the median.
Yeah.
Because like people like Flippy are like, say, oh, look at me, I'm 6'3" in America. Oh, I'm taller than everybody. And then he goes to
My mom
Sweden,
was
it's
an
like
athlete.
he's short. What a loser. Oh, I speak Arabic in Sweden. Oh.
Why would I go to Sweden?
I don't know, to feel taller, like with your people.
Hey, y'all seen Swedish tacos?
No.
Why?
Swedish
I have
people
like
have tacos?
Danish and Dutch in my ancestry, but
Hey, there's only two types of people I can't stand in this world. Those who are intolerant of other people's cultures, and the Dutch.
No, it's the same thing.
Damn.
Fuck.
Look, the Dutch were great conquerors, and then they stopped at one colony that just failed. It was reconquered. And now today we call it South Africa. It doesn't even get its own name. It just gets the southern part in front of the continent name. They're calling America,
They have
the
three.
United States, South America.
They have three. They have three capitals too:
Do they have three They just couldn't decide on one.
Cape Town, Johannesburg, and Pretoria.
Oh, these are just the nicest three cities we
There's
have.
only one capital.
That's a fucking lie. Let me drop you down for that blasphemy. Go to hell, Slurms.
Wow.
Hey, Slurms is off limits.
Yeah, he can come back up. I just baptized. I just want to
Make him a mod.
Me. I mean, Coco, but Wit is too.
Who wins 100 men?
Make
versus
Slurms a
one
mod.
gorilla?
Actually, Slurms.
Then we're just gonna get in like a drop battle.
Who wins?
That's fair.
100 men. Are the men all males?
What does that even mean?
Because you could be a man and not be a male. I'm just asking if they're all males.
Okay, that's fair. I don't know. I don't feel like we have to be non-inclusive of T people. So
Do we make them just males? 100 males versus one gorilla?
Blomfontein.
Wait, okay. From now on, nobody drops.
Damn, Yaya's right.
Nobody drops Slurms from now on.
He knows I was joking.
Yeah, if you forgot Bloemfontein, you're not even paying
He
attention.
did it as a joke. No, he did it as a joke. I don't care. I know.
Slurms knows me. Hey, Slurms. Remember the other day when I was kicking knowledge? Yaya just corrected me. She's right. It is not Johannesburg. It's Bloemfontein.
I don't even know why there's three of them. Who's going to South Africa?
Because there's three. Okay, I'm not gonna misrepresent again. Yeah, isn't it that one is considered like one is it's got
Where's
three
the
different
white
branches,
one?
the government or it's because they each have their own purpose. They each serve their own purpose, right? Yeah.
I just want to know which one's the white one. I wouldn't want to go to
All right.
the bad one.
Now here's the question: if it was 100 men versus a white or black gorilla, which one?
I don't think the race. I don't think the color of the fur of the gorilla matters all that much, Coco.
Kick post.
I actually had an option earlier. It said I'm not even gonna lie. Like right in the beginning when he gave me the mod powers, I clicked it and it said disconnect the controversial compass.
Coco? Do you think if he's a black furred
Yes,
gorilla,
yes.
he's just wearing a
See.
fucking
The
do
3
rag?
different branches. I was gonna say that, damn it, but I didn't want to be wrong.
Like you pull up Coco, and the gorilla's wearing a do rag with a switch, or like if he's black or if he's white, he's just got like a
Like,
suit
what
and
if he's
tie
just
on.
banging a different set? You know, like.
Oh my god!
Like
Are
he
you
just
gonna allow
fucking
that in your
starts
hood,
speaking
or are you
jive.
just?
I think depending on the gorilla, its stats,
Yeah, he's just
Okay.
banging a different set though.
What?
Like, and he's been talking shit about your mother.
I think I could fuck up a gorilla after 5 minutes.
I don't think you're lasting 5 minutes, Cage. I love you though.
I could just run away for 5 minutes. That bitch can't climb. This fat ass.
Yeah, I
You
don't.
mean the semi-arboreal, gigantic armed apes can't climb?
No, look at
Okay,
look.
hold
That
on.
fat fucker's just gonna sit back there out of breath.
Mr. Num Num,
I've seen a gorilla like power swing across like a 15-foot gap.
Yeah, I bet that
He
was
could
one
way
anomaly.
outclimb you.
Oh, I've seen one gorilla swing one time. That means we can't trust the black people to swing. But yeah, we're gonna call them monkey swingers. Oh, that makes so much
We're gonna
sense.
do parkour.
Wait,
Yeah.
hold on. Mr. Num Num, I might log off.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
But we could play some other time though.
Oh yeah, I bet.
You're telling
Go to
me
sleep like you always do.
I can't fucking outswing a gorilla? How dare you, Floopy? I'll let you know right now. I did fucking well on the monkey bars.
Wait, actually, wait, really quick,
Oh,
Mr. Num Num, if I log
Yeah.
out, we have to start the whole dungeon all over again.
Just the first few parts. Yeah.
Were you a gymnast? Did you do like the high bar?
Okay.
Buddy, you've heard of Livy Dunn?
Ooh, she
Who
bad.
do you
No.
think taught her?
Okay, who we taking? Okay. How about this? You got a FKM, and we're going all prime. No. Better. Everybody's seen Euphoria. City Sweeney, Alexa Demi, and
I don't know who these women are.
Zendaya. And Zendaya.
Alexis Demi.
I've also watched Euphoria.
Alexa Demi, City Sweeney, and Zendaya. You got an FKM. Cage first.
Oh, oh my god. Floopy. Go ahead.
I've never watched Euphoria.
Yeah. It's crazy for that. I don't know. She might be right though.
All right, y'all. All right, Coco. I'm gonna head off and get ready for tomorrow.
I followed.
All right.
I followed everybody on the panel.
All right. Good night, y'all.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and switch.
Y'all make sure you follow Coco. He cool. Follow my guy.
I was Timmy Turner. I would
Yeah,
ask
because
for a new
today or
bitch.
tomorrow we're gonna march to the Arctic and beat up the penguins and stuff.
Speaking of
Rock with a
Euphoria,
switch.
I would let Hunter Schafer unalive me with her legs, just like crush my skull like a pumpkin.
Okay. Really, I never watched Euphoria, so I don't know what the hype is about it.
I would date Hunter.
Is this like a?
I
Is
would
this a
watch
woman Coco?
Severance over Euphoria and have done that because I have not seen Euphoria yet.
It's pretty decent. Not gonna lie. Definitely not like the best HBO show ever, but still like probably top 20. I'm not gonna put
Is
it
it
up
as
there.
good as Severance?
I haven't seen it, so I'm not gonna misrepresent. That's the one with Adam Scott, right? No, I haven't seen it. I also haven't seen Breaking Bad. I haven't seen The Wire. I haven't seen The Sopranos. I haven't seen.
Well, I've seen Breaking Bad and Sopranos, but not The Wire either.
Yeah, not seeing
I've
Breaking
heard
Bad
The
in
Wire's
2025.
top 5 unconditionally. The Sopranos. People say it has a bad ending, kind of like Game of Thrones, but the whole series is really good.
Game of Thrones had an amazing ending, and I'll die on that hill.
Okay, you have so many good opinions, Cage, but that's.
Wait, can we talk about how like Hunter Schafer
Daenerys' storyline is justified. They just need a couple more steps.
Okay, this take is a yes.
I think
wait,
she was
wait,
always
wait.
destined. I think when the books get released, it's gonna be like, oh wow, she actually does go fucking insane towards the end. Who could have guessed a Targaryen would have been drunk with power?
Oh, okay. So real quick, I think that the most attractive woman in the entire GOT series is actually Shay.
What?
No, Emily Clark.
No, that's too. That's a
Clark.
that's a very trite. That's a very
Pedro
trite.
Pascal.
Good answer.
Oberyn?
Good answer.
Oberyn's crazy sexual in that. He's awesome.
Yeah, I'm still going Shay, for sure. You know where they found her? I'll give
I
you one
would
guess.
marry Emily Clark.
Yeah, who would?
She was brought to Tyrion during the battle, wasn't it?
No. Where they found her as an actress?
Probably in the fucking
Oh no, I don't
slums
know
of
that.
Asia. I don't know.
No, she was doing corn.
What?
Oh.
In the world? Where in the
Talisa?
world
We're
is
finna see who
she?
Talisa is.
Is Amelia Clark the actor for Daenerys? I forget.
Yeah, she is.
Queen
Oh,
of the
like she's the
Dragons.
really
Queen of
awkward
the
actor.
Dragons. Sophie Turner, which is Sansa, is pretty attractive.
Sansa. Yeah.
Where the fuck did Daenerys
yeah,
get her name?
Yeah. She's definitely up there. I like the dark skin and the dark hair, so yeah. Well, she's not like dark skin, but you know.
I don't know where Daenerys
What
is.
about
Like
Jon
looking at the
Snow's?
lineage.
Daenerys is at least top. Yeah, Daenerys has to be in your top 3, or you're just ridiculous.
Jon Snow.
Yeah. What about Jon Snow's redhead girlfriend, the wild one, the wild
Her
one?
name is Aaron, isn't it?
You mean Aegon
Ygritte.
Targaryen the
Ygritte.
seventh?
Yeah. Very good,
Yeah,
Sam.
Egret.
Sam, who you taking top 3?
Ygritte was
I
terrible.
think I think all those women are beautiful. Actually, I like the actress for Cersei Lannister.
Lena Headey.
Yeah.
She's gorgeous, but I just hate her character so much that I can't get into her.
Her
I
character
love her
was so
character.
annoying.
Her character, shame.
The
Hey, what about the lady who's like, yeah, it was me, and then she drinks the poison? She was pretty bad.
I was just gonna say her, the Lady of Roses or whatever.
Yeah. Lady.
Her name is
Let's go.
Olenna.
Okay.
Olenna,
Sam. Yeah. Floopty, you got to go FKM. We're going Varys the Spider, Brienne of Tarth, and the Rose Lady.
I have not watched a single thing from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, go ahead and start it
Rose
now.
Like, do you mean Marjorie?
I feel like marrying
Lord,
Brienne of
Lady
Tarth is the
Marjorie, how do we
smartest
forget
because she's going to be loyal forever. And then
That's not true. She's had 3 previous
fuck
exes.
the Spider probably because he probably doesn't get none, and I think he might still
He
enjoy
doesn't
the
have to.
other
Well,
stuff.
He's a eunuch.
He's a fucking unit. What are you doing?
No,
Well,
but
he's
you
not
can
just
still
a
do from
eunuch.
behind anyway.
He's not just a eunuch. They cut everything out. They cut everything off him.
They cut it off. They don't
I
cut it
could've-
out. They don't take his prostate.
No, they cut everything
No,
off.
like the Franken beans.
Yeah, I know
could've
that.
went my
That's
whole
fine.
life
He can still get a peegasm anyway.
Oh,
Then
that's terrible.
who was my kill then? Because it was the last one was what?
The lady, you said Brandon Tarth is going to be loyal, right?
Yeah, I'm marrying Brienne of Tarth.
Look,
Okay,
can
yeah,
we
so
just
you're
talk
gonna-
about
you're
how
gonna-
the Ice King is terrible?
I'll kill the Lady of the Flowers.
The
or
first
Lady of
thing you
Roses,
see
whatever.
in Game of Thrones is the fucking White Walkers, and he just becomes a mid-season villain.
Daenerys, Talisa, and Missandei. Oh! Remember the Red Witch or whatever? Damn, Yaya's got some good.
Missandei was a fucking annoying character. Daenerys was only a good character because of the plot armor, and Talisa.
No,
Best
Daenerys
character
was
in the
also
show.
really
Best
smart.
character in
too.
the show is Tyrion, but the best character arc is undoubtedly
Jamie.
No,
Oh,
It's Jamie.
Tyrion was definitely the best. But
No,
Tyrion didn't grow.
Arya.
He didn't even change.
Jamie's character is arguably the least satisfactory because he does so much growth and throws it away all at the end.
Arya.
Yeah, that's the point.
Arya. It's Arya.
Arya. You know who was freaking
by the way,
cool?
real quick.
The person who was
you know the
freaking
guy-
cool was Tywin.
Tywin?
Tywin
The
Lannister.
father?
Yeah, he was a guy
a toilet
that
like Elvis.
Yeah. My ex girlfriend didn't believe that was a true story about Elvis. That he evacuated his bowels on the toilet, right? Anyway, Arya is the best character arc. I'm
He
all
doesn't even
down.
do anything. The writers explicitly said we forgot about her in season 6 and 8, or 7 and 8.
No, they didn't. They didn't say that.
We forgot about
What?
her. What did she do for 7 and 8? What
She
did she
come.
do?
She does a lot. She's training under
She comes.
the.
Okay,
Oh,
okay.
the
Real quick
character that's
before I lose my
never
train of thought.
explained, Jack and
Okay,
Hagar, the character that never gets an explanation for who he
hold
is, what
on,
he
hold
does
on,
there.
hold on, hold on. That guy, the original guy, who was like probably I thought the most attractive guy in the whole show. He got.
That's fair.
He got kicked out of the show because he was I can say that word. He was harassing the cast members as if
Who is it?
the original Jack and Hagar.
The black guy.
No, he's not black.
Was he not the black guy?
No, sir. He had the long hair, and then whenever Arya was in the castle and she was being held captive, he helped her escape. And remember, like when they had like the bodies, he had, like, the bodies, like, up against the fucking wall, and he had like unalived all of them, and it looked like the guards were standing on their posts, but he had them like pinned
Yeah,
against
what
the
do we
wall.
say to death? Not today, that guy.
Boom.
Who do you guys
Yeah.
think is the most attractive guy on the show?
That guy
Jon Snow.
No,
yeah.
seriously, who's the most
Yeah,
attractive
I'm
guy?
dead serious. Jon
I
Snow.
just said
Oh,
that guy
Jon
until
Snow.
he started doing all that stuff.
Yeah. What about Robb Stark?
Absolutely not. Overrated. He's been with so many people. Why would I want to be with him?
What do you
I
mean he's been with
mentioned that I want Hunter Schafer to unalive me in
With
a
her
violent
thighs?
way.
With her thighs?
I second
Why
this
am I?
opinion.
What am I
It's a very
looking at?
valid opinion.
An iPhone. Okay, there's an iPhone. The fuck am I? Where is this?
Wait, who's the host? I have a question.
I'm gonna give you big screen.
The guy with the body with the measurements up there.
Oh, yeah. Why? I want to know where this gorilla and man thing came from. I think it's such a stupid question. What? Like, who came up with that? It's really stupid.
Probably a man.
It's just stupid. Like, why are people even talking
Yeah,
about
I'm
it?
not gonna bullshit you.
We all agree the men would win.
No, we didn't. We didn't.
Yeah,
Who
all
is
it's
agree.
that woman
conclusive.
that you're showing?
That's Hunter Schafer. She's from Euphoria. She plays what's her name in the
That's
show?
I don't know.
I've never seen Euphoria. I don't know.
I
I've
thought you were
watched Euphoria,
talking
but I
about
forgot.
House
It's
of the
been a while.
Dragon.
Wait, is
House
her
of
name
the
Lisa in
Dragon
the
is cool.
show?
Why is she
That
the
is
most
pretty good.
beautiful? Why is she the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life?
Damon or Matt Smith could get
God damn
could
it!
get
Wait,
us
wait,
off the
Yeah,
dock.
you said more
what
of
are you
that.
doing?
Is that Vin Diesel?
It's not Vin Diesel. Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
some crazy guy. So, but not Vin Diesel, a different crazy guy.
Yeah. I don't know. Daenerys is an odd one. Or not Daenerys. What? Rhaenyra from
Give me
House of
big screen.
Dragon.
Give me big
No,
screen.
she's freaking awesome. She's awesome.
Well, her. Well, I mean, depends on which version of her. I mean, the younger one just seems like batshit crazy, and the older one doesn't seem much better.
Wait, why did she seem crazy?
Because she was sleeping with her uncle, not trying to become anything, trying to avoid her obligations to the throne, and actively making the Targaryen family look very bad.
She wasn't trying to avoid her obligations. That's not what I got at all from that show.
What the?
She was
Slurm.
named his heir, and then she like spent the rest of the time being like, "Oh, Aegon's born, boo hoo! I'm gonna eventually get fucking my heir taken from me." Like, all right, well, who cares? You were
This is
named
me.
heir.
This is me when you guys give bad takes about movies and shows.
And then Aemond was born, so then we have Aegon, then we have Aemond, and then he had two other sons. Wait, no, he didn't. My bad. And Aegon and Aemond had sons, and it's like the line of succession is so far past her. That's the question. Do you think she had a legitimate claim to the throne after Aegon and Aemond were born?
Yeah, because
Yes.
fuck the patriarchy, right?
Oh God.
I don't know. Part of me thinks it's still wrong. Like, I don't know if because Viserys only did that because he thought he'd never have another heir.
Yeah, but what was it? Her aunt or whatever, Rhaenys or whatever. That she was
Yeah.
like really powerful character.
I'm not saying she wasn't powerful. I'm just saying I don't think that the proper contract would be like. I think that Viserys had good reason, or maybe at least a justification for recanting that if he wanted to. Because like he only made that agreement when Aemon and Aegon seemed impossible. Kind of like I
I don't know if you and your wife agree to adopt, and then all of a sudden you
Yeah,
realize
but
she's
he's just
pregnant. It's like, oh.
perpetuating the situation when Rainey's could have got it too.
Yeah, I guess so. But I mean, Rainey's kind of abandoned that endeavor, right? Her husband, the sea snake, is the
She
only one
didn't
that wanted
abandon
it.
it. They took it from her. Remember, that's like the whole start of the thing was the what's his name, the other Targaryen, like
No,
gave
I
it to
agree.
his.
I'm saying the
Is
after
this
the
cut
High
off, or can
Council
y'all read
elected it,
this? Is this cut off?
it's cut off.
It says,
After the High Council elected Viserys over Rhaenys, she kind of like felt bad about it and wanted to get it back. But then eventually, by the time we see her in the second time jump, she's kind of just given up on that pursuit. Right? It's only
That's
Corlys that
fair.
wants it.
Corlys is badass.
Y'all can read this
He's a
though,
little
right?
bitch. Oh my god, all my kids are dead. I'm going off to sea for 5 years and abandon my wife and duties.
Oh, you talking about Greyjoy?
No, I'm talking about Corlys from House of Dragon.
Oh, y'all can read this one though, right?
You're dead. You don't know. You're dead. All of the pain that's felt by others. Same thing happens when you're stupid. Anger anthem.
Did
But
Wit
I don't
come up?
know.
Welcome, Wit.
Something evil, something good.
Do you think Aemond was justified in killing Aegon?
I can I think he's not justified, but I think that I can see why he acted that way. You know.
What's your hermeneutical principle, Floopy? You read it?
Whoa, that's unnecessary. Do you want to wait? Do you want to go ahead and Well, you can't drop him. You can drop me though.
No, thanks.
Hi, Ash.
I don't know. I
Slurm,
think
you
Aemond
need
was
help.
justified.
I don't know who Wit is. My name is Watt.
What? Okay.
Was Aemond justified in killing Lucerys? I think so. I think that was a long time coming.
But actually, the real question is, how many men would it take to defeat a lion?
Yeah, about to say.
I never finished the
3
House of
gladiators.
Dragon.
Oh fuck! I just spoiled like half of House of Dragons.
Yeah.
I'm not listening. I don't think.
Have y'all ever see? I don't think anybody in here is old enough. Wit is a man, not too bad. Anybody ever see these prison fights? Anybody ever see those videos?
No, but I can say I've watched white men fighting in prison before.
Oh no! This is outside of a prison.
Oh, it's just okay. It's just prison adjacent. All right.
Prison adjacent, indeed. Yeah, these guys just used to beat the dog shit out of each other on these DVDs. Before y'all's time.
Dang.
That was before. That was before the UFC got like big.
Yeah.
I don't know. Why did they give him a blue crystal for an eye anyway, Swoopy? Like that weirded me out.
Who the king of the White Walkers?
No, although
No.
that guy was dumb
I
as
think
fuck
they
as
were
well.
cool looking.
Aemond, right?
Why? Like what? Yeah, Aemond. But
y'all
for the
ruining
White
House of
Walkers, why did Arya kill? That doesn't even.
It's a sapphire jewel, I think.
Arya is my favorite character out of
Yeah.
You build up Jon Snow for an entire 8 seasons to have his own independent character arc against this villain specifically, and Arya's on the other side of the fucking world for half of that time, but she gets to kill him? That makes sense.
Hey, I predicted how that fucking ended. I swear to God, I was like, Braun, whatever his name is, Bran. I knew he was going to be important motherfucker in that shit. I was like, and then
I wanted Sam to end the White Walkers, but maybe that's just me.
Really,
that's an interesting
the
point.
bigger dude, I loved him. Yeah, he was.
As he was the first one to figure out with the obsidian like that.
Yeah.
That was like I was like he's gonna be the one to defeat the White Walkers.
But he ended up permanently going down to that library, like his dream, right? That's what he wanted to do.
No, he eventually left there too.
Did he leave? Okay, I didn't remember it. Oh yeah. I think that. Okay.
Well, but I'm confused.
But he figured out how to reverse grayscale or whatever, right?
The grayscale. Yeah, he saved old dude's life that betrayed Khaleesi or whatever.
Did you remember when
Hey, that
Jon
was
fighting
what
the
was
White
his
Walker?
name? What was that
What
guy's
was
name? I
his
loved
name?
him.
Sam.
Braun?
No,
No,
the guy who
Sarah,
breaks
The
the
redhead.
Bronn
The
laws.
was the
redhead.
squire.
The
the
redhead.
guy that was the son of that guy
Oh
from
no,
the
He was
The
the he was
redhead
the re-
Sir.
guy?
he helped Jamie.
It's not Sir Barristan. It's
Yes.
Jorah, Sir Jorah.
Jorah. No. Jorah. Yeah, Jorah.
Jorah Mormont.
He had
Yeah.
Yes.
red hair. Mormont. He didn't have red hair,
No,
did
no,
he?
no. Jorah was the guy who had he loved didn't he love
Daenerys, yeah.
correct.
Yeah, but he
But
betrayed
you're
her
talking
and
about the
ratted
redhead
that she
guy
was
that was like the
pregnant.
Yeah,
wildling.
the one who was like the for hire ASSIN. I don't know if you could say that word.
Yeah. But then he regretted
The
it, and
What was
she
his
found
name,
out.
guys?
Jorah Mormont. Oh no, the
It
second
started
son
with a
guy.
B, didn't it?
I don't remember what his name
Mormont.
was.
Are
He's a
you,
bit of a
No. It was
loser.
Jorah Mormont, but his name was B.
he went with who?
There was the guy from the Second Sons, the gun that had a crush on Daenerys and asked to go with her, Westeros. But do you
Oh,
remember when Jon Snow
I'm
was
trying to remember
fighting
that guy.
Not
was
what's
fighting
the
the
other
White
guy that
Walker?
fought for her that had the long
Tormund.
hair?
Tormund.
That
Oh,
guy, he was
That's
sexy.
who you're talking
Tormund.
about?
Tormund is the wildling guy.
Yeah, he's with fucking
He's
Jon
not.
Snow.
He's not an assassin.
No, who is the guy that
He was
cut?
like a for hire bodyguard, or what wasn't he?
No, he
Yeah, he
was
was
like a
from the
wildling.
Wildlings.
Yeah, he came from the north,
Okay,
the
but what
true
about
north.
Didn't he like protect them though?
Yeah, but that's only after he gained his respect.
That's right.
Okay, do you
That was a
remember when
long time.
Khaleesi went into that city and that guy betrayed his own dudes to prove to her that he was loyal? He was hot.
Yeah, I remember
The
him.
guy with the
Dang,
safe that had nothing in it.
That was Grey Worm. That was Grey Worm.
No, not
And then-
Grey Worm, not Grey Worm, the long-haired guy that showed up with his
Oh,
guy
Oh.
with heads.
yes, he was. Hey, he might have been top 3 too. Also, don't forget, Grey Worm was hooking up with that one girl.
I know, I love them
How
together.
are we sleeping on her? Is that Melisandre?
He was beautiful.
Is that Melisandre?
Yes, I loved her.
No, not Melisandre, the witch. It's
Missandei?
Missandei.
That's the red.
Yeah. See, Yaya got some A1
She said
opinions.
Dracarys. She said light them up right before she died. She light them up.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you got some A1 opinions for sure.
Oh, I
What
love
about
Game of
that?
Thrones. I've watched them so much.
What about that one Twinkie one that was like a Lannister or whatever that like
Oh,
became
in
like
the very beginning, they got unalived they got unalived by Jason Momoa.
Jason
no,
Momoa.
not her brother. No,
Viserys.
the one that like got into the cult of the Seven or whatever and like started being a psycho at like the end.
Oh yes, the cousin.
That was the one that like when the wildfire happened, he was like right next to the barrels or whatever
But
in
Okay,
the dungeon.
no, he was trying
No,
to stop the
he was like a
wildfire.
cousin of the Lannisters, or wherever he was banging
I don't fucking
the
know. He's
queen.
useless.
Yeah, but the queen did something to him, and he knew, and he ratted her out, and she had to go do the
It was
walk.
like Laris or something. Lannister or something.
And then there was another cousin she was doing stuff with too. Remember that? And then the
His
midget.
Lyra's strong.
Y'all see this picture?
Yeah.
This is after my cat got his nuts clipped. He sat in this position for 8 hours, holding on to the reality that was.
What the hell?
Yeah, I would too.
Homeboy
That's
sat there.
wild.
Homeboy sat there for 8 hours in that position. It was the first day we brought him home after he got his nuts clipped, and I think that like it would basically be the equivalent of like us taking like just a handful of the most random rugs possible.
He was fucked up.
Lancel, that was it. Lancel Lannister.
He was on Pluto.
Well, Flipty, I mean, can you name one thing Jon Snow being actually a Targaryen did to the plotline other than killing Lord Varys?
The fact that he slept with Khaleesi and it was wild.
But she didn't know at that point.
I know, but it was still like.
Oh, that's not new for Targaryens. So I mean, let's be real.
Exactly.
I know, but I did not expect that shit, y'all. I was shook.
I mean,
Give me my money.
He was like Aegon Targaryen the 7th or 6th or something like that, but it was
I think
inconsequential.
I think what it did is validate Ned Stark.
Oh, like
That
in the beginning?
He didn't cheat on Kat.
Yeah, exactly. It showed that he was actually a good man the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, like when Robert said that makes it different because when you watch it the second time and Robert goes, "Oh yeah, who is that whore that you slept with for the bastard boy?"
and he just looks off into the distance, and he's like, I
Like
can't
I want to
remember her
say
name.
something so bad. Yeah, I'm
It's
Team
crazy.
Winterfell all the way.
Okay, so who do you think was the most deserved and tragic unaliving?
Oh,
Okay, I think everybody should have the
Jaime Lannister and the Queen.
wait.
They got crushed by the rocks. They deserve that shit. I mean,
Okay. Sorry, you started off with deserved. I think everybody may
I think
forget.
she was making it a conjunction, deserved and
Joffrey.
tragic.
Oh,
Joffrey.
okay.
It's not tragic, but it was
Okay, I
deserved.
think I think the tragic one, it should stand out, but
Oh,
you may not remember it. But this is like the most, like if you didn't cry, you don't.
oh, Let
There
me
it is.
let me think on it and come back. Oh God, I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Let me think.
Oh, Clegane was tragic for sure, but not the most. Oh God, the Hound was such an epic fight too.
Okay, the redheaded girl with Jon Snow. That was no. I don't know, but that I.
You guys are
You,
still not.
you know, technically, Rob Stark and his like nurse girlfriend or whatever wife. I don't know if they
I
got
think
married.
that's number two. Red
Okay, the
Wedding.
red wedding. The red wedding tripped me out.
Red Wedding still number two
Well,
for
The
me.
wolf.
if
When
you
they
think about it, they were gonna
Not the
name
damn
their
wolf.
son Ned.
Yeah.
So and like she got stabbed in the womb. So technically, two Ned Starks got beheaded in that.
That's
no
crazy, Flippy.
when they
Stop
went
saying
out.
That is
things.
yeah, but it's still you guys still aren't.
If you say Daenerys is number one, look, he was
No.
A, fucking insane.
Yeah.
B, she just wanted to keep
You
conquering.
talking about tragic? No.
Tragic.
If you say
Okay,
Missandei,
the daughter being sacrificed, the daughter being burnt. Yeah, the daughter,
no,
That
she
was
was a
sad.
fucking annoying
That's
woman.
true.
That was
You
sad.
Sorry, girl, my bad.
Yeah.
you're
It was
bad.
so
When
annoying. Oh, I could teach the old guy how to read. Oh, this is so cool. Who cares?
that's what
You weren't
like
useful.
doomed him.
Oh, thank you for the
Honestly,
gift, Forrest. Oh.
What's
It
that?
wasn't even useful to the story.
You talking about the kitty?
once no, once Baratheon like sacrificed his daughter for the god, like the red god or whatever, that was like what damned
Yes.
him the most. You
I
know.
cried. Yes, I had to think. I did cry on that. That
What did
was
you say
sad.
before that, Ash? Sorry.
The wolf part where went out and got Sansa's wolf. I was like, no.
I don't feel as bad. I mean, it is fucked up. I don't feel bad as bad for animals that I do as humans.
Oh yeah, the little girl part was terrible, but the
I feel
wolf.
Not
most
gonna
bad
talk about
for the
Sandra.
potato night finding out about that.
Okay, what's like the funniest character? I think I've got.
He was an onion knight, not a potato knight. He was an onion knight.
Right. You're
Y'all
right.
remember? I want to see if y'all remember this character. He was funny as hell.
Who?
Podrick.
Yeah, the Jesse.
Yeah, it was Podrick.
Podrick is the one that slept with the whatever, and they were so impressed, and they said they gave it to him for free. I remember they didn't charge him. They didn't take his money.
He said, let me show you something.
But wasn't he that was his first time or no?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
It was. It
yeah.
was. It was. It was.
This is more than I pay you in a year. Actually, sir, you don't pay him. This is far
Okay.
more than I pay you.
Who was the uncle that went off? He was a crow and went off and then came back. Y'all remember who was that?
Benjen Stark.
Yeah, I like him.
He was an idiot. Again, not
Really?
useful.
I thought he was like humble and like a good guy. What do you mean he's?
Well, the only thing he was useful for was pulling Jon Snow out of the ice when he fell.
Yeah. Okay. What about the big red-headed guy that's in love with the big woman? What's her name?
Tormund, love him.
Yeah,
What a baddie.
he's great. He's funny. He's like, I love the big woman.
I think some of the best comedic timing is Hodor, because he only has one line and his delivery is like classic
Yeah,
sometimes.
but when they go back and show why he said that, that was pretty nuts. Like they went back in time.
That was pretty cool.
Time traveled and he got looped in that. Ugh. Hold the door.
I don't know how you. I thought about that from like a philosophy of time point of view, though, and I wondered why. What? What? Okay, if he knew, right, that was the context in the future from the past.
How did that affect his speech? I'm so confused. I never understood it.
Maybe he wasn't supposed to hear that and it came through and somehow he just got stuck in this loop because you remember he fell on the ground and had like a seizure type shit. It was going, hold the door, and then it turned into Hodor, Hodor.
Are you talking about Game of Thrones?
No, we're
No,
talking
he's
about
sus.
Teletubbies.
Obviously, we're talking about fucking Game of Thrones. Context clues,
Obviously.
Jesus.
Yeah,
I mean,
I like Tinky
I'm sorry.
Winky.
This is a very random conversation.
It's not.
How is it random?
I
I
keep
don't know.
forgetting he was like 15 when Game of Thrones came out. My bad.
15?
Dude, I wasn't 15. I was 8.
Yeah,
Oh, Lord.
there you go.
Jesus.
You would have been 12. I was like, well,
Yeah, I was old enough to watch the fucking show.
I was in college, bro.
damn. Okay, auntie.
Auntie, Ashley.
Auntie.
Bro, I was on Coco's live like 5 hours ago, and he was saying he was gonna go to sleep. It's 3 a.m. now. He's still up.
He's asleep now.
Oh,
You must be on the East Coast at 3 a.m. What a loser.
I'm on the
what's wrong
East
with the
Coast.
What's
I'm
wrong
not
with
a
the fucking
loser.
East Coast?
What time is it on the West Coast? It's 12.
It's
We live
3:12.
in the future, dummy.
I'm ahead of y'all.
Does
You're
it
ahead
still
of
suck?
us.
I'm
How
on
the
the East
fuck are
Coast.
you ahead of us? Are you in England or something?
Didn't you say 12? It's 3:00 a.m.
Oh, you're in the East.
Sus.
Okay.
Me and he is sus are on the East Coast.
Me too.
Exactly.
Although Hodor is like, at least his storyline, this is rare for Game of Thrones. At least it came to a start and an end and cleaned up nicely.
I liked the end. Everybody hated the end. I was
No, the
satisfied.
ending sucked. The books are way better. I mean, they're not finished, but
I need to
Yeah,
read the
the
book.
books are way better, but the fucking show goes on two seasons past where the books end.
yeah, but like if you read the character development in the books, it's like much better. And also, like they fucking destroyed what the fuck's his name, dude? I'm having a brain fart.
Jamie Lannister?
Yes, bro. That he was my favorite in the fucking books, and in the show, he's just
Well,
they give him
the
a
thing about the books though is
I've heard that he
John
was
is
total
completely
opposite.
different. Right
Yeah,
in the
I
books,
heard.
he's like, "Oh, I'll lie for political advantage or whatever, whatever," and then the fucking show, he's like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, even when it would be beneficial to everybody else around us."
You talking about Jon Snow? Yeah, for sure. Also, like Tyrion is way different in the books. He's a lot more spiteful. He's like actually hateful. Like he really does like want to kill everyone.
I think he made that clear in his like speech against Joffrey, though.
That reminds me of Slurms.
Yeah, but like in the books, it's like actual like it's different. It's like he truly does hate the entire world. Like he just wants to see it burn because it's like they in the
Well, fuck,
books.
if I was that small, I would too.
Now what did they do to his wife or whatever? Like it's actually fucked up. Like what he learned or whatever. It's insane in the books. It's really fucked
Which character are we talking about?
up. Tyrion.
Books,
I wonder
Tyrion.
how many
Okay.
people named their daughters Daenerys or named their sons after like John or something like that. There's probably. I'm googling it.
Stop. I almost named my daughter Aria, but I named her after a tree. She's an oak tree.
Named my cat Cersei.
I have a niece named Aria.
Oh, that's cute. Aria was the best. I'm sorry. Hands down. I loved her.
I really like Cersei's character, I'm not gonna lie. Like, as a whole.
Cersei's a
Jesus
great
Christ.
actress, though. Is she not the best actress in that? Like, she killed that
She
shit.
is. I think that's what it is. Like, as morally, of course not, but
Right.
her character.
Man, I
There's
looked
She's
this
really hot
up.
when
3,500.
she's effing her brother, right?
Ugh.
Uh, there's
That was hot.
3,500 people registered in the U.S. that are named Daenerys.
How many?
3,500.
James,
Ash.
what's up?
To register to be a person?
Yeah.
Well, you have to have a birth certificate registry, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
It's spelled, sorry, Daenerys or Khaleesi is 3,500 people.
Khaleesi's too
Just,
much. I would not name my child that.
Oh, the collective, like both of those is 3,500.
yeah, I guess take a census of half and half, and there you go.
Yeah. Arya, now that's cute. Whatever, but
Yeah,
I can name
Khaleesi's
her
a bit.
Aegon.
Aegon is a
I think that's a cool name for
That's
like a
not too
dog,
bad.
but not like a human.
No, a
I mean,
boy. That's not too bad. It's
I don't. I think it's a
why
cool
aren't
name for a dog.
yeah.
I want people to name their girls, you know, like why don't we see Cersei's?
Cersei is pretty.
Cersei.
It's a pretty
Cersei's a good
name.
name.
It
That's an
is
It's a
pretty.
good
awesome name.
name.
Hmm.
She's a real bitch in the movie, in the
Yeah,
show,
but
but
she's such a good actress. Whoever the actress is, she killed that.
yeah,
She's not as
definitely.
big of a bitch as her son.
Lena Headey.
Which
Right.
son?
Yeah. The one who
Joffrey.
The one that
Joffrey,
jumped
yeah.
yeah.
off a fucking hill just because
Hey,
his
but for
girlfriend died?
a young actor, he was good. All the actors and actors, they kill. I don't know. I
He was
like the
good
act.
too, but he did it so good that I just hate him.
But
Like
were
Yeah.
you all
I hate him
disappointed
as a
with?
whole.
I was actually upset that he didn't get to suffer more when he died.
I know, right? He was so bad.
Yeah, but
Well,
that
how
That's
doesn't
what
about
make
the
actually
him.
made me
Hound?
hate him.
I was surprised by the Hound turning nice. Like he had a nice side. At first, I didn't know about the Hound, but then he helped.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Over.
So yeah, it's definitely
It's
awesome
such a
show.
good show, y'all. I'm glad you're
Good.
talking about this. I have nobody to talk to this about. I'm totally nerding out right now.
I
Yeah,
love when
it's
the Mountain changed actors 3 times.
What?
right.
Really?
I mean, he didn't really have much of a role in the show at all, besides what was it, maybe like 5
Yeah,
I
appearances?
thought he
blew
was a
up the
wrestler.
sexiest man's head.
Right.
I thought he was a wrestler.
Well, the
The
first one was like just a big actor, like a tall guy, and then the
Yeah.
yeah.
second one was like a Highland Games aficionado or something. It was also really big, and then the third one was World's Strongest Man once
What
Yeah.
about the
after
guy who
Bjornsson.
fought him? The guy who swung both ways? I low key liked him. He was funny.
The one who got his eyeballs,
Yeah,
his head popped.
Yeah, I liked
Yeah.
him
That
though.
was Prince Oberyn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like that actually shocked me. Like I think I actually gasped
I did too because I
when
thought he had won the fight. It looked like he had the mountain, and then the
yeah,
mountain just takes him
absolutely.
out with yeah. Oh,
the
that
the
show is so
Y'all know
good.
what tore me up was Hodor.
Oh, we were just talking about Hodor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Hold the door.
Hey,
you know
the
the
host.
Hold
real
the
guy,
door.
the actor deadlifted 501 kilograms, right?
Yeah, he's cool. I actually follow him on TikTok. If it's the same dude I'm
Unofficially did
thinking
it.
of.
He's a weak bitch,
It was
respectfully.
sanctioned. He did it in front of freaking Vermagnuson. Like, what are you talking about?
Oh yeah, his dad weighed the plates. He did it in his home gym, surrounded by him and his
It
people
was
with his own
COVID. What are you
bar.
talking about, Cage?
Yeah, he who weighed the plates?
What about
Are
the
you kidding
coffee
me? That was
cup?
sanctioned. That was a
His
sanctioned
father weighed the
lift.
It
plates.
was
Where
sanctioned
did
and
he
it
do it?
was
In his own gym. And when he
Do you
tried to do
think
it later,
Vermagnuson is not accountable?
in a professional setting, he failed.
Right, he did. And
So why
also
would I believe
Makarov.
it?
I
Makarov
didn't
is
know
also
that.
failing in a professional, and he's the one who's faking his claims right now.
Yeah, but look, I mean, I'm talking about Eddie, who did it at a sanctioned
That
event,
was
not in
amazing.
his home gym, with
Yep.
weight plates by an independent person, right? It's not like his dad weighed the fucking plates it's like
Oh
the
my.
same thing Eddie said. It's like if Usain Bolt were to go run a race, it's like, oh, but my dad timed it. Like, okay,
Isn't
great.
he training to lift like 505 or something?
It
OP,
probably is.
what's your other account? I recognize your voice. You have another account.
Yeah, I have a lot of them. I don't know which
What's
one
your
I'm talking
name?
about.
Getting banned because he keeps saying
I've
slurs.
never gotten banned once. I just like anonymity.
Slaying slurs.
I've never said a single slur once.
Whatever.
I think I've heard you debate somebody one time. Do you do
I
that?
get around.
I get
Yeah.
it.
I'm
Hey,
surprised Tom isn't lifting
Get
like
around is
more
crazy.
deadlifts because I mean, how good he is with the stone, he should be pretty like rock solid getting the freaking bar off the ground.
You missed a prime opportunity to say rock hard.
rock hard.
True.
Hey, do you guys remember the coffee cup? I had a little sticker that said Winterfell Coffee.
What's your favorite up and comer? I think Kevin Fairs has a pretty good chance here soon.
Evan Fit.
For
Look, I
American.
mean, uh, I'm actually not entirely sure now that I think about it. I haven't looked at
The
the
Ninja Warrior
landscape.
thing, American Ninja Warrior.
No,
Oh, these are
the
strongman,
world's
world's strongest
strongest
man
man.
stuff.
Oh, okay.
They like
My
watching the
favorite
men
for a long time, I
naked.
used to watch Martins Lisi's all the time.
Martins? Oh, what a good
Yeah, I
guy.
love Martins.
He's so funny.
Slurms, you're not laughing at anything. What's going on? Wimmy wham wham wazzle.
Slurms didn't watch Game of Thrones.
Watch this nerd shit. What am I, a performing monkey?
Excuse me, nerd
Yeah, kinda. You were last night anyway.
I don't know
I mean, I
about
don't care about
monkey.
nerd shit either. I don't even like
A little
Star
bit
Wars or Harry Potter, but I like Game of Thrones.
racially ambiguous there.
Hey, Harry Potter, you're gonna wake Coco up.
Oh god.
Yeah,
My
He's
birthday's
gonna
on
buy a
Star Wars
wand next.
Day.
He bought lightsabers already. He's gonna buy a wand
Yes,
soon.
I saw. And
You're a wizard,
let him
Harry.
live his best life.
I think
My
everybody saw the
birthday's on
fucking
Star Wars
lightsabers.
Day, guys.
People are just up here debating, and Coco's over there,
We
Yeah,
haven't
just
you can
like
picked
buy
out
the
the
lightsabering
lightsaber.
away.
lightsabers for $45. They come in a pack of 2 from the TikTok shop.
Yeah, if you stick around long enough, Ash, Coco will he'll serenade you with lightsabers. He kind of does this like.
Well, listen, my birthday's on Star Wars Day. May the Fourth be with you.
Here that day, he will definitely
Yeah, it's
twirl
my
lightsabers
birthday.
for
He
you.
better. He better. It's my
He'll
birthday.
twirl lightsabers for you. What the fuck?
Were
His
longswords
like
heavy?
mating dance type thing. I don't know why he does it.
That's the other thing. You guys remember when Jon Snow was fighting
Maiden
the White
dance.
Walker? And the White Walker smashes every
Yeah.
single blade, and then he goes to smash the Valyrian steel one, and then he looks like, oh shit.
Yeah,
And wasn't
that
Sam the
was
guy who
cool.
found out about the dragon glass or unaliving him?
It was Sam, yeah. But I don't know why Valyrian steel does the same thing. It was never really explained.
Because they
which is
use
just Damascus,
obsidian,
right?
well, it's not just Damascus. They use like some dragon glass for like some feature in the steel or whatever. So it's like part of the crystalline structure of the steel somehow.
Oh. I thought the explanation that somebody gave me years ago was that old Valyria was a very magic-heavy place. Oh.
Oh, I thought I had understood it to be that it was just they incorporated the dragon glass into the Valyrian steel, and nobody knew the methods for that anymore, and that's what has been lost.
James, you need to vacuum.
What?
Vacuum your carpet. I'm
Well,
just
wasn't
kidding.
there 3 blacksmiths that knew how to rework Valyrian steel?
They could rework it, but they couldn't create more.
Oh. I would love a Damascus
Better be
look.
careful showing that, James.
You can show knives on here.
Oh,
People sell knives on TikTok. Are you kidding?
I didn't
You
know that. Are
recognize
you
it?
kidding?
Oh, it's the Targaryen blade that
Yes, it
Viserys
is.
gives
Yeah.
to Rhaenyra. Well, actually gives it. Actually, he doesn't give it to Rhaenyra. Excuse me. He gives it to
Littlefinger.
I mean,
Aegon.
to be fair,
Gave it to Aegon.
I got bananaed for posting a picture on my green screen of me holding a sword. Just FYI. I know that.
Really?
I want a long sword.
Yeah, I have.
If
Oh, I was gonna say what those were: 5.56 and a 308 or a
2, 3.
30-06. I can't see.
That is
Okay,
actually the
Flicky.
one that's sitting right there is a S&W 500.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
I want a long.
I was meaning the
wanted
ones
a.
with the bullets still in them.
Oh, yeah, those are 308, 5.56,
Give me
and
back my bullet.
I believe there's
Oh,
a.
Cage left.
I don't know. There's a couple of them up there. Do you practice your Second Amendment?
Hell yeah, brother.
I don't.
Oh
I've
no.
That's
got
just
I've
me.
got the Russian 308, if you know what that means, and
Yeah. Well,
and
that's a
I've got
308 by 49, right?
54R.
54, right? Okay.
I had
Yeah.
a Ruger 380 or Luger. What is it? Ruger 380. What the fuck?
Ruger.
Ruger.
Luger, whatever.
It's the PC9 or whatever. Well,
It's
380. So
Right. Yeah. There's just a very small difference between the AAK rounds and then like a 308 regular.
well,
308.
those are intermediate though, because they're by 39.
Right.
I have like the full length of 54R because a 308's by 51 millimeters, and that's by 54 for the
The only
Russian
one
one.
I've ever owned, I think it was a Smith and Wesson M&P. I think
Yeah.
something
M&P
like that. Does that ring a
Shield.
bell?
Yeah, that's Smith and Wesson M&P Shield.
Yeah. I don't have one anymore though. I don't want one.
I know I
I
don't have one
carry
anymore either.
My
Springfield XDM 45. That's my everyday.
Yeah.
oh nice. I used to shoot long range for fun, and like I have like a big rifle for that. Like it's a not a like a military cartridge, it's not a 338 Lapua, but it is a 338 Win Mag.
Still very accurate.
Yeah, extremely,
I
and
did
very
the clay
powerful.
pigeons. You know the clay pigeons with the shotties.
Yeah, that's a little different than what he's talking about.
Well, yeah, he's talking about range, right? Long range is always.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Range.
Well,
I
I was
think the
just saying.
longest I've ever hit something was probably about 350 yards, and it was a one of those tannerite targets. They blow up when you hit them.
What the 410 ring a bell? 410. I killed a deer with my dad's rifle. It was a 410.
That's like a small gauge shotgun.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, he
It's
had
like for small bird.
No, but
small birds, I mean.
he had some type of slug. It's because everybody says that, and
Well, yeah, you can have a slug in it.
Sure.
Like yeah.
Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong gun. But
No, you could have used that to hunt a deer.
It was
Absolutely.
close. It was like 75 yards away.
Yeah.
I
You said
don't
it
know
was
if
a
the
pump.
410 slug can
Was
take
it a
down
pump or did
deer.
it have a
Maybe
bolt?
it was
Ash?
something else. It was not a pump. It was black or blue color. I don't remember. Maybe I got the
Did it
wrong.
have a bolt on the top of it, like on the side, that you like?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I was like 12, y'all.
Did you have to do anything in between shots?
I got it with the first shot, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. It was probably just a semi-automatic.
Because he was sitting next to me and he handed it to me. We were down on the bottom of the tree with our backs on the tree. And it walked out in the field. And then...
Did he make you eat part of the heart?
No, but he did make
While it
me
was still
feel
beating.
like it.
My first hunt, I had to eat like a quarter-sized piece of the heart.
Oh, no. That's
What?
Yeah.
That's how you get brainworms, RFK. Don't do that.
I don't know. It was something my dad thought was like a part of the
Like, did he
tradition.
cook it?
No, straight out, still warm out of the.
Oh,
animal.
Akuna Matata. Mm.
Yeah.
Sushi.
That's
My,
like when
Why is this spicy?
Khaleesi ate the heart of the horse, remember?
Oh man, that was bad.
Yeah.
I remember her like barfing or about to barf. I guess not. She didn't really.
Can you imagine the size of a horse heart? Like, jeez, like it's got to be at least like 5-6 pounds.
Yeah. Oh.
I was gonna say my favorite one right now is I have a lever action 22, and it can do like 22 longs, and it'll do 22 shorts as well. And like funny enough, it fits 22 shorts in it as well. So, like the amount you can get in it.
Some of the most accurate rifles I've ever used were 22s, man. Like you can hit a dime from like 100 yards with those things.
I grew up with one of those Remington. It was like a plastic body kind of with a diamond on the side. I don't know if that rings a bell for anybody, but it's a semi-automatic 22, and really accurate. Like it was. That's what I learned.
Yeah.
Yeah. I learned as a kid on that. That was my.
What are we supposed to do,
I missed
chat?
that one.
We're supposed to talk. Why? You lot just keep on going.
The cool one so why I'm excited about this one is it's got the new like furniture on it, so it's like a synthetic stock completely, and it comes with fiber optic sights on it, which are pretty nice, and it's pretty cheap too. They're called a Rossi Rio Bravo, and I put a Picatinny rail on it so I can put my red dot on it too and goof around
That's
with
a
it.
funny word. Picatinny.
Picatinny. Yeah.
Picatinny.
And I bought a paracord strap for it.
It's an expensive hobby, man. It's a very expensive hobby. That's for sure. We between me and my brother, we have everything now to press our own ammunition.
My dad would go to all the pawn shops and stuff and like leave his card, and he would fix up people's broken, like he would take it apart. Like he was so good with them, and he knew every. I wish I had his.
I would love to get into gunsmithing. That would be awesome.
Yes, you need
That
to.
would be
He
a
made so
fun
much
hobby.
extra cash. It was smart. He made a lot of cash, and he'd buy them cheap and then flip them at the shows and like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Floopy, are
Very
you
gray area.
modding this live right now? Just for curiosity.
I am not a mod for this live. No.
I don't think that
So
Coco has
Coco just
mods.
passed out.
Well, I think he
Okay.
modded Forrest. I don't know if it's because Forrest was talking
He
to the
modded
Great
Forrest
earlier.
and Wit today, and I haven't seen anybody else be modded.
Yeah,
So
I think he
James
just
What is he
does it
not
doing?
like that's
mod.
why I think he's just like modding and modding people like as he per live as he
What
goes.
does he fall asleep or something? What's he doing?
yeah, he
Probably.
does all the time.
Who brought us up though? Did
Yeah,
he
You
bring
know, I
us
somebody
don't
up?
brought
know.
me
Maybe
up.
Oh
somebody's in
yeah,
the chat.
maybe God's real.
Maybe he
Maybe.
is listening.
Hey James, we had a good little show going last night, didn't we? That was good for
Yeah, it
real.
was. It was fun.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna hop off here, y'all. I'm gonna frolic around a little bit. Y'all take care. Love y'all.
Bye.
Have fun
Samesies.
frolicking.
Bye.
I was just in Justin's live before he went off. That guy's freaking smart I mean, like he knows a
Yeah,
lot
I
about
was
the
in there.
Bible.
It was a good one. He kicked me because I wasn't talking.
Oh no, that's Tiny. That's Tiny's live. And I was talking about Justin Deconstruction Zone.
Oh.
He's like a biblical scholar.
Oh wow.
He went to school for all that stuff. He has like a degree in the Old Testament or something. I don't know.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he knows Bible really well.
Yes, he
That's.
does.
I don't know if I like that or dislike that. That kind of makes me uncomfortable.
It's actually good because like
It's good to argue it, to
it
know.
is. It's where I've gained quite a bit of knowledge about the Bible from
Yeah, so you
watching
can.
him.
But still, I don't know if. God, that just would trigger me the whole time learning.
My favorite is Mezzo and Joel. They're really funny, and they both know the Bible pretty well. Not as well, obviously, as Justin, but
They're
the way
live
they
right
use
now,
it.
or they were right before I came in here.
Are they?
Yeah, Mezzo usually goes till about midnight.
I'm
I don't
too
know if he's still live.
uneducated for him. I'd be like,
Yeah,
boo.
Mezzo and Joel are like so much more funny. Like it's like a comedy show
Oh,
mixed with.
really? Oh.
Yeah,
Well, it's like a variety show because they like do drawings and they like sing songs and like Mezzo plays his like lo-fi. That's like my favorite too.
I went live last night and I was trying to battle people, and then this one AI guy that does jump scares got me, and I posted a clip of it. It was so funny.
He scared the shit out of you.
Yeah, I jumped and then grabbed my phone and said, "What the hell?" It was funny.
Ellie, what the hell, yams?
And then after he scared me, he's like, "Which way do you lean politically?" And I'm like, "What the fuck?" It was so funny. I'm like, "Neither," and he was like, "Neither." He's like, "Which side are you on?" I'm like, "Neither."
If Coco actually did fall asleep, it's probably going to kick us off here because after he goes inactive, I think you have like 15 minutes.
Well, yeah, because it'll like give him a CAPTCHA thing he has to
I
go
can
through. It'll
go
just auto
live
shut down the
again,
live.
James, if you'll
Right.
join, and Floopty, we can go live on mine if you want.
Give it a
I'm
shot.
gonna just wander around. I have to get to bed here soon though because I got a soccer game I got to coach in the morning.
All right, brother. Well, we can give it a shot, Ash.
Okay. Is he still awake? Hello?
Later, Floopty. Yeah, he's out, man.
Oh.
Damn it. I was going to see if... I don't think I'm following Floopty.
Yeah, I am. I think.
Are you?
Yeah. So he might pop up on ours then, or maybe he'll come in the chat.
All right.
I'll start it.
Need to invite.
Is there a way I can turn my camera off if I host it?
No.
Damn it. There's Floopty down there. Go follow him, James. I gotta have my fucking camera on, bro. Hey, I'm running the show. Hey guys, welcome in, guys. My name's Ash, guys. I'm leaving now. Bye. See you later.